Hello. We already have Chickpea here. Hello, Chickpea. How are you, Chickpea? Are you there, Chickpea? We can't hear you, Chickpea. Well, whilst Chickpea is trying to get her audio sorted out, anybody else who is there can hop on and say hello. Oh, we are talking about the trajectory of humanity. Are we facing the end? Are we stepping into the collapse of global industrial civilization? Is shit about to hit the fan? We can talk about this, that, and the other. Perhaps something along the lines of geopolitics, artificial intelligence, and maybe even climate change. If you want, that is. Yeah. One moment, please. I'm hearing some kind of weird interference. I don't know if it's Chickpea. 1 second. I'm going to mute her. Yeah. I've muted you, Chickpea, because you've got some really strange microphone issues going on.
You weren't speaking, so I thought to let you listen to some Bronski beat. Do you like Bronski beat?
Go ahead. Are you listening to it, right?
Yeah, well, I thought I'd let you have a listen. Because I came here.
I couldn't hear.
Couldn't hear what?
I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear what you were playing.
Bronze. Oh, couldn't you? Oh, couldn't you hear it? Oh, that's weird.
No.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, never mind. Sorry. Thought I could hear it. Hear it.
So Chickpea.
Yes.
Might as well go while the going's good, you know. No. Of course not. Of course I don't.
Oh God.
Are we facing the end of humanity?
I think we are,
of global industrial civilization.
I think we are, but I know you don't. Yes. I know you think that differently, but I think yes. I think a lot of us trolls going to be wiped out. The elite will still be here, some of them, but I think a lot of us going to be wiped out. I mean, at the end of the day, I believe that a lot of Western Europe is going to be a terrible trouble in Western Europe. And yes, I think that's where it will start. You know, I believe in the revelation. What? Am I worried?
Are you worried?
Yeah, I'm terrified. Of course, I'm scared, terrified. Because I believe it.
So you think it's upon us?
Yeah. Well,
oh dear.
It's in the prophecies of Nostradamus, Baba Vanga, and Edward Casey. And all the other things that Nostradamus has said. I used to have a great book on the subject, and I lent it to somebody, and he never gave it back to me. I had a fabulous stuff all about 2025 in particular. And, well, yeah. Well, you know me, I believe the Revelation. The Revelation says it quite clearly. When the Euphrates starts to dry up, 200 million are going to enter onto the West. And it is drying up. And when it does dry up in total, Iraq will declare war on Syria and Turkey, which will get NATO involved. Pooey.
Well, I don't think Iraq has much power at the moment.
Well, Iraq's going to have a hissy fit when the water starts drying, when there's no more water left. Because it's drying up.
Yeah, but again, I don't think they have much power, to take on the Turks.
Turks but don't forget... Yes, I know. Oh, I know. But don't forget, of course, Putin sitting there. And I think people ignore Putin at their peril. I think personally, just because they lost.
Apparently, he's going to Alaska on Friday to meet Trump, right? What do you think is going to happen there?
I don't know. No idea, but yeah, I think there's going. Plus, the resources are dwindling. The strange weather we're having, crops are going to start failing. People have started wars for much less than what's going wrong now. It's human nature, we've never invented a weapon and not used it. It's human nature.
Mm.
And if
It's
there, and I must,
go ahead.
sorry, go on. No, there must be, there must be something going on, because why have they all built these bunkers everywhere in New Zealand and middle of Russia and places? They obviously know something. And the
Always be
Bible,
prepared.
yeah, but the Bible even says that the men will hide, the rich men and the merchants and the kings will hide underground and hide in the mountains, and they will watch what's going on the surface of the planet. Now, that was written 2,000 years ago. Okay, so I mean, how could it be possible to write something 2,000 years ago? Cars hadn't even been invented, and this bloke's talking about people living underground in the mountains, able to see what's going on outside.
Well, I mean, there were caves around back in those days that people lived in, right?
Oh, no, I something inside me makes me believe it. I don't know, I just believe it. But I believe a lot what it says in the Bible, actually, come to think of it. I don't know why, because I believe God's an asshole, but then, yeah.
Oh dear.
What's happened there?
Oh, just
Look.
it just what do you call it? It wasn't looped. I got to loop it.
Oh, right. No, I don't know. I hope not, but I think there will be. We'll see what happens with the royals, okay? Nostradamus has said that the next royal is going to die, and there's going to be trouble with the next heir. See if that comes true, and then we can assume everything else he said is going to come true.
I mean, everybody dies, right?
No, but he said that, so he's written a particular thing about the King old Charlie Boy, because Charlie Boy has got that. Charles and Camilla had an illegitimate child that lives in Australia. You know about that, yes?
I've heard something
Yes.
said, but I don't know if
Yes,
it's true.
he lives in Australia. Yeah, well, I do believe it's true. And he could make claim to the throne, because it said someone is going to be making claim to the throne who no one expected him to make claim to it. We'll see what happens. Yeah. But like I said, Baba Vanga and Edward Casey said it as well. They're all saying about.
Oh yeah, that Baba. What was her name? That lady. Where was she from again?
Gosh, Eastern Europe, Bulgaria or somewhere. Yeah. She said
blind mystic or something, right?
Yeah, blind mystic. She talks about August 2025. And so did Baba Vang, so did Edward Casey, and all three of them were talking about it.
Hold on a second. We're in August 2025.
Yes, exactly.
Uh-oh.
I think something very profound is going to happen. This is just the beginning.
Do you think it might happen on Friday when Trump meets Putin?
I don't know, but I think something very profound is going to happen.
Okay.
I really do believe it. And I'm scared. Of course I'm scared. But
we've got 18 days. 18 days left in August.
Yes. But saying all that, with all this war or whatever could happen, even if I survive all this, the next thing will be the mark of the beast, because it will cause economies to collapse. So they'll bring in the digital economy so that we can all go shopping again. I'm not going in for it, so I'm finished anyway. It's all very depressing, isn't it? Huh.
Well, it was it was a good chat yesterday evening. Did you enjoy it?
Yes, of course I enjoyed it. I always join the chats.
Nice. And
these people on here.
Other than that, how was your day, Chickpea? Were you?
Well, I slept
happy?
all day. I didn't go to sleep till 6 o'clock this morning, and I slept until 5 o'clock. Then I got up and had.
Well, you were very hot today. It's very humid, isn't it?
I don't know, because I've been asleep all day.
Oh right, you missed the thunder and lightning then.
Oh, was there thunder and lightning today?
There was a thunderstorm about 3 o'clockish. Yeah.
Oh right, yeah, I would have missed it. Yeah.
It went really dark as well. You would have loved it. It was apocalyptic.
Yeah, I would have loved that. Oh, shame. Oh my goodness. That's probably why I was sleeping, because storms make me sleep. I find it very relaxing. Oh, what a
Okay.
shame. Nothing I like better. Germany, I tell you, when I lived in Germany when I was a girl, I told you I lived in Germany for a few years. Germany has the most amazing thunderstorms, and the lightning used to flash through the sky and the noise. Beautiful thunderstorms.
Hmm.
It's a beautiful country. Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. Have you been there?
No, actually, I've never been to Germany.
Oh,
I should go, I
wow.
suppose.
It's a beautiful country. It's very beautiful.
Mm.
Well, it used to be, I suspect now it's been destroyed like everything else.
Mm.
The building, and things. But it's a beautiful country. That's why I've always found it so strange that what could have happened in the 1940s could have happened there in such a beautiful, beautiful country. Strange. That could
If it
be.
can happen there, it can happen anywhere.
Exactly. Yes, it could. What happened to Germany? Because German people are very civilized and very well mannered and very well educated. They live in beautiful houses. Yeah, you know what? In Germany, people don't buy houses like we buy. Male, female to have their kids. In Germany, they buy big 6-bedroom houses, and granddad, and the grandchildren, everything, all live in one big house. It's a beautiful way of doing things,
Mm-hmm.
I think. Big gardens, and sometimes have a donkey in the garden and things. Beautiful. A
I'm
beautiful
just reading
country.
about another celebrity breakup. They're breaking up all over the place.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
Actually, I must ask you about something. What's your take on Jeff Bezos and his girlfriend? What's her name? You know what gets me? The Daily Mail. They were writing such horrible, horrible things about Jeff Bezos and that girlfriend of his and this fancy wedding they had.
Hmm.
Okay. But they're forever writing about the royals and never sort of say that the royal weddings are ostentatious rubbish, because they are, that we pay for. They've really been giving Jeff
Mm-hmm.
Bezos a really bad time. Because I like Jeff Bezos.
Really?
Yeah.
You listen
I
to him
think,
talking?
sorry?
Have you listened to him talking much?
No, why? But I think he set up a fabulous company. It's taken over the world. I'm not surprised. I'm not. I do all my
Um,
shopping from Amazon. Everything I own comes from Amazon. It does. In fact, today I bought 2 bottles of flea killer, 2 bottles of geranium oil, and what else have I bought? I buy something almost every day.
hmm.
Don't you like Amazon?
I listen. It's a useful company, no
Yeah.
doubt about it. I mean, some of the stuff on there is a bit damaging, I suppose, but
Yes.
overall, very useful.
Yeah.
In terms of him, I don't really know much about him, but he is a
Oh, yeah.
billionaire. I know he doesn't treat his workers too well, apparently.
Yeah. Well, what's new?
They say there's no such thing as a good billionaire. That's what they say.
Yes. Well, you
But
don't get to be a billionaire.
I don't know much about him. But anyway, in regards to his wedding, I wish him all the best with his lady friend.
Yes.
But in terms of how much money he spent on the wedding, he probably did spend too much, and he probably invited people who, you know, weren't really his friends. Just the way you get when you get up into those circles.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Of course, the money would have been better off spent in some other way.
Yes. Well,
But it is what
that's
it is.
yeah. No, I mean that's the way the royals spend our money on stupid nonsense. Like old Prince William, he goes around selling the big issue. I mean, really,
Does he?
it cracks me up. Yeah, he does, to get attention and to talk to the proletariat on the streets.
Hmm.
Yes, he does. He does. Goes out on the streets of London selling the big issue, talking about homelessness, which is a bit of a joke. Because he's got God knows how many homes. Yeah. Anyway, on the subject of the world coming to an end. I do believe that Western Europe's going to fall as prophesized, and I do. It's quite scary, really. I think it's a lot to do with the Kalergi plan as well.
The what?
Kalergi plan. Don't you know about the Kalergi plan?
No.
It's
Tell
this
us about it.
plan, somebody called Kalergi made it, and they want to have a totally multicultural unit of people. basically mixed race, so sort of half black, half white, blah blah. That will live. Sorry.
A bit of everything.
Yes, and they will live in this compounds. These 15-minute cities and stuff.
Oh,
and
the
blah,
15-minute. Okay,
yes.
yeah. Are you talking about Clarb Schwab? Clarb Schwab, is that who?
Yeah, he's one of them. He's involved in it all. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hackney would be a good 15-minute city where I live because here you can have one where I live. I was just think to myself today, do you know in the UK, and I heard this on Talk TV today, 60% of women are too scared to walk on the streets during the day, and 80% of women are too scared to go after dark in the UK.
60% during the day and 80% are too scared to go out after dark.
Yeah, I'm one of them, I must admit.
Are you scared during the day?
Yeah. I could tell you a couple of stories you'd find hard to believe what was happened to me. About 8-9 years ago. About 8-9 years ago, when Chickpea was still alive, I was on the way to vet with Chickpea, and I was walking on the pavement, and this pavement cycle came around the corner, knocked me over onto the ground. I had an absolute hissy fit, and he spat at me. And then he went off.
Oh no!
Spat right in my face. Yeah.
Oh, no.
When I called the police, they're gonna not believe this. They said to me, they asked me, did he attack you with a knife or did he have a knife? I said, no. Oh, well, that's all right then. That's how bad it is nowadays. That's how bad things are.
Well, they're inundated, aren't they?
Yeah, but this was 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah, even then they were swamped,
Yeah, that's how bad things are. At the end of the day, get knocked over by a cyclist, break a hip bone, I'm screwed. Can't afford to let it happen. And I've been on a bus sitting in the pensioner seat. This was on the way to Stratford once. And this bloke sat next to me. Now I'm sitting in the pensioner seat, little old lady. He sat next to me, started pleasuring himself.
What?
Yeah.
Say that again. Where were you and what happened?
Sitting on the pensioner seat in the bus, middle of the day.
So you were literally, you were a pensioner at the time?
Yeah.
And this man got on the seat near you and started...
Sat next to me, started pleasuring himself. He was from the Middle East somewhere, yes. And nobody came to my aid, nothing. So as soon as the bus stopped at the next stop,
how old was he?
Hell off. I've been not that old. So I didn't inspect his face as such because I didn't actually want to look at him.
Right.
But 30-ish, I don't know. That's how mad it is. Another time was
terrifying. And did he actually have it out, or was it underneath?
No, he had his hands underneath his thing playing with it. But I could see what he was doing. Another time I went to the park to sunbathe with Chickpea. This was a few years back. And we were laying on a towel on the grass in the children's park, where there's no dogs allowed, me and chicks. And some bloke came and laid around right next to me. Bearing in mind, I'm in my 60s.
Yeah.
That's how
so
bad.
You were lying down, enjoying the sunshine, and a bloke, the guy had the whole park to lie down in, but he chose to lay down right beside you.
Right next to me, yeah.
That is
terrifying. That's horrible.
How long ago was that?
This would have been, less than 10 years, because Chickpea was with me. I used to take, we and Chickpea used to
So you were in your 60s when that happened,
Yeah.
What a creepy guy.
Yes. Yeah, it's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah,
I mean, I think most women have these kind of stories,
Yeah, there's loads of it about. Loads of it. It's terrifying. I've also been spat at down in Whitechapel. Have you been to Whitechapel lately?
Of course, yeah, I have, yeah. But you got spat at. Oh no, when did that happen?
Oh, quite a few years ago. 6-7 years.
What was the lead up to that? You've been spat
Nothing.
on
twice. I was walking down towards the hospital. Had to go for some X-rays. This bloke just came out, stood right in front of me, and spat at me. That's how it is.
For no reason. What a world.
No reason other than I'm just I mean,
it's never happened to me, thankfully. It's never happened to me, thankfully.
Female. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that there is a spate of that going on.
Yes.
Men
Going off a
spitting
long
in the
time.
faces of women.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
heard that on the radio. I don't know, was it earlier in the year or maybe last year that it was
Yeah.
going on? Like women were complaining that it was happening and nothing was
Yeah.
being done. I don't know if it's an epidemic or something, but
It's been going on for a long time. I barely go out anymore. I literally do, unless I just don't go out anymore because it's no pleasure in. I go out 6 o'clock in the morning to do my shopping at Tesco's, and as soon as the day warms up and everybody starts coming out, I'm back indoors and I stay there until the next morning. That's how I live now. Yeah, this country has changed so much from how it used to be when I was young.
yeah.
It's getting bad. It's getting worse, and it's all very scary. But yeah,
Hello to whoever has joined. Do feel free to
who's
come on
there?
and join the conversation. There's about 10 or so watching now. We're
Wow.
talking about the general idea that some people believe we're facing the end of global industrial civilization. That we're talking about problems in society, maybe the degeneration of morals in society, the increase in crime, the uptick in social problems like homelessness, climate change, AI, and international geopolitics.
Have you heard the latest on homelessness as well in this country? The
Go ahead.
government is going to start buying up streets of houses to house
Oh, right.
asylum seekers in.
Yeah. I think you told me that yesterday. I didn't look into it, but I'll
Yeah,
take your word for it.
yeah, and or blocks of flats and to house asylum.
Well, I mean, they do that anyway, so I don't know what the
Yes,
big deal is. I mean, that's literally what they do, isn't it? I mean, they've been doing that for a long time. They've been
long time. Yeah,
building.
it's been
They've
going
been,
for a long time
and
actually.
it's cheaper. It's cheaper than putting them in hotels. So, I mean, I think it's probably better. It's better
Yeah,
to
but
have. Sorry.
what about our own homeless people? Lots of
Oh no, they should
exports.
be. They should be, in my view, they should be catered for, obviously, as well.
Yeah.
I don't. Sometimes I'm like, how does anybody become homeless in this day and age?
It's
But
easy,
yeah,
easy,
I know.
very
It's
easy.
it's scarily easy. I mean, if you
Yes,
go
it's
into
very
debt,
simple.
if
Yes.
you're kicked out of your home for whatever reason,
Yeah.
if you go into debt, all these things, yeah, it's crazily easy even
Yes.
nowadays to become
Yes.
homeless, and it seems that it's quite hard to get back on the pathway to a home.
Yes. Yes, because a lot of people when they leave the armed forces happens to them because if you've joined the armed forces straight from leaving school like I did, you don't know anything about the civilian world at all, how you function within it, and a lot of these men land up homeless after leaving the armed forces. Because when you leave the armed forces, you literally one day up off you go, and there you are back in Civvy Street. It's very difficult, actually. I mean, I went through it. I went and got myself a job in a hotel as just waitress, but it's not easy.
In the restaurant, was it?
When a hotel, I just got myself a job in a hotel as a waitress. I had to leave there because my hair fell out. The bloody
Where was that?
nonsense. Huh?
Where was
What?
the hotel? Where was the hotel?
Portsmouth. I was
Oh,
based
right,
in
okay.
Portsmouth, and
Oh, right, okay.
yeah.
What was that like?
So yeah. But I have met quite a few servicemen over the years that have literally landed up on the streets. Even an officer I met once, a young lieutenant, landed up on the streets. Insane. Didn't happen to me, but yeah. Yes, it's you've got no. When you're in the armed forces, you get, especially perhaps if you've been dragged up in the armed forces and then join yourself, you've got no idea about Civvy Street. Absolutely no concept of it. No. It can happen very, very easily. Yeah. I mean, I think the government should help ex-forces personnel, sort of make sure they set them up a little bit.
Of course.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah. So, yeah.
It's the same in America, apparently.
Yes. Terrible. Dreadful.
Maybe even worse over there.
Probably, yeah. Yeah. So was it a very hot day today then?
Scorch. It was like it was the most humid day yet, I think.
Oh wow! I slept. I slept through the whole lot, thankfully.
No, it felt like I was in. It honestly felt like I was in the tropics.
Yes. Yes. I'll tell you something weird, because they say global warming isn't as bad as we're being told it is. Now, when I lived in Bahrain, the temperatures didn't go up to 35 even. And Bahrain is one of the hottest places on the planet, inhabited places on the planet. Certainly wasn't those days. So I don't know what's going on. And the thing is, when we start putting aircon everywhere, it's going to get even worse, because aircon chucks out a ton of heat. If you stand near an air conditioner outside, you get burnt, literally. So things are going to get a lot worse. So,
well, it all takes energy, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly. So yeah, I can't see how all this can sustain itself. But you know what gets you about the whole issue as well, this whole global warming thing, all these scientists, everybody talking. They never talk about animal agriculture and the fact that animal agriculture contributes over 35% to global warming, with the methane and everything. And of course, the cooking, which is more energy that has to be used. If you live on vegetables, you can eat your food raw. True,
That's right, and it takes less time to cook as well if you have to cook it.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Because I hate.
And
cooking.
there's less kind of there's less industry involved in serving it to you and all that as well.
Yes, so it's far lower thing, but doesn't get talked about at all. Not a word from anybody. Because you cook, don't you?
Yeah.
Wow. Imagine cooking. There's another guy I watch on YouTube. He's always cooking as well. There's Hench Herbivore. He's a vegan. And there's another guy who goes around all the farms, and he's always showing people how he's cooking and everything. And I think to myself, wow. And here's me, a female. I can just about make a piece of toast.
Well, I think you'd surprise yourself if you tried, you know?
I can't be bothered. I just can't be
I think
bothered.
with you, it's more a case you can't be bothered. Exactly. It's not that you can't do it. Yeah.
I just cannot be bothered. I'd rather just graze all day long, you know, a bit here, a bit there, because I graze. I'm not a meal eater. Yeah.
Have you always been like that?
Yeah. Yes, it's in my nature to be like that. Yes.
They say that's the best way to be.
Is it?
Some people say that. Sorry, not everybody.
All right.
But some people say it's the best way to be. Yeah, because you're only eating when you're hungry. You're not overdoing it.
Yes, I only eat when I'm hungry. Plus, I suspect we're meant to eat like that. The whole thing with meal times all comes about via the Industrial Revolution. And in fact, we had to work from blah, blah to blah, blah to keep our bosses happy. I suspect the truth be known. Yeah.
You're probably right there.
Yes. Yeah, I'm a grazer. I prefer to graze. Yeah,
I mean, apparently we used to sleep in a different way as well before the Industrial Revolution.
Yes.
We used to go to sleep near enough when it got dark.
Yes.
And we'd sleep for about 4 hours, then we'd wake up for a couple of hours, and then we'd go back to sleep for a few hours.
Yes. Far nicer way to be.
But then when we started going to work in the foundries and the mills and that, we started trying to get our sleep in one go. Yeah,
well, we have to keep our bosses happy, to keep the landowner happy.
Yeah, I think there would be something nice about going to sleep for a few hours and then waking up, doing a few little things, and maybe that's probably when they made love and all that as well, and then they went back to sleep afterwards.
Went back to sleep again.
So they probably had a better sex life. They were probably because when they had sex, they'd had a bit of sleep, they had full energy, ready to go, and then afterwards they went to sleep.
And they did it all to candlelight as opposed to electric lighting like we do.
yeah. And the food was digested and all that because they'd slept for a few hours,
Yeah. Would have been yes, I mean that's what gets you back.
And it would have been a very relaxing time as well because everyone else would have been asleep, the kids. Yeah. And you just stayed indoors, hung out. Yeah, it sounds very lovely.
Yes. I suspect life was a lot better before we were all thrown off the land by our masters. Yeah.
Yeah.
And amazingly, people could you know that 92% of the land, this country, the UK.
Yeah, you said that. I'm going to have to ask you to bring sources for that because you've never.
But okay, I've
You
got a
keep
book on
saying
the
it to me.
subject. Yeah, I've got a book on the subject.
Well, you're going to have to. You're going to have to get some internet sources as well. I'm sure the book has sources online, so
yeah.
send it over in the live chat on YouTube, and we can have a look at it.
Yes, 92%.
Because I don't think it's. I think it's a little bit far fetched that 92% of the land is owned by.
It's in the book. I've got a book called.
Well, I mean, there is.
What do you do? That's what it's called.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, fabulous book. I don't know where it is. Unfortunately, my books. I've got so many books and junk everywhere, like most old people. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know someone who hoards books.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't do too badly, actually.
Have you ever met a hoarder before?
Not a proper one. I'm not.
Oh, I
have you?
Yeah. It's a serious thing, man. When you see it, it's unbelievable. When you actually see it, a friend of mine is a hoarder.
Yeah.
I know he's older than me, and I suppose he's in his 60s, but I know him about must be 11 years or something, and all that time, he's been a very bad hoarder. In fact, he had an operation last year, and I managed to get into his place, and we basically did it while he was in hospital. Because it was to take advantage of that, because he was in hospital for a few months, and it was a case of getting in there and tidying it. And we kind of got him to agree to it. We did get him to agree to it, but we had to throw out a load of stuff, basically fill up trailers of junk.
Wow.
Because this guy was sleeping on the hallway, on the floor. He couldn't even get into his place. Yeah.
Oh no.
I know.
That's awful. No, I'm
not. Yeah. I mean, So it's just. And from him, I heard of other hoarders as well. Because he used to go to some group or something for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of it, definitely.
There is a lot of it around. I remember when I used to do landscaping and stuff. Once I went into someone's house to do a quote because they rang me up to come round, and I had to go through their garden and go through their house.
Yeah.
To get to the back garden to look at it, and it was unbelievable. I swear, it was just newspapers to the ceiling.
Oh God, no!
It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. And of course, the garden was a jungle.
Oh no!
It was a serious case. It was a serious case. I do feel sorry for them because I've learned about it since. People are very judgmental. But again, these hoarders, they say it comes from trauma. Somehow,
yes.
It's like
trauma from early years of life.
Yeah.
It's all comes from those early years.
And it's like sometimes it's like they can't even put their finger on what exactly caused it.
No, because anything that happens to you when you're very, very young and you don't know how to speak, you cannot put anything into words. So it stays in your brain. It's got no words to it.
How do they know that then? If people can't describe it, and because I've never known of a hoarder on TV or whatever, or any of these hoarders I've met in real life. I've never known any of them to be able to describe any trauma. You know what I mean? So
you block it out.
Yeah, but how do they know it's a traumatic response then?
Well, I found you block it out basically, and
but what I'm saying is, where's the proof that it is a traumatic response? That's
because our childhoods tend to be traumatic, and if you can't discuss it was like I was saying to you last night about my whole daddy complex. Okay, like when my parents split when I was 2. Because my parents, I'm 70 years old, still looking for a hug from a daddy. And that's how bad it is. I've only just discovered that because I come on your thing, talk about things. And of course, the next one comes up. You get rid of it. But it's something, and I've been in group therapy. And if you can't talk it out, you can't access it. It's really weird. That's why people spend so long in all these groups, because it takes so long to get it out. You have no words for it. It all just gets your brain absorbed.
Michael, Michael says that the hoarder's identity is the physical object.
Yeah.
So the physical objects become part of their persona, their identity.
Yeah, they haven't got they don't. Yeah,
Actually, I read they have a different brain anatomy, or like in scans, their brain basically it lights up when objects are mentioned more than other people as well. So that they seem to have some kind of neurological attachment to objects.
Yeah,
I've read that, and also I've heard people surmising that it's some kind of epigenetic thing that it's like we're all on the spectrum somewhere, and it's one of those things that would have helped our ancestors survive. For example, the Ice Age. If to be a hoarder during the Ice Age was probably a good thing because it meant you had stuff in your cave that could help you get through the harsh times. So it's probably a case that there's a epigenetic basis in it.
Oh yes, of course.
And basically, it is a positive to some degree, but also in normal times, it's a negative.
But I watch them on YouTube because there's quite a lot of it. What I understand is that they hoard empty bottles, empty plastic bottles, and all rubbish hoarding everywhere. Have you seen those ones where they have piles and piles of rubbish everywhere? You seen that?
Yeah. I mean, that's quite commonplace. I mean, yeah.
Terrible.
I've seen ones where they're hoarding in their house and then they're hoarding in their front garden, and then some of them get vans, big Ford Transit vans, and park them outside on the road and hoard in those as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they got it goes on and on and on. Michael says the true self is hiding behind a facade of normalcy.
Yes.
And Michael, what do you mean by that? Can you explain that a little bit more? He says there is a character one plays, and it is not self-reflective. It's an outward perspective only. So it's looking at. That's interesting. I don't quite know. Can you why doesn't Michael ever come on here? I want to know that, Chick B. This guy's called Global as well. He's changed his name to Michael, but he's always here, but he never comes on, and I still don't know why.
Yeah, it'd be interesting because he sounds so
Global. Michael, where are you based, by the way? I think he's American.
But I'll tell you something. Actually, I was I've got a brother. My brother and I are very, very separated because I wasn't allowed to go near him when he was a baby. Wasn't allowed. And we got talking again recently. And my brother has blocked out all his childhood. It's literally all blocked out, just like I had done. Which is bad because if you can't remember, you can't deal with it. But Raymond's a bit strange too. Raymond, I better not say it because unfortunately it's not really allowed to be said. But
don't say anything.
Yeah, I mustn't say certain things because it's not allowed anymore. But in his own way, he's even more screwed up than I am. I've managed to sort of bring it all out because the trouble with us was we weren't brought up in an area where we had extended family and friends of family. It's constant move. So you couldn't take your problem out to your friend's dad and say, get friendly with him, blah, blah. That was none of that could happen. Fascinating.
Hello, David Galvez. David, do you want to come on here, mate? He says he enjoys listening. Lovely. Dave, the link is in the chat. Do come on, my friend. I mean, I have to say, I'm remembering less and less of my childhood. I don't know whether that's because my brain's dying off in those parts or whatever, but it's getting ridiculous how much I remember, how little I remember,
I remember more and more coming here because I talk about it and the next memory comes floating through.
It is sad the way we have a propensity to remember trauma more than positive things. There's a lot of good things happening in our lives, I'm sure. But for some reason, particularly people like me and you who are depressives, we zone in on the negative. Well, that is really annoying because there are good things that happen, but we don't seem to, as human beings in general, we don't seem to ascribe the same value to them in terms of their propensity to affect us.
Oh, no, there is a Chinese saying, when you snag the sapling, you scar the tree. So anything that happens to you when you're young, that grows and grows and grows and grows as you get older. That's how bad, that's how awful it is.
It is terrifying that the personality of a human being is formed so young, you know. And
Yes,
also one of the
it's
other
terrifying.
one of the other terrifying things is, you know, synaptic pruning. Remember we spoke about that on this show before, how the brain is literally shaped by your experiences, and
Yes,
basically neural pathways are built, and therefore your
yes,
thinking becomes rigid. You know, little bits of
yes.
it die off that aren't being used, so you literally become what you were
Look,
experiencing in
yeah,
terms of at that
it's
time. You
awful.
become that victim
Yeah,
or that beneficiary for the rest of your life.
yes,
It's very hard
yeah.
to break out.
It's very hard to break out. We're conditioned from the minute we're born. That's why I agree with what's name had to say. We should all go enter psychoanalysis at age 18 because that would be the
I don't
only
know. I don't even
thing.
know if psychoanalysis does anything, to be honest with you,
Yeah, it
JP.
does. When I had
Does
my
it?
when I saw that therapist in London all those years ago, he unleashed all these
Well,
memories.
did it
I mean,
stop
all
you
right,
doing
Alan.
anything? Did it
Huh?
stop you doing anything? Did it stop you doing? It might have given you understanding, but did it stop you doing anything? Did it make you live a different way?
No,
Well,
that took
that's
a
what I
long.
mean. That's what I mean. I don't know if it does anything. I
No, it
listen to all
does.
these people going to therapy, but
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
does it change them? I'm not so sure.
eventually it will. Yeah, you need a heck of a lot of therapy to put it right.
Okay. Yeah, you know
Years
what?
and years
Maybe
of
you're right.
therapy.
Maybe it's like physical education. It needs to
You
be.
need
It
so
needs.
much to put
Maybe
it
it's like
right.
physical exercise. It needs to be something you do on an ongoing basis.
You
You know.
need so, you know what? So I sent you a little message about all this, about no good deed going unpunished, and how when you make a mistake, it is very, very easy to do wrong in this world, and
Yeah.
it can have the most devastating consequences. But if you
Mm.
do good, you can have to do so much to get a tiny, tiny result.
But even the good can turn bad. You know, if
Yeah,
we can,
well,
we can't be, we can't know the knock-on effects of our actions, even if we think they're good, or even if they're bad. Sometimes bad things turn good. You know,
uh,
as it moves away from us. You know. Um.
I think everything that happens to us when we're young, every negative thing that happens to us that grows us, like the sapling, you
mm.
snag the sapling, you scar the tree.
Michael Michael
Older.
says Michael says that he believes one one can express fear of crime and not be under threat. And he also says AI will be good.
Oh, I
Michael, we're
don't
gonna
think
have to
that.
do it. Michael, for some reason, doesn't come on here and talk. We're gonna have to get him. We're gonna have to do a crowdfunder for a microphone for Michael. You know, and I just don't know why at this stage he's been talking. He's been on here for years. I don't know why he hasn't
All
come on and said
right.
hello yet. Yeah, it's
All
about
right.
time, Michael. Michael, if you're that stuck, we can do a crowdfunder for you. Just let us know if you'd like that. Might even get you one on Amazon. Send you an Amazon voucher.
But I'll tell you about this guy that I saw in London, the one that unleashed all the memories. I only went to see him to stop smoking. I didn't actually go for psychotherapy. It was pure accident. And the weird part was, this is a weird thing as
Was that
well.
hypnotherapy?
Um, well, I can't be hypnotized like normal people can, apparently, as far as I know. So he played word games with me. And I just kept saying, he said to me one day, love. So I said, hate. And then I said, I hate my mother. And all of a sudden, it all started coming back. It was really weird. But the weird part was, I was very upset, so I didn't go and see him for a couple of weeks. And then when I want to go make another appointment to see him, he disappeared. And I couldn't find him anywhere. Ever so strange. It was really weird. Because he was advertised in one of these Miss London magazines that I used to have in London for us females, just as a stop smoking hypnotherapist. So I went to stop smoking. It never occurred to me to go for anything else. Didn't enter my head. I smoked even more by the time he'd finished with me. But it was all meant. I think it was all meant to be. It was all meant to be. I don't regret it for all it did. Don't regret it. You know. So even though I really went completely off the railings, and I did. Yeah. And like talking about being useful, I don't give a hoot that I'm completely useless. I don't care, you know. Don't.
Well, it's not about being. It's about being useful to yourself as well. You know, so you should care.
Well,
You should try and be the best that you can for yourself.
well, I am. I weigh 7 stone 10, and
You eat okay and all that, and you're warm
yes,
and you're comfy. I mean, you've basically found a way to cope, haven't you, with life, with your depressive outlook and your trauma. which is good.
Yeah. Yeah. But
You know,
I get well looked after. Give the system its due.
hmm.
But it's the RA as well. I mean, at the end they got RA, and so I don't know, I'm not saying anything anyway. But you know what, the RA, should I tell you something really, really weird? In a way, it's been a blessing in disguise.
Yeah,
In
you
a
said that
weird
before.
sort of way. Yeah, it's been
In a
a
weird
blessing
kind of
in
way, yeah.
disguise. Because if I hadn't have had the RA and I'd carried on working, I would have carried on smoking and drinking and all the rest of my nonsense. Of course, the RA stopped all because I can't afford to smoke and drink. You know, I'm living on benefits, can't smoke on benefits. And I was a dreadful one for smoking, shocking. And spending, I used to spend like an idiot. I was terrible, dreadful. And I stopped all that. And I've been reading a lot since I stopped working. So it's in a weird sort of way, it's been a blessing in disguise in a weird sort of way. But I think it was meant to be because my life went from one daft extreme to another. I used to be a really crazy wild child, move, and messing about. And then all of a sudden, I came back to London from Rochester, and I went from one daft extreme to another. This little female living quite little life. Weird. You know? Yeah.
Do you think it was all a traumatic response?
I don't know. I just
I mean the wild the partying and all that.
I was I used to drink a lot to give myself confidence because I had all my confidence destroyed when I was young, completely annihilated, and I used alcohol, like a lot of people do, to, of course, override it. So I'd like to think how that would have ended up if I'd carried on doing it. Oh yeah, I used to drink to basically make myself feel confident. I think a lot of people do that, don't they?
Yes.
And I used to cover myself in makeup to hide myself. And spend a fortune on clothes to hide myself. Yeah. Whereas now I'm the total opposite, of course. I don't wear makeup and I just walk around with a pair of jeans on.
Well, you don't really want to attract attention to yourself in this crazy world at the moment, you know?
No, not really, no. But you know, the weird part is I'm actually financially better off than when I worked. That's how crazy it all is. Because, you know, I don't, I just don't spend. I don't even have a television. You know what I find weird about the TV? You know the book 1984? Have you read it?
Yep.
Yeah,
I've never watched the film, by the way, but go ahead.
Oh, yeah. You know, in the book, he talks about these black screens everybody had on their wall, huge black screens. Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
That's happened now. Everybody's got great big black screens on their walls. I wonder how you knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how he knew that would happen. Because in the film, they've got great big, huge 50-inch screens, big black screens on their walls.
This is
just
it.
Like we have nowadays.
One moment there.
Welcome to Finding Gnosis. We are on a journey to find out what the fuck is going on in this crazy existence. Step up and have your say by using the link that is pinned at the top of the YouTube live chat. Welcome to Finding Gnosis. We are on a journey to find out what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, welcome. And do come on and say hello if you want to. The link is in the live chat. There's about 9 or so people watch.
Another thing, I've been doing a lot of stuff with the Roman Empire. You know, we're always led to believe the Roman Empire was absolutely wonderful and fabulous. That wasn't the truth at all. Wow. You know, they used to do terrible things to women, really nasty things to women who weren't part of the top elites, the top, the bottom.
Yeah, they treated people like shit in general, not just women. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
It was a brutal empire.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I've only just discovered it. Because you're led to believe that it was all hunky-dory and beautiful and there wasn't at all.
I heard there was a thing at one stage where you could go out and kill anybody one day a year. It was like the Purge. You could, in ancient Rome, they had this day when you could just go and kill anybody.
Yeah, weird. And they are the head of the church.
Well, I mean, it's a stretch to say that, you know, I mean, it did change, didn't it? The empire became, you know, neutered, as it were, in its malevolent effects. And yeah, I mean, yes, the church, the Catholic Church, was the Roman Catholic Church,
Yeah.
and but you know, it was influenced by it. But you know, I don't think it'd be fair to say the Catholic Church is like the Roman Empire.
No, but
You know,
still,
although don't get me wrong, the Catholic Church has done a lot of shit in the world. You know, as have all religions.
yeah,
You know, I think that's a distinct matter. You know.
yeah. But still, you know, it's. I never knew that. I found out very recently about the whole Roman Empire thing. It's like the Victorian era. We're led to believe it was such a wonderful, wonderful time of British history. That is actually a complete pack of lies.
Oh no, the Victorian era was terrible. I mean, it was all that industrial development without workers' rights, with lots of disease. You know,
yes,
lots of
women.
lots of crime. You know,
Yeah.
lots of abuse to the women. You know, untreated STDs. You know, people dying without medical care. It was horrible.
Yeah, we're led to believe it's also wonderful.
No way.
Well, I've always under the impression it wasn't until I read a book a couple of years back, the Victorian era. Oh, you know, England was the empire of the world, and we were the richest empire in the world. Was all hunky dory.
It was a brutal period.
Huh?
It was a brutal time.
Yeah, horrible. Dreadful. Because I know that the last 80 years have been the luckiest, have been the best years us proles have ever known. Well, you may not be a prole, but I certainly am. And the best 80 years ever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 80 years, I think, is a bit of a... You mean since the war, basically? I mean, the war was still going on until 1946, so...
Yes,
we'll say... I would say, yeah, I'd say since after the war. But even just after the war was a bit crap, wasn't it? I mean, it took about 5 years for it to properly get going, right?
Yeah. But still, you know... I mean, I would not like to have lived in a time where, as a woman, if you got pregnant, you couldn't abort. I know that sounds a terribly brutal thing to say.
Well, they did have backstreet abortion clinics back in those days.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. A lot of people, a lot of women died. You know,
it says to say backstreet abortions. Now, I prefer to go to a hospital, but you know, to have lived in a world where that didn't exist, to me, is an absolute horror show. And it is. And to not have your...
I don't know what Michael's going on about. Michael says, are all old movies about the rich? It seems the Turner classic movies is evidence.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Yeah. I don't know, read a history book.
It kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense, I suppose, because to be in the position to be a writer of screenplays or plays or books back in those days, you had to be quite privileged. And generally, writers, you know, work best when they write what they know. You know, so it makes sense then that the stories that got into film back in those days were from the privileged folk. You know, catering for the privileged folks, and the most convincing stories, the one that would have lasted the test of time, were the ones that, you know, were written by people knowing what it was like to be the people in the film. And so maybe that's why you don't get the stories of the poor people as much. You know,
no, it's a bit like art. I know Van Gogh never ever sold a painting by simple virtue of the fact he wasn't making paintings of the rich people, but people of the poor people, which is why he never sold anything. And he was told this at art school, but he didn't listen.
He lived in Brixton for a while. Did you know that?
I've heard that. Yeah, they've been. Yeah.
Apparently, that was a place that kind of broke his like a belief in humanity. Brixton, because the poor, it was so poor, and he saw such suffering that it fundamentally shifted his I don't know, it gave him a lifelong melancholy, apparently.
I can well believe it.
Because he just saw so much suffering, it just shook him to the core.
Yeah, I can well believe it. I get that watching factory farming films. And I do because I haven't seen any.
Well, you don't watch them anymore, do you? Do you
Yeah,
try?
yeah.
Oh,
I
you do.
always watch. I always if one of the like Joey Carbstrong or one of the other guys, there's a film up or anything they're doing, I will watch by simple virtue of the fact that I feel the need to stay informed. I don't like it. I don't like what I see, but I will watch.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I keep up with it. I've got quite a few books on the subject and everything, and I always watch. It doesn't. It's not a good thing. Yeah, I watch it. I don't like it, but I watch it. Yeah, that's what gets me. I find it such a hard thing.
I'll be right back, Chickpea.
Yeah, okay. Dr. Bronski beat.
If you keep it going, thank.
I'll
be right back.
Beat.
You maybe read the news headlines or something. Keep us.
I don't know what the news headlines are. I've got no idea.
Go on Google and find them if you can.
Headlines. Don't know the head. Michael, are you there?
I'll be back in a bit.
Michael, are you there, Michael? Michael, can you come on, please? I'm here on my own. Michael, cooey. Hello, Michael. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Michael, please. Michael. Hello. Michael. I've got a cousin called Michael. He's a pilot with Delta. Not you, is it? Michael. Michael. Please. Brother Marcus, are you there? Anyone? Come on. Oh dear. Hello. Oh well. Exhortations to think positively, to see the glass half full even when it lies shattered on the floor, are not restricted to the pink ribbon culture of breast cancer. A few years after my treatment, I ventured out into another realm of personal calamity, the world of laid-off white-collar workers. At the networking groups, boot camps, and motivational sessions available to unemployed, I found unanimous advice to abjure anger and negativity in favor of an upbeat, even grateful approach to one's immediate crisis. Lovely.
I'm back.
Yeah. I'm reading years of magical thinking. I've got this book here. You can have it if you want, because I've got 2 copies of the fabulous Barbara Ehrenreich.
Yeah, maybe. Thank you.
Yes, I do love her. It's people like her that keep me going. Do you like Peter Singer?
Send your email in the private chat, and then I can email you to get it.
Peter,
yeah, I do like Peter Singer. Yeah.
Isn't he fabulous? I had his. Yeah, I love him. Fabulous man. Really do like him. And what about? Do you like George Monbiot? George Monbiot?
I can't say I'm too familiar. Go ahead.
George Monbiot. He's a very he's very, very well educated. He's got sort of PhD in something or other. And he's into animal rights. He's vegan, and he talks about sort of the terrible politics of this country. Fabulous guy. And there's who else is there? That guy that wrote the American Illusion. American guy, I forgot his name. There's some fabulous writers out there, actually. Really are. And what do you think of what's his name? Who wrote the Death of Europe? The gay guy. What's his name? The English guy.
Oh, say that again.
The gay guy, the English guy that wrote the Death of Europe.
Oh, I mean, he's a bit of an arsehole, isn't he? I know the guy you're on about.
Do you think he's an arsehole?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, he's very right wing, isn't he? He's a right wing fucker.
Oh.
He's one of Douglas Murray, I think you're talking
Douglas
about.
Murray, that's it. Yeah, Douglas Murray. And what about the bald Jewish guy.
Yuri Nora, whatever his name is.
Yeah,
That
I
guy.
love him.
I've read all his recent books anyway. Homo sapiens, Homo Deus, and all that.
Yeah, I've got his books. Yeah,
yeah.
He is so clever. He really is.
I mean, he is and he isn't. I mean, he just basically compiles information like it's He just spews out the information, from Wiki. It's like it's like reading a well structured fucking series of Wikipedia pages, But it is good. It is good. It's good. It's good because it's clear. It's good. He's a good writer. So, I mean, it's well communicated.
And what do you think of someone like Jackie Collins?
I don't think it's groundbreaking. What?
Jackie Collins. Remember she wrote those fabulous books she used to write?
Yeah, I know. I've never read Jackie Collins.
Oh, you haven't?
Never.
You've never read Jackie Collins?
No.
Oh. I used to have all her books once. I had to throw them away because I had so many books I had to throw a load out. Jackie, I loved her books. She used to write the most fabulous books. I used to get so caught up in her books. I used to go past bus stops, train stops, everything, completely absorbed in her books.
I don't know much about her, to be honest with you.
Well, she's Joan Collins.
Yeah. I know who she is, but
yeah.
I mean, are her books not all a bit womany?
Yes.
So why the fuck would I read those? So,
books. I love the It's so easy to read. Very clever to be able to do that. I mean, I wish I had the brains to write a book, but unfortunately, I don't have them. Yeah, because I wish I could write a book.
Well, why don't you start with just writing one little piece of prose, not necessarily a book.
I'm no good at that sort of thing. Even when I was a child, young at school, I was useless. Absolutely bloody useless at it. It's just something I'm not good at.
Were you any good at drawing?
Yes, I was very, very good at drawing and painting and stuff. But unfortunately, my stepfather didn't want to waste money on me drawing and painting and sewing. So he said to me, you can leave school and you can bugger off. And that was the end of that, literally. Yes. Yeah, I used to be very good at drawing and that sort of thing when I was young. I still am, but yeah. Yeah. Shall I tell you another story? This is another story about my stepfather, right? I remember saying to my mother years and years ago, why didn't Raymond join the army like his dad? And she said to me, Raymond doesn't like the noise of the guns. So it's all right for her daughter to listen to guns in the armed forces, but not Raymond. Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever held a gun?
Is anybody there? Does anybody want to join and say hello to the world at large?
I wonder if Brother Marcus is.
Well, I mean, they can't be here all the time, can they?
Well, it just seems so strange. I like Brother Marcus.
Yes, he's a lovely man.
Yes, I really like him. Typical Cap. He's a goat, little Capricorn.
Is he?
Yes. I like getting well with Capricorns because I'm a Cancer, so I'm getting well with them. Astrology. Did I tell you that I had a load of books on the subject? I did my own chart, and our lives are written in the stars. And it's actually written in the stars. When you really get into it, I'm not talking about the sun sign astrology, or even astrology you might get if you go and see an astrologer. But when you really, really get into it, it's all written in the stars. Weird. Ever so strange. So we're not as free as we think we are.
We are not as free as we think we are. Okay.
No, there's something we're even commandeered by the planet somehow, some weird sort of way.
Yeah, I've read all his. I read his 21 Lessons for the 21st Century as well. I read that as well. It's Harari. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
As I said, it's easy reading. It's not taxing.
No, it's very easy to read. That's why I like him.
You don't have to really read. you don't have to read it twice to understand what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There are a lot of writing, like when it's a lot of complex writing, you've got to do that.
Yeah.
Ah,
I wonder where everybody is. Have you ever read The Conspiracy Against the Human Race?
yes, I have it here.
Oh, you've got it. I've got it on my bookshelf, waiting to be read.
I've got it on my bookshelf as well. Let me just get it. So tell me a random page to flick to. Any number.
Hold on, let me just
read any number. Any number.
Oh, 12. But
12,
I've got it
okay.
here. Hold on a sec. I've got it. I haven't
number
read
12.
it yet. I haven't actually read it. It's sitting on the bookshelf waiting to be read.
The sooner humanity dares to harmonize itself with its biological predicament, the better. And this means to willingly withdraw in contempt for its worldly terms. Just as the heat-craving species went extinct when temperatures dropped, to us it is the moral climate of the cosmos that is intolerable. And a two-child policy could make our discontinuance a pain-free one. Yet instead, we are expanding and succeeding everywhere, as necessity has taught us to mutilate the formula in our hearts. Are you reading it as well?
Yeah,
Perhaps the most unreasonable effect of such invigorating vulgarization, is the doctrine that the individual has a duty to suffer nameless agony and a terrible death if this saves or benefits the rest of his group. Anyone who declines is subjected to doom. God, there's no light here where I am, you see. Is subjected to doom and death instead of revulsion, being directed at the world order engendering of the situation. To any independent observer, this plainly is to juxtapose incommensurable things. No future triumph or metamorphosis can justify the pitiful blighting of a human being against his will. It is upon a pavement of battered destinies that the survivors storm ahead toward new bland sensations and mass deaths. Fragments of an interview. Afton Poston, 1959. Beautiful. Yeah.
Beautiful. I like the words of what's his name as well, the other guy, Emile Curion. He writes the most beautiful words. I think, wow, what beautiful prose. But I'm going to read this actually. It's been sitting, I've got a bookshelf in my bedroom and it's been sitting on the bookshelf for absolute years. I've got so many books I need to read. So many of them.
Yeah.
I keep buying them. That's the trouble with Amazon. Every time I see anything on YouTube, I go and buy the book. Because you know me, I don't watch TV, so I just watch what's on YouTube.
Ooh.
You shouldn't watch TV, you know, because you know it's a hypnotic. You do know
so
that.
Is YouTube. So is YouTube.
No, but
so is YouTube.
Yeah, but it's the TV, the medium itself is a hypnotic, which is
In
why.
what way?
It's the way the TV. It's the way it just is. Which is one of the reasons why.
Well, you're gonna have to explain it better.
Well,
than that,
say for example, you watch QVC on your telly. It's very attractive, isn't it? You could buy this, buy that, buy everything. You watch it on your laptop. You see, so what a load of bloody old rubbish. And that's the difference. Because I used to watch TV, and then one day, when I was watching EastEnders, and they decided to bring that Phil bloke back from the dead, and I just saw red, and I just stopped watching there and then. And I noticed how my bank balance started improving because I stopped QVC shopping, because I stopped watching QVC. And it actually happened. If you watch QVC, when you watch it on your TV, it's so incredibly attractive. Everything looks beautiful. But if you watch it on your laptop, it's actually quite boring. It's weird that could be like that, but it's actually like that. And why... It's very relaxing sitting in front of a TV set, just slumped in the sofa, isn't it? Having a little gaze mindlessly at the telly.
Yeah, but I think it's so relaxing you can't be bothered to go on the website or make the phone call to buy the QVC product. Not that I watch QVC, but it's never really... Did you? Okay. Did you ever buy anything on it?
I used to think TV was a load of rubbish. So I used to spend all my time watching QVC.
Did you buy much on QVC?
Oh, loads. The amount
Really?
of junk I bought on QVC, it was so expensive. It wasn't even cheap. Oh yeah, I tell you, when I stopped shopping on QVC, so I was, I've been on benefits. I was on sickness and everything. When I stopped shopping on QVC, I actually started being able to save some money, and that's how big the difference it was. Yeah, I've actually managed to save in the past 30 years.
And I read Nexus as well. That wasn't that. I wasn't that impressed with that one. That was the brief history of information networks from the Stone Age to AI. Yeah, it was okay, but as I say, it's not deep stuff. But it's nice. It's basic knowledge that everyone should have. I think at the same time.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying?
Talking about QVC, that I actually noticed my bank balance improving when I stopped watching QVC. I actually noticed it. That was shocking for, especially the makeup. Oh God, they had these special offers of makeup. So I think, oh, I'll buy that. Yes, nice little bargain. So you have piles and piles of makeup everywhere. Yeah. No, I actually noticed a difference in my financial situation. I did. Absolutely mad. Yeah. So your border collie's not vegan, is he?
Oh, he does eat vegan food from the pets at home, yeah.
Oh, you eat vegan food? All right. Okay. It's very expensive, isn't it? Yeah, I have sort of looked it up, but I find it very, very expensive. And well, like I said, it's I don't know. It's so expensive. I can't afford to have 7 cats eating vegan, whatever. Can't even afford it. Not happy about it, but there's nothing I can do. But that's the world we live in, isn't it? It's all everybody eating everybody else.
Wainwright's, yeah, is the dog food.
Oh right, okay. So it's quite expensive, isn't it? That vegan stuff. Oh well, Noodles will be pleased to hear that, and the other guy will be too.
Well, they're more worried about you as well, letting your cat out, of the house.
Yeah, no. Well, I can't stop him. That's why Dave was given to me because he wanted to go outside. And he was living in an environment where it wasn't safe for him to go outside because of different factors. And it was quite obvious he wanted to go out. And as soon as he came to live with me, he saw that he was living on the ground. There was an outside world outside my living room window, and he wanted out. And he made himself quite clear. So I put a cat flap in, and he comes and goes as he pleases. It's yeah. I mean, like I said, there's 7 of them. The 5 go outside, and then the 2 tabby girls for some screw reason stone doors. I don't know why they stone doors, but they do. But they've got I'm very, very lucky, and I live in a strange place where there's a whole load of ground surrounds the little block I live in. It's only a small block of 20 flats. And it's perfectly safe for them. And it is perfectly safe. And it's even got a note. There's even a big notice on the door, on the gate. No dogs allowed. Just for me. So they're perfectly safe there. And they can just, I've got a cat flap, and they just come and go as they please. I'm not happy about it, but I can't stop them. It's it's happened. I don't, I don't know. It's happened. I can't change it now. If I try to keep them indoors now, they'll only pester the daylights out of me.
Do you ever remember a time when you just saw the disappointment in somebody's eyes, like some of your loved ones, in terms of like life reality?
No, most people. Oma. My grandmother, I remember back in the 80s, Oma would have been about 90. Oma had 10 children, as you know.
Is Oma Dutch for grandmother?
Yes.
Okay.
And one day we were sitting in the living room chatting away. She said to me, Lisbeth, it is a muito neat word, and that which means it hasn't been worth the effort. I was shocked to hear that from a woman, because she lived until she was 104, and then she opted for euthanasia because Holland got a euthanasia. And I was so shocked to hear that. And I remember what she also said was a funny thing, actually, because Oma was married, and then she had 8 children with one man, and then she had another 2 children with 2 different men. And I was talking about boyfriends, and I can't get the right boyfriend, and this, that, and the other boyfriends. And she said to me, "But what do you want a man for?"
Oh,
So, right, okay.
wow. Radical
Yeah,
feminist. Oh, was that your
yeah,
grandmother as well?
no, huh? Yeah, Oma
Well,
said that,
she was a
yeah.
rad femme, eh? She
Yeah,
sounds
she was
like do you know what? She sounds like you.
yeah, we shared the same birthday. Well, not the
Wow.
same. I was 20th, she's 20th July, I'm the 21st. We're very, very connected. Yeah, we were very, very similar. I loved it. When I was a little girl, I loved her to death. Loved her to death, Oma. And we lived with her for 4 years before my mother met this English bloke. And I was so happy living with her. My mother went out to work at the bank, and I was with Oma. And I was a very happy little girl. And then she got married again, so that was the end of that. Oh, I loved her to bits. Yeah.
That must have been traumatic when she passed.
Yes, I was. Well, I did. Yes. It's yeah.
How did she go?
She euthanasia. She
Oh yeah, you
she
told
broke
me.
her arm.
Sorry. Yeah. She lived at 104.
104. Yeah, she was full
Wow.
of zeal for life. She was, and 10
She
children.
broke her arm and it wouldn't really heal. Is that right?
No, she just landed up in hospital, and my aunt and uncle looking after her in her flat and everything. And something happened, and next thing we heard, she'd been euthanized. Whether it was by choice or by this, I don't know, because of course I was in England. This all happened in Holland. All happened so fast. I don't know. But she brought up 10 children through 2 world wars.
Wow.
Yeah, what a stamina. More than me, but she was lovely. And Oma was herself a vegetarian, so
Ahead
the
of the
whole
curve.
meat issue. Huh?
Ahead of the curve in Europe.
Yes,
Anyway.
yes, she was very much so. Which is so I didn't have that issue with Oma, and so by the time my mother met this English bloke, my preferences were already set, and he had a hissy fit. So never mind. Yeah, you've never been to Holland, have you?
Nope.
Yeah. Oh,
I
it's
know,
great
right?
for cycling. Fabulous for cycling.
I will go there in the next couple of years, I'd say.
Yeah, it used to be lovely one time. I don't think it is anymore because it's been taken out. Well, it's been same as the UK, completely invaded. In fact, I think it's even worse than here. But it used to be such a lovely cat and had most beautiful tulip fields, these fields that went on miles and miles full of tulips. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yes. Yeah, and then windmills and everything. And yeah. You know what's a nice place? Is Edinburgh. Have you been to Edinburgh?
Yes, I have been to Edinburgh.
Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't Edinburgh
Arthur's Seat.
gorgeous?
Yeah.
What?
I liked it, and I like Glasgow as well.
Yes, I've been to Glasgow. Yeah, Glasgow's nice, but Edinburgh is really beautiful.
Yes, Edinburgh is beautiful.
Yeah. And have you been to Greece?
No, I've been to I've been to Cyprus. I've been to Cyprus.
You haven't been to Greece?
No, I've been to
Oh,
Cyprus.
my favourite country.
Mm.
I love Greece. Beautiful for sunbathing. Gorgeous. Oh, really, it's a beautiful country for sunbathing. Lovely country to sunbathe in. And Cyprus is nice. And have you been to Beirut?
No, never been to Beirut. Lebanon, no.
I have. I've travelled a lot.
Now, though.
Yeah. Huh?
I said it's a lot different now, though, isn't it?
Yes, I know. I went there in '68 for
a
long weekend, and it was still very Western. I was there. Yes, it was a strange weekend.
It used to be a Christian place, really.
Yes. And when I went there in '68, all the girls were wearing mini skirts, and all the boys were dressed like the guys in London were, and there was pop music playing everywhere. It was gorgeous. I loved it. Really loved it. Yes. I was only there for a long weekend. Yeah, I travelled a lot when I was young. I was quite lucky in that respect. But yes. Yeah. Have you been to Switzerland?
No, you've gone to all the places I haven't been. I've been to lots of places around, like Poland, Italy, Malta,
Oh,
Spain,
wow.
France,
Yeah, I've been
Luxembourg,
to France. Yeah, Luxembourg. Is Luxembourg
Slovakia.
nice? Yeah,
Sorry, yeah.
Luxembourg. Have you been to Liechtenstein?
No,
Yeah, I wish I'd gone there, Liechtenstein.
tiny little place.
Yes, beautiful palaces, apparently.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I missed East Berlin. That was a good one. Oh, I didn't tell you about the corridor, did I? In when Germany was separated, there's this corridor. They built this corridor that went from Helmstedt in West Germany. It was a long, long corridor road that you weren't allowed to leave your car or anything, and there was landmines on both sides of the road, so you couldn't leave because it would blow you up. And then used to get to Berlin, there'd be a checkpoint called Checkpoint Beta. And you go into West Berlin, blah, blah, blah. And then you go through West Berlin to another checkpoint called Checkpoint Charlie, which took you into East Berlin and East Germany. It was quite fun. It was quite exciting to see. Yeah, I did like it. I wonder where everybody is.
Living life.
I shouldn't think so. I bet they're all at home, actually.
Living their best life.
No. You think so? Do you really think so?
Yeah. Why not?
Oh, no, I don't think that.
I think it's the kind of time difference. I don't know. I just don't know what I don't know who to expect whenever. It's really weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Monday is the best day for some reason.
It's as if YouTube isn't sending the notifications through properly. I have noticed that about YouTube.
Yeah. Maybe.
Because all the effort you put into this.
Huh?
Do you put a lot of effort into this, or is it just...
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, it takes time. But if nobody's sharing the stream, I think that's part of it. You've got to share it somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're on Reddit or you're on Facebook or whatever, share it in groups or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do that.
I don't know how to. I only have my Chromebook, and my Chromebook's not connected to my phone or anything. I don't know how to even. I don't use Reddit or any of those things. I just use purely YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, do you use Reddit?
I'm banned on Reddit, but I do go on it.
You kidding? What are you banned for?
I don't know. Something, I don't know. I just shared a video and they didn't like it. So.
Oh my goodness. I find that all these things becoming very scary, all this banning, and I'm even noticing myself, I'm scared to say certain things or scared to write certain things. And I am becoming scared. Do you watch Not Satan, the guy he's moved to Mexico because he's been having troubles in the UK? And
I don't know. Who's that? Sorry.
A guy called Not Satan, and he makes videos about what he thinks of the UK now.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Who else is there? There's quite a few of them. Yeah. I watch all that rubbish. Junk. Yeah. Gosh, I wish that a few more people, I wish Brother Marcus would turn up. Yeah. So what's your girlfriend doing this evening?
She is resting and she's watching Netflix as usual. She watches a lot of Netflix.
Oh, right. Yeah. Gosh. So what does your girlfriend do for a living?
Retail.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I was just a boring. I like being a legal secretary. You know what I loved about it was you only have to deal with one person. You just have your boss, and that's it. It really suited me. I'm very, very sad that was taken away from me. Because the thought of dealing with the public when anything absolutely horrifies me. I don't want to have to listen to them. And when you're legal sec, you just listen to your boss and just ignore everybody else. It's quite nice, actually. Yeah, no, it's quite nice. You know, nobody else. You just have you don't. Legal secretaries, they don't like you talking to anyone in case you might just say the wrong thing. It suits you down the ground. Yeah, you don't talk to clients or anything just in case you might say the wrong thing. That's true.
Yeah, it's true. I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
So
It's true.
Me. Yeah. Because I don't want to talk to the public. I don't talk to anyone really.
If you can help it.
Well, you know, when you're at work, yeah. Yeah.
I'm just moving my microphone so I can lie back in my desk chair.
So why do you use a microphone? Doesn't it just do it automatically?
No, I've got a proper microphone, so.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm just. I've got one of these. I don't know what to call it. It's like an extendable arm that you can put your phone on to hang it from a shelf or something, and then you know. Anyway, I've put my microphone on it, so now I'm lying back on my chair. And yeah, it's cool. I can just relax now. In fact, I might do the streams like this from now on. Actually, this is really comfortable. I've got my feet up and everything. Lovely.
Oh. I just do it on my £200 Chromebook. You know what? Every now and again, Amazon sells Chromebooks cheap. I got a 17-inch Chromebook for less than 200 quid.
You need to be careful, though, because sometimes they're refurbished and there's not much left on their life, you know, because those Chromebooks are only good for a few years and then they stop providing updates. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yes, I do know.
You know all about that, yeah.
Yeah, I do know. But, yeah, I can cope with that. Yeah,
it's just something to be wary of for other people, you know.
Yeah, well, obviously.
Because I know a lot of people get caught out with that. They buy it and then there's only like 6 months left or something.
Well, most the ones I've had have usually been about 2 years, and then they're no good anymore. Which suits me fine, you know.
Yeah, how much are they?
I got this one for less than £200, a 17-inch one.
Yeah, I mean it's not bad if it lasts 2 years, is it?
Yeah, it's fine. That suits me.
You use it a lot. You know what I mean?
Well, my whole life's on it. It's on 24/7, literally, because I'm not. I play storm sounds at night when I go to sleep.
When did you really start getting into using the internet, by the way?
When it all first started, literally. I mean, I knew how everything. Yeah, because I was a legal sex, so I knew. Yeah,
but at home, I'm talking about at home, like as a kind of leisure activity.
I can't remember. A long time ago. Right. I can't honestly remember, but it's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, how about you?
Oh no, I've been into it since school, really.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing it for long. I can't remember how long. You know, I just don't even remember. It's always just I don't know. I don't know how I cope without it, to be honest, because I'm completely hooked on it. I watch TV. I do everything on my Chromebook. I don't have any other thingies. Nothing. Just my mobile phone. That's all I've got. And yeah, I play music on it all day long and play sounds at night. Yeah, I love it, actually. I do love the internet. And I wish the internet had been around when I was young, because I have learned a lot from it. And I have learned a lot. You know, it's certainly worth having. Yeah, I prefer it to the telly. Because quite frankly, I can't stand all the happy clappy shit on there. I can't. Yeah, I like the miserable drivel that everybody.
Do you know who's an interesting person? That Noel Edmonds. What do you think of him? He's on about
I used to like him
ordering from the fucking cosmos. I mean, why can't the fucker order well-being for humanity? Why does he have to be selfish and order a fucking game show for himself? You know, these fucking
you made the DJ.
Yeah. He's a cosmic fucking manifester, isn't he? He believes he can go out into his garden and shout up at the cosmos to order something, and it come true. Yeah, he believes it comes true.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's a lot of that about, isn't there?
Yeah.
I have heard of it. Yeah, I'm too much a pessimist to believe it. Yeah, maybe if you're an optimist, it does come true. God knows. I don't know. But, have you ever tried it?
Cosmic ordering?
Yeah,
No.
the cosmic order markers. Let's both see markers. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, let's order markers from the cosmos.
Yeah.
Cosmos, I'm
Send
asking
us
you to
markers.
deliver Brother Marcus to the stream in the next 20 minutes. In the next 20 minutes.
Well, you've
Can you
done.
see the time there? Keep an eye on the time there. It's
Oh,
about
it's divine.
it's 4 minutes past midnight, so we've got until
What?
0024. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! You know it's that late already.
Mm.
Good Lord. Good heavens.
Let's see if Brother Marcus will turn up before 0024.
Good, it was that late already. Good Lord.
And then we can cosmic order divine now as well. You do that. I've ordered Brother Marcus.
Yeah, I've
So.
ordered Marcus, Cosmic Divine, Divine, Cosmos, Divine. Yeah, send Divine. Weird.
And then you have to be precise. You have to give a time frame.
You don't. Oh God. Cosmos, can you please send Divine Hail down to my laptop, please? Now. Okay, now.
Give it 20 minutes. Come on, you can't.
Did I tell you that every now and again I get down on my hands and knees by my bed, like children do,
And pray.
Yeah, prayed for God to resurrect chicks. I do. I actually do this because I miss her so much. Have you got that for an animal?
When I was a child, but not as an adult.
So do you have pets when you were young?
Yeah.
Oh, lucky you, because I didn't have anything like that. Nothing. Well,
dogs, a cat at one stage, a rabbit at another stage.
Wow, lucky you.
I had stick insects.
Wow.
And goldfish.
Oh gosh. Because fish recognize us, don't they? Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? My neighbour upstairs, he's got a fish tank, and there's one particular fish in there, the most beautiful orange. What colour is it? Sort of pinky orange colour. And this fish actually recognises me when I go up to visit. And I go up to his tank, and I've tapped. There's loads of fish in there, and it comes up to me, say hello. A fish. It's true. Yeah, I know this Hindu family that lives just above me, and they've got most beautiful white what's it called? A cockatoo, and a great big dog, and this fish tank. But the fish actually recognizes me, and it does recognize me. It's the weirdest thing. So he knows me. I've been going up there for years, just to say hello sometimes. And nothing else better to do. In my block, there's Hindus and there's Mexicans and there's a Japanese woman, Iranian guy. There's all sorts of different people. Isn't that lovely?
It sure is.
Yeah, I really love it. It's there's all a whole load of us all different. It's nice. Yeah. So, Turks, there's a couple of Turkish people living here. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have all these different people here. Yeah. I wonder where they've gone. Oh dear. Well, I'm sorry about that.
Well, we did cosmic order to them, and we've got about. Let me just see. We've got about 17 minutes for that to come through.
Oh, you don't really believe. Well, I tell my praying. The chickpeas buried outside. I've got a whole cat cemetery outside my flat. There's about 7 or 8 cats buried out there. Yeah. I pray to God to resurrect chickpea. I mean, that's how crazy it all is. Yeah. Yeah, that cat was the love of my life. She's clawed away right into my soul. Never loved anyone like I love chickpea. Yeah. Oh dear. That's another thing about my parents, actually. I'll tell you something weird about my parents as well. My parents used to have this black cat called Sasha. And for the duration of them owning Sasha, I never ever once saw Sasha sitting on their laps. I never saw them once hold Sasha up in the air. You know the way you hold your pets up in the air and ooh and coo at them. Never saw that. Nothing. Even to a cat. And never to Raymond, of course, when he was a baby. Really weird. I don't know what sort of people can be like that with their children and their pets. I just don't understand. Don't you think it's weird?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and I never saw them kiss or cuddle. I never saw them sharing a sofa, even they were newlyweds. Nothing. Never saw it. Ever so strange. Weird. Yeah, I've never understood it. Yeah. They didn't even, I never once saw them cuddling Sasha, this black cat they had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was a lovely cat. But I love all cats anyway. And that naughty little Dave of mine, I think he's killed off all the mice. He hasn't brought a mouse home for weeks, so obviously there aren't any mice left. Naughty little boy. Yeah. He's lovely though. Did you have a look for Bob, the street cat called Bob?
No.
Well, he was a guy called James Bolam. He wrote a book on the subject, and he called the book A Street Cat Called Bob. He's the most gorgeous, gorgeous ginger tomcat. He is gorgeous. Bob, my Dave looks just like him. And basically, he just turned up one day, and then he stayed with this guy for about, 13 years or so. And this guy was actually a drug addict, and he was a street performer. And he ended up coming out, gave up the drugs, gave up street performing, wrote a book, and brought himself a nice big house somewhere. And this cat was the protagonist of all this. This beautiful, beautiful cat called Bob. And every time I see Bob on the screen or anything, I always feel like I just cry. Well, yeah, gorgeous cat. Yes. No one in the world is beautiful as cats. Okay, anyone has to say. Do you ever watch that thing with the puma? There's another guy called, he's got a puma lives with.
No, I didn't.
What about Catman 757? He's got a whole load of colony of cats up in Canada somewhere.
That one sounds familiar, but I can't recall it.
757, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got gorgeous cats.
I used to have a friend from Nepal. Well, I say a friend, he worked for me when I had a landscaping garden. He's from Nepal, and he used to have a load of cats.
Wow.
In his flat.
Yeah.
And I used to call him Kathmandu, my friend, because he used to do things for me, and he was a cat man. So, and Kathmandu was the capital of Nepal as well. So it worked it worked in so many ways. I used to call him Kathmandu.
Yes, that's lovely. Yeah, I like cats.
Yeah.
I think it's a lovely thing to see. Very nice thing to see. Men should have cats. I think it's very attractive to see a man with a couple of cats. Very nice indeed. Yeah, and there's another guy. Do you ever watch that guy who's got the Sensi? It's called, this cat Sensi, and Sensi walks around on a lead, and this guy walks around Italy with Sensi on a lead. And of course, there's Nala, the guy that Nala, the cat that goes traveling around the world with this guy on a bike.
Okay.
In Holland at the moment, oddly enough, cycling around Holland with a cat called Nala.
Lovely.
Yeah. Little tabby cat. Gorgeous to see. And I have actually bought a little collar and thing for Dave, but somehow or other, I don't think it's going to go along with that somehow. He's very independent, David. Oh, well, I'm sorry no one's turned up for you. Wow. Sorry.
What can you do?
Do you eat naked bars? You know the NAKD bars?
Yeah,
Yeah, good, aren't they?
they are nice. Yeah.
Aren't they gorgeous? You know, Amazon's been selling them half price.
No, but they are quite expensive, generally speaking. But
Yes, Amazon hasn't been selling for half price for quite a while. I bought a whole load. Yeah, I eat them a lot because they're very good, aren't they?
I like those I don't know what you call them actually. Eat natural vegan bars. Have you seen them for sale?
Oh
I think
no, I
they're called
haven't
Eat
tried
Natural.
those.
They're nice, yeah.
Oh right.
They're kind of like I think they got like oats in them and
Oh,
like.
right.
Well, I'm not sure. They've got like peanuts and seeds, I think, in them, but they've also got like chocolate on like they're drizzled in chocolate as well. Eat Natural vegan bar. Yeah, it's nice.
All right, I haven't tried
Eat
those.
Natural. I think they're a vegan protein bar, high in fiber.
All right.
So, yeah.
I must give it a try. But yeah, the naked ones have been on sale on Amazon for quite a while. Do you eat peanut butter?
Yeah, now and
Yeah, I
again.
love peanut butter. My favourite thing. Love it. There's
It is
nothing in the
nice.
world as nice peanut butter.
I've got some in the fridge actually.
I've got loads. I love it. I love peanut butter. Absolutely adore it. Yeah. Do you eat cherries?
I do eat. I eat the frozen ones.
Yes, I do as well.
The frozen cherries. They're kind of black. They're like black cherries. They're like dark cherries.
Just ordinary frozen cherries. Yeah, and I use that spray cream. You know the spray cream you can buy that comes out that thing.
Yeah.
But I love cherries. When I was young, in Germany we used to pick cherries off the trees. That's how different life was. We used to be able to go cherry picking. There used to be trees that were actually growing cherries. You could just go and pick them. And apples. Yeah, it's one of my favourite foods, cherries. Do you eat brown bread? Wholemeal bread?
I do.
Oh yeah.
But I eat gluten free.
Oh right, okay. That's expensive, isn't it? Isn't it expensive?
Yeah, it is.
It is expensive.
It's more expensive, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's quite expensive. Do you eat bagels? I like those sesame seed bagels.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how about Alpro yogurts? I'm sorry, I've got nothing else to talk about. Alpro yogurt.
It's okay, darling. Tell me what's going on in the news, if you could.
What's going on in the news today? Well, have a look in the Daily Mail. What's going on in the Daily Mail? Oh, God. Oh, can you hear me? No. See, I don't know how to talk on this. You can hear, you can. Some bloke's been let off. Hold on, you know what I find so terrible now? That all these people are being let off. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm writing a message at the same time, but I am listening.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just wondered if you could hear me. Yeah. Men who attacked Orthodox Jews with water pistols get let off with a slap on the wrist. Did I tell you a while back I was in Liddell and doing my shopping, and one of the security, it was only a couple of years ago, one of the security guards got in his head that I'd stolen a pot plant, right? I hadn't stolen it, but he got had. Now, I live in a world where it seems to be that shoplifters can just walk in there as and how they pleased. But I was stopped and bloody well thingied by Liddell's. Needless to say, I don't shop there anymore. Just interesting, you know? Because where I live, I've seen it myself in Tesco's. They just walk in, take the one, just walk straight back out. Nobody says anything. Stupid little security guard sitting there doesn't do anything. And Raymond, my brother, he's works in security. He buys expensive meats and cheeses on the black net. Yeah. And here's the summer. Kate urges people to ignite their inner fire and cherish the bonds of love and friendship as she releases second film inspired by the solace she took from Mother Nature during her cancer journey. Right, okay. I no more believe that story than I believe, I don't know, whatever it might be. You know what? Never mind. I won't say it.
I'm listening.
Oh, I don't believe she even gave birth to her children, you know, because when she came out of hospital, when a woman's given birth, women have become very, very, what's the word? Retain water in their feet and things. And when she came out of that hospital, there was no water retention in her ankles at all. For any of those children, it doesn't make sense. Because women, I mean, I've never had any kids, but I do know a couple of women who have. And you tend to find when they've had their babies, for the next 3 days, they look absolutely knackered. And they're all swollen and waterlogged. But not Kate, I noticed. Yeah, not much going on in the world. Oh, Island getaway loved by the wealthy forced to go vegan as mysterious tick-borne illness explodes. We'll go vegan. Oh, be just like us. Oh dear. Not much in the news at all, apart from lots of stuff about celebrities. Celebs. Apparently, what's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio is getting a hard time for going out with young women. I would have thought it was his business. Don't blame him. Why should you want to go out with some old bag? It was true, though, isn't it? Why would he want to? Oh dear. And Romeo Beckham is in St. Tropez with his brother. There's nothing, I'm afraid. It's all boring. Do you read the Daily Mail?
Now and again. I try to avoid it, but
why is that?
Because it's got a particular slant sometimes that gets on my nerves, you know.
Yes, it has got a very particular slant. Very particular. Makes me die. Oh, never mind. I'll keep them bloody self. But they've been criticising Jeff Bezos for all his terrible wedding and so ostentatious, everything else. But every day there's rubbish about the royals and how wonder-shown they are. And not remotely ostentatious. Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio is criticised for dating models under age 25. Jesus wept. Don't blame him. I like Leonardo DiCaprio. I think it's very nice.
Hello to Lily if you've just tuned in. Someone on Discord.
Somebody for you.
I don't know. Someone on Discord just asked, "Are we live now?" And we are. So if she wants to come on, the link is in chat. Do come on and say hello.
So what paper do you read?
I don't really read any one paper anymore.
Oh, right, okay.
It's a matter of just perusing the news. I don't really like to tie myself down to one publication because I don't quite agree fundamentally with any mindset. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they all have their certain skew on matters.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think any of them are 100% right. So
I think a lot of shit.
I like to be a little news social butterfly fluttering around, reading a little bit here, reading a little bit there, sometimes
Yeah.
disagreeing, sometimes, rarely, but sometimes agreeing.
Yeah. For me, it's the whole thing about
it does happen,
Bloody royal shit every day.
Indeed.
Irritates me. It irritates me.
Well, yes. So
it really does irritate me.
If you are listening and you'd like to come on and talk, please do. We are happy to talk about anything and everything. Tonight's topic was meant to be about possibly facing the end of global industrial civilization as we know it, perhaps the end of the human species by climate change. The fact that the world has been, as an ecosystem, severely and some would say terminally damaged by the human species. So we're happy to talk about that.
Do you know that the UK is running short of water?
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Oh, you weren't alive in 1976, were you?
No.
Because I was there in Portsmouth and we had no running water at all. We had to get our water from standpipes on the streets. It was actually quite good fun. And I was living right by the coast, so I used to go wash in the sea. But we had no tap water for weeks. We had to go to this standpipe to the bucket. And it was also good natured. I think we'd like if it happened now. And they were manned by squatties. It was all quite good fun, actually. Yeah, I remember it really well. It was just really hot summer. It was a very, very nice summer. And I spent a lot of time just crashed out on the South Sea beach. So I used to live right by the coast. It was nice. It was nice. Yeah, the water shortage. And it's funny because I wasn't even bothered by it. If it should happen this time, I'm going to be absolutely gutted by it. I really am. I'm going to find it very hard. And I am. But it's coming, especially now we keep letting untold millions into the country. I don't know how long this island can cope with that, because eventually I can't see how this island's big enough for all this. Just saying. Do you use face creams?
Do I use face cream? Yes, I do. I slap on the sun cream.
Oh, right.
And I don't really use moisturizer. I mean, my better half does tell me to, and sometimes I do just to keep her happy. But yeah, I don't really.
Yeah. Because I've got a bottle of L'Oreal Men Expert Power 8 High Hyaluronic Acid in my hands. It was Amazon was selling it half price. I bought myself a few bottles. So I'm using men's cosmetics at the moment, or men's toiletries. Yeah. I wonder why they have to have different toiletries for men.
Why are you using men's toiletries? Is it cheaper?
Because
are they cheaper?
It was half price. Okay. Yeah, so I bought myself a couple of bottles. Power Age High Hyaluronic Acid.
What the hell is that?
High hyaluronic acid plumps your skin up when you get old person.
Oh, but it's for men.
Actually, if you want to stay looking beautiful, don't sit in central heated rooms because it's dreadful for your skin. It's
really?
So bad for your skin. Do you know that yet?
What do you do? Stay cold in the winter time?
Yeah. I'll tell you something. It's really weird because I don't like.
Well, I know that people who. There was a thing, wasn't there? Like women who used to sit beside the fireplace, open fires, used to get kind of weird marks on their legs, right?
Yes.
Used to get like I don't know what they were, but they were like little
Yes. Yeah. I know what you're
there was
saying. Yes.
spider veins or something. I don't know what the
Yes.
fuck they were, but they used to get little red marks all over their legs.
Yes. Because central heating is shocking for your skin. I noticed it when I started working. I really noticed a difference in my skin because I don't use central heating at home because I like to be cold. I don't like to be too hot, and I just put more clothes on.
But is that not really bad for your RA?
What? No. Actually, the colder I am, the better. No, this heat makes it worse.
Really?
Yeah, that's the weird thing about RA. Okay, because you keep hearing about RA, it's all to do with the fishermen up north and everything else. But RA is actually caused by inflammation. Now, inflammation is heat. The body basically, because you know, all RA is one's bloodstream attacks one's body and it starts to heat up. So you get all this terrible inflammation. And so if you're in a hot place, you actually make it worse. And if you have hot drinks, you make it worse. So yes, in the winter, I tried to keep the heating off and I tried to keep
Incoming!
Look who's here. Look who's here to save the day. It's Gaia. Gaia says that heat rashes often happen when and to be continued. Hopefully he'll come on and explain matters. Gaia, brother, do you want to come on? And if you can't talk right now, you can mute yourself just to keep the show on the road if you want to. Gaia's got the keys to the kingdom, you know.
Yes.
He's got the backstage pass, you know. He has access to the controls, you know. Only Gaia has it, nobody else.
Oh, right. But I was saying about RA, and you know what gets me? Because I'll tell you something, and if you ever hear of anyone who's got RA and everything, be careful of the doctors, because I've been seeing these doctors 30 years, and not one doctor's ever said to me, you know, careful with heat and hot drinks and hot food. Because if you're inflamed, go around drinking hot cups of tea, you make the inflammation worse.
Really? Okay.
And they don't recognize this. It's quite scary. And you know osteoporosis? If your girlfriend's ever, you've heard of osteoporosis, right?
Yes.
They're trying to push these drugs, and these drugs are really lethal. Absolutely lethal. They don't know how to push them.
What do they do?
Well, basically what happens if you get osteoporosis, they put you on I can't remember what the name of the problem is. They put you on this drug which supposedly stops your bones from deteriorating. But it can cause horrible side effects like terrible indigestion and gastric problems. And so they give you these tablets to indigestion and gastric problems. But the indigestion...
And then they probably give you a fucking omeprazole or something.
Omeprazole, yes, it's really bad stuff. Because
that shit is really bad. My friend was on that. He became what's the word? He suffered from malnutrition because
it's a dreadful drug. They've had me on it.
The body he wasn't able to absorb his nutrients because his body wasn't breaking them down properly.
Yes, and they did that to me.
Did it do that to you as well?
Yes. That's what I'm saying to you. They put you on these drugs because
that's the one to kind of calm your stomach acid, basically.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it's a horrible drug. They give the most terrible drugs.
So basically, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So what happens is the drugs for the I can't remember what they're called. The drugs for the osteoporosis cause indigestion and gastric problems. So then they give you drugs to stop the gastric problems and the indigestion. And you know what? Omeprazole, whatever it's called, actually causes osteoporosis. So you're in this crazy circle, and they don't even recognize it. I had to find it all out for myself.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's very, very sinister. So if you ever hear your mother or your girlfriend say, "I'm going to take osteoporosis," just think very carefully, because I think that they overset the DEXA scans. Because they're trying to get everybody on these stupid drugs, and they are lethal. Really, such bad drugs. Terrifying. No, just say. I now take boron.
Oh, we got Gaia here. Gaia, welcome to the show. Gaia has something to say about heat rashes, apparently.
Yes. The prickly heat.
Oh yeah, I
Gaia
just
says
used to-
that. So go ahead, read your comment there, Gaia, or tell us what it's about.
Oh, I was just made a comment saying about how heat rashes often happen from getting too much infrared by sitting too close to fires. And
Yes.
I used to get them a lot when I was a kid going to my grandma's house because she had one of those old, historical houses with a fireplace. And, we were still allowed to burn fires at the time and all that stuff. So, I'd sit
Yeah,
by
but
the fireplace and get heat rashes all the time.
they were temporary. But apparently, they can cause a like an ongoing, long-term, even chronic kind of skin condition or rash.
Yeah.
Huh. I haven't heard of that one.
Like basically, your legs kind of melt a bit or something. Is that right?
Yeah, they really. I've seen it in other people. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting now as an adult, I'm sort of addicted to infrared space heaters. I fucking love them. Whenever I get cold, I'm in front of them. Even if it's in the middle of the fucking summer, if the AC
Well, they're
gets
so
too
bad for
cold,
you.
I'll be like sitting in front of the infrared heaters.
They'll
And
age you, Gia. You'll start to age quicker. Very bad for your skin. Just
oh,
saying.
I've actually discovered it's been helping my skin. Like I've
Is it?
never been able to tan in my life because I'm so pale skinned. I'll just burn like crazy. And it was really wild because I went to this event a few months ago and I got a little bit of a burn going on. And when I got back home, I was really cold and I was sitting in front of the space heater. And it's now been months and I still have a tan on my legs. It's been
Oh,
about,
so
3 to 6 months and I still got a tan going there. And I'm going, this is awesome because we got so much fucking UV in Nevada that you get burned so fucking easy that I'm like, no wonder no kids go outside. You're getting told by, parents and medical professionals and all these people, if you're not wearing, sunscreen, you're going to get cancer. But if you're wearing sunscreen, it's going to alter your endocrine system and you're going to have hormone issues, and it's just like a fucking mess. No, they actually made this thing called the Sunscreen Act. I think it was of 2016, and it was actually about trying to force the FDA to try to make it so new sunscreens can be on the market. And I'm like, holy shit, man! It's been 10 fucking years and not a single new sunscreen is on market. One of these ones that you see in Europe or Japan, that are ecologically safe and don't fucking kill bleach all the coral reefs and alter all of our endocrinology and our hormones.
Right. I don't use sunscreen, I must admit.
Oh, I don't either. I use sunblock,
No, I
which
don't
is
use that either.
mineral-based sunblock, using things like zinc or titanium, but I don't use any of those chemical
No, I
sunscreens.
don't use anything.
Those
That's why I
chemical
don't go out anymore.
sunscreens are nasty.
No.
No, I'm actually gonna at this point. I'm just gonna fucking order some Japanese sunscreen off eBay because I'm like I need to get outside the house more often, and I'm not gonna fucking let the sun fucking keep me inside. That's some bullshit. I've had that my whole fucking life, man. We're like reverting as a species. We're going back into the fucking cave.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I do know. I have. But I'm too. You know what? London's becoming so dangerous. It's not It's not safe to walk on the pavements anymore because of the pavement cyclists, and the police don't give a shit.
Hmm.
They don't. They just don't. They don't
Yeah,
even
no,
bother.
it's a real mess around the world when it comes to the cities and transportation with the cars and the bicycles. They're trying to let all these cities use both, but it's really like you got to use almost one or the other. Because I know we got sort of the same thing going on over here. But it's more about the bike lanes. We have the shittiest markings with the bike lanes. I was noticing that the other day there was these car merging, the lines that say, you're a car driver, start merging, and they were literally in the fucking bike lane. I'm like, okay, so this is gonna get the bike people to think that they're supposed to drive on the road, but then there's another bike lane a few hundred feet down the road. It's like it's a fucking mess. It's confusing. Like people don't know what to do. There's laws saying that you can't ride your bicycles on the sidewalk and that you have to ride them in a bike lane or in the street, but then they don't differentiate when to use the bike lane, when to use the street.
Here it's just a free for all. Very fed up with it.
Free for all. Yeah, that would be a mess in London. You know, you don't need like some fucking India level fucking congestion with all this fucking chaos. Like that's just
Yeah.
not going to work where you guys are at. You got all you got all this AI freaking for your what's it called? Your street lamps and everything. You know, your
Yeah.
street lights and everything, and it's not going to be able to process all that chaos.
No. No, it's getting worse and worse. I'll tell you something. I'm glad Tesco and Amazon just deliver everything. I really am. So it's going out there. It's like bloody Wild West. No, it's not. It's bloody dangerous. It's terrifying. I've been knocked over, but literally by paid cyclists. You know what they do? They spit, and the police don't even care.
Yeah.
They don't even bother.
No, that's just the police in general, though. Like because frickin' I recently looked into the assault laws, and I discovered that assaults are a really broad legal classification.
Yes.
You know, and that's where just spitting in someone's direction, that is an assault. And
No,
you know that's where the police assault everybody left and right every single fucking moment. The second they're coming at you with a disrespectful, authoritative stance, they're assaulting you. You know, they're getting you in a threatening situation where you feel threatened. That's the legal definition of an assault. So you know, it's just an absolute mess on how they handle that stuff.
yes. Say that again. Yeah.
Right.
I've been victim of it.
Oh yeah, I've seen so many videos of people getting assaulted and battered in front of police officers, and they won't fucking do a thing. And what's even worse is I've often seen it where they'll have video recording of the assault, and the police officers will go, "Oh well, we can't arrest anybody unless we actually saw the crime. You know,
Yeah,
you have a
you know,
recording isn't proof." And I'm
they
like, how the
really.
fuck is it proof in the court of law, but it's not proof in front of the police officers that are supposed to enforce the law?
Anyway, Gia, we're supposed to be talking about end of days, okay?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Go back to
So
the
do you think there's going to be World War III soon?
yeah, but not in the way that everybody likes to sensationalize it and blow it up and catastrophize it. You know, I don't think we're gonna be dropping nukes or nothing. I think there's
Don't
just
you?
gonna be a lot of AI warfare with drones and internet and economic terrorism, that kind of thing.
So what's your take on the whole thing with the Georgia Guidestones? You know they used to be the Georgia Guidestones, where the
Yeah, I
elite said
I know what you're talking about with the Georgia Guidestones. So what
they
about
want to.
them?
Well, you know they want to decimate the population down to 500 million. They have to, in a way, because I tell you something: if resources are running out, plus it become more and more polluted, you know, and they want the land, and they want this, and they want that.
Yeah.
I think I don't know what's going to happen. I do believe the West will fall. Western Europe is going to be completely annihilated. I believe, but that's just me, grumpy old me. I'm a grumpy old bag. But you know what scares me
I
is
think I know what you're coming from in the sense that the culture itself could be completely radically and fundamentally altered. I don't think like the actual countries and the societies themselves are going to go completely away in Europe, but I
don't
do
you?
think you know the culture in Europe is going to completely radically change.
Oh yeah, I do. But you know what scares me? You know what terrifies about the whole thing is because you know I believe the revelation. I don't know if you believe the revelation, but I do. So
Okay.
even if one survives all this, then you've got the mark of the beast to deal with, and I'm not going to get marked. I've already made my bloody mind up on that subject, so I'm screwed anyway. I
Oh
am.
boy.
Well, I
Yeah,
am.
you you mix the Gnostic and the eschatology together, and you're bound for some fun times.
Well, the thing is now, unfortunately, I believe what it says in the. I just believe the revelation. I've always believed it. I don't know why I believe, but I believe it, and I do truly do believe that when all this, whatever's going to happen in the UK, is finally over, by that time the economy will have crashed, and I suspect some corporation will take over, and it will be okay. Well, there's maybe I don't know. Yeah, Mark of the Beast. It's only a chip, but I believe it. So, but you know what I do find with the whole thing, the Mark of the Beast, okay, is that that it says in the Bible that those who take the mark, even if they're proletariats, they're going to be damned for the whole of eternity. So, if a normal working class person gets himself chipped in order to look after his children, he is still damned for eternity for doing the right thing. That I find very worrying.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah. I just find it interesting that a lot of people go from the perspective of it, if shit hits the fan, if World War III is going to happen, it's going to be 100% destruction, all the bombs and stuff, because I think that, they don't need to actually go out and, do a genocide to reduce the population. I think that the necropolitics that they've been engaging with is killing enough people to where, they don't need to actively go out and mass murder anybody.
Well, I think maybe Putin might decide to drop a couple of bombs somewhere. He has said
he might, he
has
might.
said he'd like to see the UK
I'm
under
not
the
saying
sea.
they won't be bombs dropped in certain areas. That's going to happen no matter what. I'm just saying, I don't think it's going to escalate to the point where, our species or our planet is destroyed because we've unleashed all of the nukes.
I
Everybody
don't know what to make of it all.
Everybody always goes to that scenario, and even when I start studying MAD, the mutually assured destruction and the philosophy behind it, I'm just like, I really don't think that they're actually going to go the full fucking, push all the buttons, like we've been alive for, for 60 something years or whatever since all this shit's been going on or whatever, and we haven't blown ourselves up yet. The Cuban Missile Crisis happened. We didn't blow ourselves up. I think we're starting to learn how to not blow ourselves up when it comes to the nuke bombs.
Oh yeah, I don't know what to think anymore. But the end of the day, man has never invented a weapon and not used it.
Right.
But I don't know what's yeah, I don't know.
No, the one that always trips me out about the nukes is, did you ever hear about the guy that actually survived both nuclear bombings?
No, but
there was this Japanese man that literally got bombed in one of the cities and then drove to another city, and then that city got bombed. He survived 2 nuclear bombs in 2 cities.
Meant to live.
I'm just like, could you fucking imagine, like you talk about survivor's guilt and stuff, like imagine the processes going in your head, to survive 2 nuclear
he's obviously meant
blasts.
to survive, he's not allowed to die.
I'm honestly amazed that Japanese dude didn't like start some fucking cult and say he was Jesus. Like, seriously.
Yeah, still. No, I don't. Yeah, I think Western Europe will be destroyed. I think UK, Netherlands, France, Spain, all those countries on the west, they were going to be really well and truly screwed up. I really believe that.
I think moderate Islam is going to find some way to blend with and integrate with the society of Europe.
No, I tell you, they take over.
Oh, no, they definitely take over. But
if you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now.
It's a fucking
the link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I couldn't hear you.
I was using a metaphor of like teeter-totters, the little teeter-totters that kids play on, or they used to have, they don't really have them at playgrounds nowadays, but the teeter-totters, one kid on one end, the other kid on the other end, they, go up and down and they push each other up and down, just the physics of how it works. And I'm going, that's what we're sort of doing right now. We're playing the teeter-totter with the culture and the power, and I'm going, eventually that teeter-totter might turn into a scale, where we decide, okay, let's just sit here and watch, look at each other across the horizon of this board.
No, I truly do believe that Europe will be taken over. I really do believe that, because they've already said it. They've already said they will, and Islam does. It takes over.
No, but that's what I'm saying is that about the teeter-totter, that moderate Muslims taking over the country, it's going to change the culture and change how you live, but it's not at all like, extremist, or really high or really conservative Islam taking over your country. Then,
I think they will.
Like I hear all the time about, these English people, all the mass immigrants are coming over here and they're going to enforce Sharia law, and it's
they
like,
will. They've already said it. Oh, no. They've already made themselves quite clear on the subject.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the Islamic people that your state couldn't screen out, and they just lumped them in with all the moderate Muslims. And it's like that's the problem, is that the state security of all these countries. It's like we have AI and the internet and all these backgrounds and profiles on all these people, and you still can't figure out if somebody has associations with the terrorist group or not. You're still fucking doing these screenings and fucking airports. Oh, this is a random screening. Okay, sure, it's random.
Airports have nothing to do with it. They come in via the English Channel. But I've lived in the Middle East. Okay, I was dragged up in Aden and Bahrain. I've lived in the Middle East, and I've also visited 5 countries. I've been to Beirut, Lebanon, which was a Christian country once, has now become an Islamic caliphate. They will take over. That is their plan. It's been their plan from the outset. They will take over. They won't take over America or Canada anywhere, but they will take over Western Europe.
Yeah, that's where you're thinking Islam like state, not Islam like religion. Islam as a state, is going to be political.
State. You know what? They've already apparently. There's 700 of them working at the Home Office. You know that the Home Offices are sort of political thing. 700.
Yeah.
It was in the paper. They will. I mean, they've already said it. They've already said they will, and they will do it. Same in Holland and Germany and all the countries along the
Well, you were saying that airplanes have nothing to do with it, and I get where you're coming from of the English Channel and your location.
Well, they're coming on little boats.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I'm coming across from the bigger, the geopolitical perspective of, that when 9/11 happened, we introduced all these security measures around the world, and that we did all these things that really didn't actually help the situation.
Did you believe 9/11? Did you believe 9/11?
What do you mean? Did I believe it? I've
always believed it was an inside job, actually.
Oh yeah, I used to believe in that big time. That it was an inside job. Now I'm like, it doesn't really matter whether it's an inside job or not. Like, what happened? What matters is how we reacted to it. Like I said, like for instance, the shoe bomb shit, the guy that failed to detonate a shoe bomb on the airplanes, and then all of a sudden around the whole fucking world, nobody can go through the airlines without you putting their fucking shoes in the little boxes and fucking having them x-rayed. I'm like, that really, that was a little ridiculous, it's like, you're supposed to get to the bombers before they even get on the plane. You're not supposed to fucking do that. Like, I think that's what they're sort of trying to do, but it's just fucking the way that they process their logic is a little, lopsided, and sometimes tend to go a little circular.
Because you know what, 9/11, right? I don't know what happened in America, but here in the UK, when they were talking about Building 7, saying Building 7 had fallen, the bloody building was still standing up behind the reporter doing the reporting. That's how stupid and ill, how bad everything. It's just complete mental. And also that those buildings fell into their own footprint. Now, for a building to do that, it has to have bombs inside to ensure that it will fall into its own footprint. Because they did fall into their own footprint. It wouldn't happen if a plane fell into them. Now, I've always believed it was an inside job, always. Because the guy who owned that building insured it for several £billion.
Oh yeah, no, I remember hearing all about that, because I think there's actually a movie that they made about like the insurance and stuff, and figuring out how each person that died, how much they were worth. Is this person worth $1 million? This person worth $10,000? Like they had to decide the value of each person that died because of the insurance and all that bullshit.
No, I think I've always thought it was an inside job. I don't know why. I've always thought about Pearl Harbor too. I think that's an inside job as well.
Pearl Harbor, you thought was an inside job?
Yep. Huh. It's an inside job. Why would such a small country like Japan attack a mighty kingdom like America? Why would it do that?
Oh, that's just fucking Japanese, like, imperialism, the Bushido, all the fucking warrior mentality. Like, those people had bigger egos than the Nazis did in many fucking ways. Actually, yeah, they pretty much did, Imperial Japan.
I like Japanese people.
Oh, I love Japanese people and Japanese culture. I'm talking about, the fucked up aspects of the culture. Like, did you know that Japan has never apologized for the atrocities they committed during World War II? They literally go to the point where they pretty much go genocide denial and say that we never did a genocide in China. No, the second Sino-Japanese War was not real. It didn't exist. We didn't do these things. And it's like,
well,
fuck.
Japanese.
Germany at least admitted that they fucked up, and Japan's still like, nah, we didn't do nothing wrong.
Oh yeah, no, but then at the end of the day, everybody commits utter horrors in wartime. I expect the Japanese did some too, and I have heard about the Americans raping and pillaging as well.
Oh yeah, the Americans are like some of the fucking worst of the war criminals and the things that they fucking do. They're like the Israelis. The shit that Americans do, it's fucking atrocious.
All at it.
The fucking Abu Ghara or whatever, that fucking prison in Afghanistan or whatever, like, shit, man, they were torturing all sorts of people.
Yeah, they say the Americans just as bad, same as the Brits. We're no better. Because I'll tell you something funny about the whole thing with the Brits, okay, and the whole thing with America. Well, not America, Germany and England, because there's all this weird stuff going on. But my mother lived in Rotterdam during the Second World War. She was a little girl. My mother knew what the Germans were doing to the Jewish people during the Second World War, but the British authorities saying they knew nothing about it. So how come my mother, as a 6-year-old, knew but the British authorities didn't? Doesn't make sense. They allowed it to happen. They allowed it. It's true. Because my mother knew. Hello?
What was that?
I said my mother knew.
Ah. She was in on something, huh? Not like
no,
in
she
on
was a
something.
little girl. No, it was
common knowledge. I didn't mean in on something like ideology. I mean like in on something like she was in the know on like knowing something.
Well, everybody was. It was common knowledge in Rotterdam. Common knowledge. Because they used to watch the people every day round up more and more Jews to ship off to Germany on the trains. Everybody knew what was going on. But the British authorities, oh no, we don't know. We didn't know.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about for sure now. Yeah. No, all these European countries were complacent in the fucking atrocities that happened during World War II.
Precisely.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they knew.
Yeah.
Because my mum knew. Little girl, she knew. It was common knowledge. Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting, all this. Because I believe when it comes to the top of the pyramid, all this war, but it's just a game of chess for those at the top of the pyramid. And the next war will be another game of chess for the top of the pyramid.
It's a game of chess for fucking, I'm just laughing because the people that play war are playing chess. The people who are playing reality are playing Go.
Yeah.
Go is so much more complicated than chess is. Yeah. And, people always go intellectual and political at chess, oh yeah, it's a chess game. And it's like, yeah, it's a chess game for all the fucking foolish kings destroying everything. Yes. But for all the real leaders, the real people, we're playing Go. We're dancing around chess.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I love the game of chess. I just...
If you play chess, I can't play it. I must admit, I haven't got the patience to sit down and learn it.
Oh, that's funny. I'm great at chess in this sense that I'm not like some grand master or something, but I know I have the capacity to do that. I just don't want to do it. It's sort of the same thing that you're at. It's like, I don't want to fucking spend all this time and energy to be a master at this when there's all these other things in life that I could be doing. And because that's the biggest thing with me with chess is that it's all about fucking ego and politics. They turned it political. They have fucking, oh yeah, Russian grandmaster versus American, and the Russian dude won, like, oh, Russia must be doing something right with their communism or some bullshit, like it's always political. And even if it's not political, even if you're just playing with another person, it's always an ego thing, you know? Like, people take so goddamn long to play because they just want to win, because they're playing out of their ego. They're not just playing to have fun. I love playing chess casually, where it's like I'm not doing a speed run, but I'm not taking fucking 6 hours to play a game. It's just like we're just, you know, going off of our first instincts and how we know the rules and how it sets up, you know? But there's barely any people that play chess like that, you know? It's really hard to find chess players that actually want to play it casually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. That's
So
what I
what's the
discovered.
weather been today in the US?
What's that?
What's the weather been like today in the US?
Oh, it's hot again over here today. Not quite as hot as yesterday, but like it's around the same temperature, but it doesn't feel as hot.
Oh, right. Yeah, I slept all day today, so I wouldn't know what the weather was like. Thankfully.
Oh, I did too. I was just looking at the temperature now. It's 5 p.m. here, so
yeah, it's 1 o'clock.
I have this problem where I don't have insomnia, but I have delayed sleep. You know, so I'll like stay up fucking too late. You know,
because you don't work, do you?
No, I don't work.
Yeah, I'm a pensioner.
That's where I can tell that it's like the years of not having any social life and not having any job has made it to where it's like I run on organic time, you know, just nature's time so much that it's sometimes hard to use like human time. Yeah. I'm like, really? You all fucking do this bullshit with clocks and sort of just innately know that 10 minutes had passed because you're so obsessed with focusing on this shit so much? I'm like, holy shit, man. Like, modern humans worship the damn clock. They worship time.
You know what I understand about America and the welfare state? You ought to see these YouTube videos of these really, really obese Americans. What I understand is that the welfare state allows it in America because it's not like the UK, a bit more as generous, but they seem to spend all their day eating. They don't work because they're too fat to work. But they have a car, and I think, well, how can you afford a car?
The car situation is the one I agree with you on. All the other ones, I'm more side on the side of error or whatever. Of just I err on the side of caution with the other ones because I'm like, you know, a lot of people on welfare and stuff, they're living in food deserts. You know, you don't have access to any actual groceries or food. You know, you're eating absolute processed shit, just Hot Pockets and fucking McDonald's. And, you know, how the hell do you not get fat when the only food you have access to is absolute filth, disgusting garbage, you know? But the car one, I definitely agree with you on the car situation, you know, because I've actually seen some people that, you know, have 2-3 cars, and it's like, dude, you have like one job and you have 3 cars, like, what the fuck? Like, it's crazy. And I'm seeing so many people that have multiple cars, and then meanwhile, I'm like, fuck, I've gone over 10 years and never had a single car.
Yeah, how do you live in America without a car? How do you manage that one?
You fucking don't. You're just an isolated person. Pretty much everybody except me that doesn't have a car just ends up fucking killing themselves because you have no transportation or any social support if you have no car.
Yeah,
like
America, a car is pretty well mandatory, isn't it?
Yeah, no, exactly. There's you know a city bus here that's the only transportation. You know, like public transportation is a city bus that has, you know, odd routes at odd times and is not very helpful.
So can't you get your food delivered by you don't have Tesco, but you must have a supermarket. Don't they deliver everything?
Yeah, you can get food delivered, and you can get fast food delivered or groceries and stuff. But I saw a lot of that during COVID, but it seems like I'm not seeing much of that now. You know, people aren't really doing that. But ironically, I'm probably going to start doing that more because I now live on the 3rd fucking story, and it's so much fun walking up 6 times up and down 3 flights of stairs in 90-degree weather.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about America. I've never been there. It's I look at America and think, what a bloody nightmare.
My city is like San Francisco in regards to how hilly it is. So even if you have a bike, it's a nightmare to ride your bike. You know, it's just, oh
Yes.
wow, everything's Lombard Street. It's all fucking up and down and curvy. And oh my God, I have to put so much extra effort and energy into pedaling this bike. And that's where it's like, literally, you have to fucking be rich in this city to have any transportation. You know,
All
oh,
right.
you have an electric scooter, you know, oh, that cost $1,000. You know, you obviously have enough money to afford to spend on that, you know, and that's where it's like, you know, I have no fucking money, so I've never been able to fucking even get an electric scooter or nothing.
Right. All right. Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I've never, yeah, like I said, never been to America. I
Oh
only
no,
know what I've
that's
seen.
where I'm constantly thinking of that nowadays with that necropolitics and how they design people to design the system to where people will kill themselves so they don't have to feed as much, and so they have all the resources. You know, it's like they really don't need to do genocides. They just do all this bullshit that causes people to fucking unalive themselves because of freaking, you know, just it's like that's so fucking human.
Because it's,
It's like it's a
yeah.
human need to socialize and to move. You know, like we have so in the Constitution or in our, like, you know, some of the strongest legal documents in America, there's this thing that says, you know, you have the right to move across state boundaries without being impeded by the state. You know, so like if I want to drive from Nevada to Arizona, you know, by law they're not supposed to be able to, you know, impede me by any like border stops or anything. And but in practice it doesn't really fucking play out that way, you know, and it's just a fucking mess because it's like, okay, I have a legal right, just like in your England where you have the right to roam, you know, we have the right to
Oh no, we
cross.
don't.
Well, they're
That's
getting rid of
not
it.
entirely
They're getting
true,
rid of
actually.
it, but you've had it. America's never had the right to roam. Like you have to fucking pay to get into national parks and shit, you know, like it's fucking ridiculous. And
Yeah.
yeah,
The right to roam. 92% of the land in this country is out of bounds to the proletariat. 92%. So
yep.
we don't have the right to roam. That's a lie. Same with this whole
Well, that's
freedom
what I'm
thing.
saying. Legally, you have the right to roam, but in practice, you
We
don't.
don't.
You know,
No.
that's where there's always a difference between the you know the law and what the law actually looks like in the real world. You
Yeah.
know. Because yeah, no, I hear about all those, you know, old NIMBYs, you know, fucking, you know, moving their boundary lines, moving their fences and blocking off public access roads and shit just because they're irritated by young people, you know, walking near their home. And it's like, you know, like some of them it's understandable when their boundary lines are really crazy, but you know, some of these people are just old grumpy farts that are, you know, pissing everybody off.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I know, all the balance in life, isn't it fun?
Yes.
It's like it's like you're always standing underneath one end of the teeter totter while somebody's jumping at it and about to behead you with the damn board.
Gosh, I must just found it. Oh, because what's his name? Didn't believe what I was saying about this whole thing. Old Grumpy Guts about the 92% of the land. There it is. D&W. Ooh,
DW, you there? You falling asleep, bud?
naughty! What a naughty! Wait.
Oh, that's weird. Now I have a thing popping up on my screen. Some of your destinations have errors. Is DNW a destination? What the hell does this mean?
I don't know.
Fucking computers, man. The people that make them are illiterate. It's crazy. You know how
Where's
to code, but you don't know
D&W?
how to write an English sentence?
D&W. What a naughty! D&W. Grumpy Guts. Grump. Ooh. He's gone.
Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry about that. I was in the other room, but I was listening.
Right.
I'm in the middle of doing something though, so I won't be able to.
That's nice.
I'll come back in a bit.
Right. Now, just let me tell you something. In the UK, a significant portion of land, particularly in England, is not freely available to the public. There is an estimated 8% open access. Estimated 90% is not covered by the right to roam.
Well, I mean, that's kind of okay. I mean, do you really want the average Joe walking around your field of you know,
But
sweet
most of
peas
the
or
land belongs to
fucking
the aristocracy. Most of this land belongs to the rich, the aristocracy,
right.
dukes and all that shit. No, and for it's used for hunting on, because you know they like to go hunting their foxes and their
Yeah, I don't
birds.
like that. But haven't they banned fox hunting? I thought they banned it. Anyway, listen,
No,
I'll be
well,
right back.
thing is, they can't ban. Oh,
I think they
D&W.
banned some of the fox hunting, but some of the
Yeah,
other
but the
hunting
thing
is
is,
still allowed.
it can't be policed, okay? Because the police have to have a warrant to go on the land.
Oh, oh
So it can't be
shit!
policed.
You just pulled out a really good point there, Chickpea.
Yes, I
Yeah, for
know.
reals. When you're a giant rich land baron and you're fucking illegally hunting foxes on your property, who the fuck's going to stop you?
Who can stop them?
Right? No, the fox hunting in particular is fucked up because that's why they banned it, because of how they use the dogs. You
Yeah, but they
know.
can't, but the royals still do. You know what? The Rotten Royal family they go deer stalking, killing deer, and that bloody bitch cat Kate and her husband, they go out killing birds for fun. They're a right pair. And then everybody says, aren't they lovely? They're so lovely and so caring. And oh, I love them. Yes, I'm a bit pissed off at the moment, but that's what the truth is.
I love how you and me are the same, Chickpea, when it comes to people fawning over fucking celebrities or public figures. We're like, oh my God, like
I
people.
hate them.
Right? It's like it's mind-bogglingly how sometimes the human species can be so much
It's
like
sickening.
fucking
It's
what are those
sickening.
things called? Not sheep, those things that fucking that they claimed ran off cliffs.
Yes.
Lemmings.
Lemmings, or God knows what it was. But you know what
No,
sickens
you
me?
know, did you ever hear about the lemmings? Did you know about that cliff dive? They don't run off cliffs. You know where that story came from? This will
What?
make you so mad. So I think it was 1953. There was this Disney film made called the Wonderful World of Nature or something, and that's
Yeah.
where they filmed all these. They supposedly filmed all these lemmings jumping off a cliff,
Oh, that's
but in
terrible.
reality, they bought thousands of lemmings and forced them off of a cliff and filmed
Oh,
it.
Jesus Christ.
Right? So I know how fucked up is that, and because they did a mass killings of lemmings on cameras and said that they do it naturally as a species, all these people bought into it, that lemmings are just a stupid thing that God created, that they go run off the fucking cliffs. They're like dodos, except for some reason they haven't. They're still alive. They're still here. And it's like, gosh, they're not that fucking dumb, apparently. Like, we're just assholes making a species dumb because we're fucking evil pricks that go
Yes, we
killing
are evil
thousands of
pricks. I've
them.
always thought that. We're a nasty fucking lot. Like anyone says.
I just like that made me so mad when I discovered that. Like I remember hearing something controversial about that, but then I discovered that they literally killed thousands of these lemmings, and I'm like, that is so
Bloody
fucking
disgrace.
fucked up. That is so cruel.
Horrible. Yeah, I think the way we treat animals makes me utterly sick, and I think, quite frankly, us humans should go extinct. I'm so sorry to be such a bitch about it, but I don't see it ending all the while we're here. Because the truth of the matter is, as a human being, I'm so dependent on about 1,000 people. So I need this, I need that, something else has to be done. That the chances of there being a world where none of this, all this, what we're talking about, could happen is remote. It's nil, in fact.
Meanwhile, I'm like, whether we're extinct or alive, it doesn't fucking matter. We'll all probably go extinct in the end, and some aliens will fucking clone our DNA 5 million years from now, and we'll fuck it all up all over again.
Yeah, they don't fucking mind it, because I tell you, I'm sick to bloody death of it. The only thing that keeps me going is the love I have for my cats. That's the only thing.
We need to get the singularity and the cloud consciousness working and stuff, because at this point we need to upload Chickpea into the fucking cloud just so she doesn't have to worry about the reincarnation bullshit.
No, I don't want to be uploaded to the cloud, thank you. It's the last place I want
you're
to
saying
be.
you don't want a little cat heaven of your own to just have
No,
all
I
these
want
fucking...
nothing. You know what? I want nothing. I just want oblivion. I just want oblivion. I don't want another life. I don't want anything. I'm knackered. I am so tired. I'm absolutely, I'm 70.
But isn't that because of the situation in life?
I'm in my 70s. I'm exhausted. I'm absolutely knackered with it all.
So is that more time or experience?
Well, it's just time and experience. I just find life on this planet so bloody taxing.
Because if it wasn't time, if it was only experience, then it would be situational that causes your, how you perceive life or death.
I don't like
and
it
what
here.
you want.
I just don't like. I think it's a bloodbath.
That's right. No, I get where you're coming from, and I can agree with where you're coming from. I'm just saying that that like fuck, like you're saying that a whole existence of just bliss and cats and just be that wouldn't change how you feel.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen.
Okay. You just don't like to entertain positive hypotheticals. Is that what it is?
Yes, precisely. Yeah, I'm a pessimist. Yes, I'm a terrible, dreadful pessimist. Dreadful pessimist. I'm the worst pessimist I know. And I am. And the thing is, it could never happen with cats because a cat is a carnivore. So the cats be out killing. So we're back to where we started. It's sad, sad, brutal reality.
Yeah.
Because cats are carnivores. You can't turn a cat to a vegan, much as some people like to say it. You can't.
No, it's funny. I swear to God, I must have been attacked by a cat when I was a kid because I've always had some level of anxiety being around cats. I remember seeing this viral video that everybody thought was hilarious. I thought was fucking terrifying. And it was of this little young boy, and this fucking cat just jumps at him and tries to bite his neck. And this little fucking boy is just screaming bloody murder and trying to keep this cat from biting him and stuff. And, all the sister was laughing and stuff, and everybody online was laughing at the video, and my first thought is, holy shit, this kid is traumatized for life, man. He's never gonna be not have intense fear around cats. He's gonna be one of those people, like those people are afraid of dogs, that, oh my God, there's a cat, and freak the hell out. And but it makes a lot of sense, though, if you think about it, though, too, because it's a predator going after your neck. That's the most vital part in your fucking body. Like, it's going full primal, the human's going full primal, and it's just not good for anyone,
Yeah. Thank you, dear.
What?
Hello.
You there?
Grumpy cats. Oh.
We have Jay in the house, the Wanderer.
Wander.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Not much. Just chillaxing.
Great to have you here, brother.
Yeah, great to be talking to you guys too. It's been a minute.
Now, D&W, have you read the message I sent you? There, just on your screen. See, 92%.
I'll look now. Where is it?
Well, I've put it in the private chat in a little square.
Nothing's showing up for me.
Oh, it's here. Do you want me to read it out to you?
I can't look at it right now, darling. I'm doing some work. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's nice. Are you eating as well?
Yep.
What you eating?
You got to make sure it's vegan, D&W.
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Sure.
Sorry.
What?
Prune, walnut, and dates all mixed up and squashed up together.
Well,
in a little ball.
good. God, that's very good.
Oh, you have no snack, huh?
Very bloody tasty.
Yeah.
Only thing is, I think it came from Ukraine, and it's out of date.
Right.
And I think it fell off the back of a lorry in Ukraine, and my local convenience store is selling them, and I don't know why, because they're out of date. They're out of date. Like, he sold them. They're out of date. I bought a few packets of them, but they're out of date. They're from, it says on them, 24th of October 2024, so they're well out of date.
Well,
but they still taste. He's selling them really
that,
cheap, and they're really tasty.
Yeah, I bet they are. It sounds really good. I like stuff like
man,
that.
I miss when expired food was still quality and tasty.
Well, it still is. You can still eat expired
Not
food.
over here in America. Our stuff is literally rotting on the shelves.
Oh, yeah, you buy shit in America anyway. American food's rubbish.
Oh, well,
Tastes great, but
we have nobody to fucking pick the food off the farms anymore. So when they finally do pick them off, they're picking off rotting fucking fruit and then shipping it in hot trucks where it rots even more.
The farmers should pay the proletariat more. That's why they won't pay you.
Yeah, you got to play. Yeah, you got to.
Well, we have all the Mexican migrants that work the farms here, and Trump deported all of them, so we don't have anybody who work the farms.
Yeah, well, so I've got the unemployed to do it.
And they're the unemployed won't even do it. I wouldn't even do it, and I actually appreciate work ethic. You know, they don't pay you fucking shit to be a fucking farmer here in America. It's like practically below minimum wage. And it's like, that's where it's fucked up. If you want to get Americans to get on the farms, you need to incentivize them with the actual livable wage.
Well, the farmers should pay the proletariat more.
Yeah, I'm confused about that. Why should farmers pay the proletariat? The farmers are the proletariat.
No, they're not. Some of those, they're bloody multimillionaires. They pretend to be proletariat.
Only the big, like, Monsanto kind of fucking shit, you know, like that kind of stuff. But, you know, no, like the actual, you know, like some onion farmer or something, you know, like that. Literally, they can't do it themselves. They can't fucking own their own farm. They can't even live on their own farm. The only way they can do any of that is to have a fuck ton of, you know, undocumented migrants to do all the work for them.
I don't know. I'm afraid that, yeah. I don't know what the truth is, but you know, it sickens me that the proletariat are paid so little to do the dirty work. That just always pissed me off.
I just remember there used to be like these federal grants, and like the government used to actually pay the farmers because they recognized how important, you know, the feeding the nation is. And it's like they don't fucking do that anymore. Like they don't help the fucking farmers at all, and just the farmers have no fucking help at all.
All right.
I have a lot of empathy for farmers. I don't have a lot of empathy for doctors and all the fucking ethics and bullshit and bureaucracy with that. But when it comes to the farmers, I have a lot of empathy for the bullshit that they're going through right now. Just because you're living in rural America does not mean you should be treated like this. That's like they're shutting down all the hospitals in rural America, too. That's becoming a really big problem. That's what I'm saying. Like they're literally trying to kill off all the people that don't live in the cities. Of
course, that's their plan, isn't it? To kill everyone off. That's their plan.
Anybody that's not in the cities, they're trying to kill off. You know, they're going, okay, we'll make sure that we close down all the hospitals and relocate them all to the cities. And, you know, it's a minimum 3-hour drive. It's a minimum 3-hour drive. So good luck if you're in labor and you know, having a miscarriage or some shit. It's fucking crazy.
But life's always been that. Over the years, they've got us off the land, and now they're going to I don't know what to make it all anymore. It's a bitch, and then you die.
Yep, that's why I say, like, it's the truth though. Like, again, I've said this a million times on this channel, but yeah, life is a net negative. It really is. It's just It's just a bunch of stuff. It's just a bunch of suffering with a few moments of relief here and there, but it's overall suffering and negative states, and then you just die, and that's it. It's just all meaningless and pointless.
No, you don't just die and that's it. You bloody well recycle.
Well, maybe, we don't know. It's possible.
Well, we are.
Man, you made me laugh with that comment of, you know, life's a bitch and then you die, because that's from like Biggie Smalls, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and it is. Yeah.
Apparently, all the Christians now are saying that Biggie Smalls is in hell, and I'm just like laughing my ass off.
Wouldn't they say that about? Wouldn't they say that about like basically all celebrities though?
Yeah, probably.
Life's a bitch. Life's a bitch, and then you marry one.
Not me. I'm good. I'm not gonna seek out marriage with anyone.
I don't want our units getting stuck together. You know, I'm pretty glad that the human species doesn't have that problem.
Yeah. But yeah, Chickpea is right. It's just life. Life is just a bunch of pointless struggle
Yeah, it
and
is.
suffering, and then you die, and that's it. It's really, really tragic.
Yeah.
And no one wants to talk about because, again, we
I just be
for
happy.
some yeah, like society just likes to pretend that none of it is true and that this place is just one big happy
Yeah.
merry-go-round and stuff, but it's not.
No.
We've gotten like we're really good as a species. We're really, really good. I would say collectively and individually, we're really, really good at lying to ourselves about how bad life is.
Yeah.
See, and this is where the
Okay, you're
secret
top
is.
5%. Otherwise, it's a bunch of shit.
This is
Yeah.
where the secret is the merry stoicism and freaking damn it, I just lost my masochism. Merry stoicism and masochism together, and whatever fucking life throws at you, you will fucking be able to manage.
I mean, yeah, but life is, but okay. If we look at like the fundamental, like how fundamentally existence or reality is, it's all absurd and pointless, isn't it? So it's like, why is there all this suffering to begin with? It's all just needless. None of it
I would
is.
say it's absurd. I wouldn't say it's pointless.
Okay, what's the difference? What's the difference between something being absurd and something being pointless?
Well, something being absurd is something being so, off the walls crazy that we can't process it as a species. Something not having a point to it, though, that's a really more nihilistic take that, maybe the point is the point, and that's
So
where
it's just suffering for the sake of suffering. That's it.
yeah, maybe, and that's where.
Well,
But
again, that's ultimately like it's okay. Maybe pointless isn't the right word, but it's ultimately just essentially
zero sum game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one works. I agree with that one.
You know what I mean?
Well, that one makes actually objective sense if you think about it, in the sense that every human being ends up dead. So there is that final goal, end point, that final goalpost.
You don't just end up dead. They recycle you. You're going to come back for another stint. Don't you fret.
I ain't fretting. I already saw that shit, man. I already saw the multiverse and the eternal reoccurrence and how everything we've done, we'll do again, and that it's all pointless. And I loved it. I was good with that. I'm fine.
No, I'm not fine, because you don't get to choose where you end up or what type of being or situation or circumstance you end up being spawned into.
Oh, that's illusions of egoic power, brother. You don't need that power to feel comfortable or secure or safe.
No, there's no way. I don't feel there's no way for me to feel comfortable amidst all this suffering. It's just not possible.
Well, there's limits to it. That's where I'm like, I view torture as the worst, sin that our species could commit. I'm like, murder is actually graceful and ethical compared to torture. So, I get where you're coming from with the spectrum of, of suffering, because, mild to moderate suffering is something you could sort of manage, but severe suffering affects us all.
Mm-hmm. Wait, and actually, now that I think about it, I think you can say that all the suffering is pointless because, objectively speaking, there isn't a pointed, right? Because for there to be some sort of objective pointed, that would mean that objectively there's some sort of meaning to life or to existence itself, but there doesn't seem to be one. It's all subjective, so it is all ultimately like subjectively meaningless. You know what I mean?
That's why I love the term transjective, because transjective throws a whole blunder in this dualistic contrast where, you're either subjective and illogical and absurd and I can ignore you, or you're objective and I should listen to every fucking thing you say. It's like, no, I think life is transjective, where we make meaning out of the relationships we have, whether it's a relationship with our faith or our relationship with our girlfriend or whatever. It's a transjective meaning making process. And that's where, if it's a meaning making process, maybe the point of life, maybe the question is the question, maybe you're going too far and too deep when the actual answer is very simple.
So what is the answer then?
I was just saying, like the answer is the answer, the question is the question. It's a self-referential loop. And if
but that's not really answering any question, so
It's not in this. It's one of those things where you can't really. It's nearly ineffable to be able to communicate with the human language to another person and get them to be able to process and understand what you're saying. But it's one of those things, it's like the difference between research and practice. Like if you've practiced something and lived it, but you don't have all the research behind it, you can't really explain your situation that well. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe, but okay. So what are you basically trying to say? That the point of life itself is life itself. Essentially, it's
Yeah,
basically
it's
a
sort of like that. Yeah, it's that we're overthinking it. We're trying to
no,
push
but it's not
extra
over.
meaning into it.
But it's not overthinking, because at the end of the day, like all this suffering exists for no. Like for example, right? Why do we have these bodies, for example, that require all this maintenance and is so easily prone to suffering? It's needless. It doesn't need to be this way.
Mm. I think that's where maybe though the pitfalls of human idealism come into play. Like idealism is a beautiful thing when you recognize that it's not the objective goal. It's just the guidepost to reach toward a better future. But a lot of people take idealism in different ways and use it in different ways, and that's where we'll often go like, okay, well, why do we have these bodies? Does pain and suffering exist? Why do we have the need to eat? Why do we have to defecate? Like why isn't
Yeah.
things just more static and non-dual? But that's where I'm saying is that that you also want you also need the contrast of the dualism. You need the non-dualistic unity, but you also need the dualistic contrast. Otherwise you're not getting the whole picture.
No, but that's what I'm saying. We don't need. It doesn't, like, literally doesn't need to be this way. What I think it is that here's my theory. My theory is that like existence itself, like I think that there at some point in the past, I guess you could say, there was like some source that contained basically all the potential that could ever exist, and for some reason it decided to maybe explore itself, and maybe like we're a part of that chaos and that potential exploring itself. But in so doing, it probably didn't realize that it can maybe cause all this needless suffering. You know what I mean?
A little bit. I got a little bit of that. Huh.
Yeah, it's basically like similar to what like a lot of like non-duality teachers would tend to claim about God, which is that it is basically like just a source of all the potential that could, I guess, yeah, all the potential that could
Yeah.
potentially exist.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I know what you're talking about. The infinite potential within the non-dual.
right, and so we are just a part of that potential expressing and exploring itself.
Yep.
Right, but
Yep.
that's what I'm saying is that it's why does it need to explore its potential? It's not necessary. You know what I mean?
That's where I think that time is the biggest thing that's screwing us all up with these questions on existence or God or time or just the process of things, because I think time is the biggest thing that's blundering us all up and slowing us down, because like I came up with this metaphor the other day. I came up with this metaphor of God is God is a exploding firework, and we're the embers falling through the sky, and we're worshiping the unfired shell.
Wait, say that again. That was kind of deep.
Okay, yeah. So I was saying that God is a exploding firework. We are the falling embers, worshiping the unfired shell. See, and that's where I'm saying I think time is what's fucking with all of us, and where it's confusing us. Because time is both materialistically real, but metaphysically an illusion.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, because no, that's where I was going through hell. I couldn't love myself. The only way I could love myself was to love my future self, and all of a sudden I'm loving my present self because I love my future self, even though I hate my present self. Like that was some fucking trippy, fucking metaphysical time fucking magic, you know? That like because it's like I'm going from the more objective human standpoint of I'm thinking of my future self because time's gonna move regardless. Whether I take care of myself or I get blackout drunk, I'm gonna become my future self regardless. So it was one of those things where, you know, there's these two opposing or seemingly opposing, you know, sort of illusionary states contrasting each other, and it just fucking spins us all around.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
then, given that you're talking about time, well, then where do you see all of this headed to? Like, where is existence? What is the ultimate goal of existence itself? Like, where is all of this headed to?
I think it's samsara. I think it's eternal reoccurrence. I think that, you know, that we're both in that Kali Yuga cycle, the end of the cosmic, you know, existence, that the universe is in the process of dying. But I also think we're in the age of Aquarius, where some of humanity is starting to awaken and, you know, see the truth. And, you know, I think that, like I said, I think that it's a multiverse, a Russian doll that's just always moving, forever and always moving. It never had a beginning, and it will never have an end. You know,
So you tell
it's
me that all this suffering and stuff is just gonna be eternal. It's not gonna stop.
yeah, no, definitely.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's tragic, isn't it?
Yes.
When I went through my trip and I was told that, yeah, it was existentially traumatizing, but somehow I learned to process that, like I said, where I sort of married the stoic in me with the masochist within me, and now I'm pushing that Sisyphean boulder up eternally with a fucking gleeful smile on my face. I'm like, damn, yeah, this boulder's heavy. I feel like I'm on coke, man. This is a fucking blast.
A blast?
Right? Yeah, it's a blast.
I don't know about a blast. I don't know. I just hearing that it's gonna be eternal
I turned
suffering.
the hell into a celebration, my man. I turned the flame into fireworks. I am just having a
How? Like,
party.
no, I just can't bring myself to do that. Like, I literally try to block out all the negative things
Oh, well, it's
about
not
life
about
and
blocking out the negative. No, it's about balancing the shadow and the light. You know, it's about
no, but
balancing the
again, why does it
soul and
need
the
to be
shadow.
balanced? That's what I'm saying. Like, why does there need to be trauma and to balance out all the joy? But it's not necessary.
Well, yeah, it's more of a washing machine than a balance, you know. It's there's periods where it's like I need to let my shadow out and I need to engage with the darkness, but then there's other
What?
periods where it's like I need to stay away from the darkness. I need to engage with the light.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. There doesn't need to be any engagement with the darkness. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you see, but that's where I disagree. You know, I'm a trans dualist. I think that we need to engage the negative and the darkness. We just need to find out how to do it ethically and not be evil sons of bitches.
But there's no way for it to be evil. That's what I'm saying. Is that why? Like, okay, let's say for example, right? If life itself or existence itself is using us as a
Hello to Retro.
hello retro. But yeah, if life itself or existence itself is using us as a conduit to explore its negative or dark
Yep.
side, why does for example the dark side have to include things like diseases or people being raped or animals being viciously tortured and eaten? Like why do all these
Yeah.
horrible negative things need to exist?
Yeah. No, I
That's
know
what
what
I'm
you're
saying. It's not
saying.
necessary. Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. From the non-dualist perspective, it's entirely unnecessary. It's suffering. It's illogical, immoral. You know, but you know, then you go to dualistic side. You need that contrast. You need an enemy. But then you go to the trans-dualistic side where I inhabit, and I go, okay, there are no enemies. There are no allies. It's all just a spectrum of It's all just a spectrum of situation and perspective and context. It's just all about perspective and context. I mean, if consciousness itself is perspective, then perspective is the fucking key. It's the golden key that gives you the answers, that gives you the guide, that makes you find where you need to go.
But there is ultimately nowhere to go, right? Since this is on an eternal journey, so it's not going to have an endpoint anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
that's sort of true too, though.
Yeah.
But that's where it's fun because it's one of these like again, I think it's a transjective sort of thing where that we have fate, but we also have free will. It's
No,
just.
I don't think there's any free will whatsoever.
I think that I don't think there's free will in the objective sense, but I think there's free will in the transjective sense.
Okay, what does that mean exactly?
So like we can't just say well I want to cross I want to escape the end of the heat death of the universe and transfer transfer for across dimensional planes. It's like we as a species probably will never have that technology, but at the same time there's this
What about these people who say that none of this is true? It's all just a conspiracy theory, that there isn't entropy. Okay, that there isn't such a thing as the heat death of the universe. These are things that are used to demotivate us and make us feel shit about reality, that these things don't exist, that there is no entropy, there is no future heat death of the universe. Everything is just going to continue forever. And they're really just trying to make some people unhappy.
Oh no,
I
that's a valid
personally,
perspective
I've
too.
heard that. I've heard
Yeah.
that, but I believe in entropy.
I believe
I'm
in
just
both.
putting that out there.
I can't really make up my mind between the two. I love them both so much. I really can't just choose one. I'm like they're at the moment they're more contrasting than synergizing, but I really can't pick one or the other. They're both very valid perspectives. I like to engage with both of them.
I mean, it is a theory at the end of the day. There is the possibility that, for example, we do live in a multiverse, and that, for example, there are ways to other universes, and like as one ends, you might be able to get into another one. I mean, I know.
No, that's actually fascinating. That brings a really fascinating topic because my salvia trip, the first hallucinogen I ever did, was so intense that I literally couldn't fully process it for a decade. And a decade later, I was taking a shower, and all of a sudden, I was processing it, going, "What if I actually died during that trip, and my consciousness went across the multiverse and just went into another one of my bodies?" And that's something that science can't prove one way or another. You could say I'm crazy all you fucking want, but science can't objectively prove that one way or another. We just don't have that technology with science.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that there are multiple versions of you. I was merely suggesting there were multiple universes.
Yeah.
And that basically you could go into another universe. I wasn't saying that your consciousness could go into your body in another universe. I don't know. That could be a possibility.
No, I don't know either, but I think it might have actually happened. I don't know. Again, science doesn't know. I run off of science as well. I can't, use science to deconstruct the, logical pathways and go, okay, this is complete bullshit, or maybe there's some truth to it. But I just experienced, my perspective of, engaging with this, thought process, and it was the final thing that made me actually be able to process that hallucination in a positive light. I was like, yeah, maybe I really did die, and I just transferred my consciousness into another, version of me in a different multiverse, because it really did around the timing even too. It was like, fuck, I all of a sudden COVID's happening and all this crazy shit's happening. Maybe I really did go into a different parallel universe, because I don't think that shit, like, people were crazy in my original one, but I think people are just a little bit crazier over here. If I am over here, if I am in a different, place. But that's where it's just a fascinating, load of fucking absurdity. It's just most people are going to medicalize that kind of train of thought and demonize it. But I'm an open-minded philosopher. I look at that train of thought and I go, as long as I'm not overly engaging it or deluding myself, it's a fine thing to think about.
Hi, Divine. Julie.
Divine, are you coming on?
Divine's in the house.
Hey,
I wonder how her internet
Divine.
connection is working. Is it a text-based internet communication today or a verbal-based internet connection today? Guess we'll find out.
But yeah, Gaia, I just to me, it just feels like life is more traumatizing when it is joyful. You know what I mean?
I think that
No,
too.
I know exactly where you're coming from because my first near-death experience, I actually experienced that non-dual bliss state that we're all wishing it was reality. Because the first time I fucking drowned, I drowned in a hot tub and I literally became a liquid particle within a liquid universe and everything was just pure bliss. There was, no suffering. There was no negativity. It was just pure and utter bliss. And that held on to me for a long time. For a long time, that made me, when I'm trying to deal with the problem of evil, I was comparing it to that blissful non-dual experience I had, and I'm having a hard time, going, okay, how could I have had this amazing experience, but reality is so much fucking different, like that's.
Mhm.
I'm being fooled one way or another. Either reality is lying to me or the hallucinogens lying to me. And but then after a lot of trips and a lot of processing and researching, I managed to process that in a different way. Because I think time and the problem of evil are the two biggest things that are limiting our species from moving forward spiritually or ontologically or whatever word you want to use.
I don't know. It seems like humanity peaked a long time ago, and that we're on a steady decline right now.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if there was no evil in this planet and there was no time in this planet, I'm pretty sure we'd all be in agreement of, whether God exists or doesn't, or whether it's this God or that God, we'd pretty much just all fucking be in alignment, It would be more of that non-dualistic, type of universe that that we often wish existed.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Everything's fine.
I'd be fine. But yeah, I don't know. To me as well too. Like I've also like I'm feeling like it's the theory too that we're all just a bunch of animals who just happen to evolve a high level of consciousness, and that we live in a different universe, and that there isn't this this deep spiritual reason behind why we exist, and that it's all it's all indifferent. I feel like that theory is true as well. So I guess the atheistic point of view.
Yeah, it's
Essentially.
more the science point of view, the secular scientist. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
I
'Cause
can't
I struggled with that
remember,
world for
Jay.
years.
Jay, I can't remember if you've ever had any strange paranormal experiences.
Oh no, not really. I guess the closest would be a few what do you call it, sleep paralysis events, but that's basically just about it.
I remember you telling me about those. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they are
Sleep
weird. You saw
paralysis is not
a
fun.
kind of figure, didn't you, at the end of your bed, an old hag or something, right?
No. Usually when I have them, I try not to open my eyes because I don't want to see what could be holding me down. So I just try to close my eyes and just try to shake it off so that it goes away.
Right?
Yeah.
Sleep paralysis is not fun. I think I've had sleep paralysis 3 times in my life, and yeah, they're not fun times.
No, they're not.
I'd rather have a vivid nightmare any day than sleep paralysis.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm a really grumpy old bag during the day, but I have beautiful dreams, no sleep paralysis, no nothings. And
You have beautiful
sometimes
dreams?
What?
You have beautiful dreams?
Yeah, I've never had a really bad dream my whole life.
So what makes your dreams beautiful?
I think it's because I'm a grumpy old bag during the day that I've let it all out.
Oh no, I didn't mean like psychologically. I meant like what in your dreams make them beautiful? Is it like cats
Nothing,
or
I'm just
flowers
happy.
or sun or what?
No, I'm just happy in my dreams.
Oh,
I'm a totally
okay.
different person in my dreams what I am when I'm awake. It's like I'm a different
really?
person. Yeah. And
Oh,
sometimes
wow.
I wake up and I want to cry because I'm different.
Yeah,
Well, maybe your mind traveled to like an alternate universe where everything is nice and happy and yeah.
Or maybe Chickpea fell into the wrong universe too. Maybe
Yeah.
this wasn't her original universe.
Yeah, maybe.
Seriously.
Well, I feel the same way as well
That would
too. But
actually make a lot of sense on just like the mood and like the constant mood. You know, it's like if you actually sense something in your soul or your DNA that everything has changed, everything has shifted. Like, yeah, that's gonna be a little discerning, or you know what I'm trying to say, a little, you know, anxiety inducing, not fun, that kind of thing.
No. Got any pets, Jay?
no pets.
Why not?
No, because I've heard that the pet industry is an evil industry. So
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, the puppy mills.
yeah,
That shit's fucked up.
it is. Yeah.
I agree with you. I'm the same way when it comes to pets. I'm like, I would love to have a pet, but I would want property, and I don't want some fucking kennel, fucking genetic mutated modern dog. I want some actually real healthy dog.
Oh,
Yeah.
mine are just mugs. Mine are just Easter mugs.
And this is somebody that loves Chihuahuas is talking about that. You know, I love Chihuahuas, but at the same time, I really don't want any modern dog that's had all of its genetics
Right.
altered and, you know, getting all these health problems. It's just fucked
Yeah.
up and cruel.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and then taking it away from its family and stuff. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Don't ever say that non-vegans don't that there's some non-vegan that has no clue about animal rights. Some people really fucking love animals, but they just aren't in a situation where they can do that kind of thing. Because that's where in practice I love veganism. Yeah, I'm like, everyone should be a vegan, you know? It's just when
Yes.
people get, you know, religious about it, you know, like you need to be a vegan or you're a piece of shit. You know, that's the stuff that irritates
Hello,
me.
Divine.
Oh, hey, Divine.
Hi guys, thank you for
Divine.
and letting me be part of the chat. And
Oh,
thank you for having such an
oh,
amazing time for us to be able to
oh.
just hang
God, I'm
around
about to
and
call
laugh.
T-Mobile for you,
Thank you.
or Motorola. Jeez, Hazel, what's up with that? I'm sorry. Your thing's all glitching up.
Oh, we can't hear me.
X.
Yeah, it just keeps, you know,
Oh,
doing that electronic wobble.
oh, that's too bad. Dang it.
I
Yeah,
can hear
Let me
you at
see
the
if I can make
moment.
some small
You sound
adjustments.
great at the moment.
Okay. I just got done fixing a little bit of something that I thought might be interrupting it. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, it's sounding great at the moment. We can hear you nice and clear.
NASA never went to the fucking moon.
You're letting the people listening in know, huh? That you letting them know that you
Yeah.
know.
Okay, now they haven't been listening to me all day long until I click into here because I'm speaking my truth and I'm not holding it back. I'm telling everyone everything I know.
Yeah.
And they have been hounding me lately, absolutely hounding me. My internet setup is all strange now. Everything's different. And they're monitoring not only my phone calls, but my texts as well. Yeah. But anyway, just an appreciation for everyone here on the chat. Thank you, DNW, for providing the platform. I so much appreciate you. And I just love being part of this community, and it means a lot to me. Nice
You're
fun.
welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You
Oh,
make
I was at,
you make it what it is.
it was at my daughter-in-law's birthday party. She's 44 today. And her and I, let's just say we have a clash of minds at times. We don't say words, we just don't agree with what each other is saying or doing. And we don't say anything to each other, so that makes it a lot easier. Because then we can't actually say we had a falling out. But anyways, it was a beautiful time. We planned to get my son a 55-inch television and put it up without him knowing it. And, you know, so we're going to have fun. So that's where I've been at her birthday party. Whole family was there. It was a wonderful experience. Of course, it always is. So, yeah. It was beautiful.
Well, how sweet.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I'm like full of shit. I'm telling you. I asked for a special something yesterday after when we had our chat on And then I was expecting to have to wait because when you ask for something, sometimes you have to wait. I'm sitting in the parking lot, just dropped off my client. Instantly, the answer to the prayer came through, and I am ready to write a fucking book right now. I am like, woo, let's do it.
Get to it. When you are called to write, go for it. If you're not
Oh
there
my
yet,
God.
don't push it. But if you're getting that calling, go for it.
I just had a hiatus at her house having the birthday party. I wanted to be home writing. It was like, I was like jonesing because I needed to get home. I'm like, oh my God, I got to get home. I want to write. I want to write. I want to write. So that's all right. I'll be up until tomorrow anyways. So no big deal.
I know I'm all laughing. You got insomnia. I got delayed sleep. And then half the people are in London. It makes dealing with time to connect with each other really fun, huh?
Yeah.
Now I have it.
DNW is napping right now going, what?
Yeah, well, it's 2:00 in the morning here. I'm going to sleep soon.
I'm gonna go, guys, but I will listen, but I am getting ready for bed, so I have to go.
All right.
Okay.
So
You have a
Gaia,
good one, DNW.
Gaia, as usual, brother, you're in charge. And by the
All
way,
right.
Gaia, I heard what was said yesterday by Yvonne. I know it was in jest, but yeah, I'm not using you. You know that.
Oh, I
as
know that.
say,
Like I said in
as
that
as
video.
this, if this channel does ever
Yep.
grow, I'll bring you guys with me. You know that.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
That.
you're in
You
good
know
faith,
that.
brother. It's all good.
No, but you know that if you do want to do something with the channel, if it does grow a little bit, then you know you could be a co-host, and whoever else wants to be one. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But yeah, I'll talk to you later then, guys.
All right.
Okay, night, Grumpy Gut.
Bye.
All right. See ya. Have a good night.
Oh dear. Do you want to hear about the fleas?
Please.
Yeah, I've got 7 cats, and my flat is infested with fleas because there's fleas outside, and the cats go out and they come home, jump on my bed, and leave fleas everywhere. So it's absolutely lovely, having a lovely time with the fleas.
I don't know if they have that over in London, but they have this spray that has all natural orange oil.
Oh, I've been spraying and everything, but these fleas are really I think they're becoming immune to everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, the actual flea sprays, I think that if the flea sprays haven't killed them, then they're definitely, like a new generation of fleas that have developed their resistance to that chemical.
Resistance to them, literally.
That's where you need to use the... Did you just say Listerine?
No, I said I'm finding it very, very hard to get rid of them.
Oh, huh. That was actually funny. I swore I heard you say Listerine, and the second you said that, I was actually like, that actually might be a really good idea. Listerine is alcohol in it. It dries out their exoskeleton so they can't... Yeah.
I can ship you over...
What?
I can ship you a gun. That'll do it. The bastard.
Holy shit. Wasn't there an episode
I got a BB
of Family
gun.
Guy where that happened? I could swear there was an episode of Family Guy where that exact same thing happened. They hired an exterminator squad and they come in guns ablazing, shooting at all these fleas.
Yeah, naughty cats.
Oh, you guys watch too much GDTV. I can't believe how much you guys watch TV.
Oh,
that
I
is crazy.
Way too much TV.
No, I don't really watch TV except for like one show.
Oh, good. And you and me can talk then.
Except horror and reality television.
I can't relate to any TV programs or any movies at all, except the ones I watched, like when I was forced to watch them, because I was all about music and reading. And one movie part that I love, and I'm not telling you what it is because you know me.
You're starting to break up a little bit, Hazel.
Oh shit! But
Uh-oh.
I know this whole group's gonna end up fucking becoming fucking Hazel's advocate. We're all gonna be calling T-Mobile and fucking Motorola and shit, and get your shit in order. Fucking A.
Yeah.
For
Yeah, I have a
reals.
Galaxy. Just in case you call them, I have a Galaxy. I don't have a Motorola phone.
Ah, okay.
I have. I'm with T-Mobile, and I have a Galaxy 21, and that Galaxy 21 should last me another 10 years.
Oh yeah,
because
no, it
everything
totally
that they're
should.
putting in the ones now, they putting in the ones back then.
Yep.
Because my daughter-in-law actually does work for T-Mobile, and she said, no, these phones are fully equipped. They start making them sound lousy and do lousy things because they want you to invest more money in another phone and want you to be on the update latest one.
Oh no, Apple
she said,
does that bad.
I said, but obviously, if your phone is working fine and you just see glitches in it, and then she gave me a list of things that you can tell if you're being monitored. Yesterday during the chat, my phone got so hot I couldn't touch it. I had to go into the freezer and get a freezer pack to set it on.
Holy shit.
I couldn't even touch my phone. Yeah.
That's
they're
really
being
hot.
pricks to me. They're being real pricks to me right now.
Fuck.
It's like, wow.
I'm sort of laughing. I'm like, we should just start a class action lawsuit and sue these people for scalding our faces with these bullshit phones. You burned
It's
us.
crazy.
You burned us. You're gonna
My
make
hand
something
was
that's gonna
beat
blow up and
red.
kill our babies. Like, we're holding you accountable.
Like,
Seriously, all
I
the
couldn't believe how hot it was.
The lithium batteries are getting scary, man. Like, they're putting them in everything, and they're not making them as good as they used to, and like they're getting hotter, and it's fucking getting scary, Like, they're making all these disposable vape pens with the lithium ion batteries in it, and I'm going, okay, everybody's throwing in the trash cans. They're going in those trash compacting fucking dumpster trucks and exploding and starting fires. I'm like they cause so many fucking fires, and we're just making more and more of them, and nobody's talking about this problem with lithium ions going into the landfills and starting fucking fires and stuff.
Must tell you something. We've had fires in England, in the East End of London, thingy fires like everybody else is having. Wildlife fires.
Yeah.
Starting in the UK.
Yeah. Oh, there's lots of wildfires all over the place. I actually found something really interesting about the wildfires.
This is the UK. It's supposed to be a cold country. We're on the 55th parallel. We've got
well, it's less about the cold. It's more about the moisture. If you don't have enough moisture, then the wildfires spread really easy.
Yeah, apparently it's been very hot today.
That's why you never hear about wildfires
with the weather
in the U.S. South.
I know, yeah.
The U.S. South is so goddamn humid. You never hear about wildfires. What was that?
The planet's in a tilt, remember?
Yes.
We're in the middle of the shift, and what weather we've always had, we're not going to have, and we're going to have traits that other places have had. Like, we've never had our grass turn to brown, ever. And our there's no one mowing their lawns right now. And if they are, they're stupid. They just want to keep the landscaper there for something to do. Because everybody's grass is crunchy when you walk on it. And this is the first time it's been like that in decades.
So it's from the water, you think, not like from the heat? Because I know the
from the
plants get the heat
95,
stress and they all
98
wilt.
degree weather we've got. We've had 95 and 98 weather, extreme humidity.
Yeah.
And I mean, so much that when you stand in the sun, you can't breathe.
Yeah.
It's not fun. It's not fun at all here.
Damn.
It's the same here. Get prickles. I start to tingle.
Man, I get lucky. I get jealous over all you people that have higher humidity. Like, everybody that lives in higher humidity hates it and complains about it, but I've never been bothered by it. Like, I remember going down to Disney World a couple of times, and I fucking loved how hot and humid it was. It was fucking relaxing, and it actually made me feel cleaner than I do over in Nevada, where it's dry as fuck, and it's ironic. Most people feel the opposite way. Most people are like, oh, I get all sticky and I feel dirty. And it's like, nah, I feel fucking dirty with how fucking cold and dry it is here. It's like, fuck, I feel my skin cracking, and then my skin cracks, and that's probably why I'm feeling dirty.
Yeah.
No, I always find that interesting about the high humidity though, because there is actual like danger when it comes to like certain areas like India where it's really hot and really humid, because like you sweat over there and your sweat literally does not cool down your body.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's like hot steam. Ugh.
Yeah, no, like, well, that's the whole thing, is that sweat is made to cool the body through evaporation. And when the air's too humid, the water doesn't evaporate. So it literally just doesn't cool you at all. It just makes you even more dehydrated.
Yes, it's called the wet
Oh, a
bulb.
good way. I know a good
Yeah,
way
the wet
to.
bulb. Yep, you're right. You're right. Yep.
I know a good way to prevent dehydration.
What's that?
You take a pint jar with a plastic cover. You put a quarter of salt in the jar, and you fill up the rest with purified water or distilled water.
Yep.
And you let it sit on your counter for about 12 hours. The next day, you take a clean glass or water bottle, and you put a portion of the water in the water bottle, and then you fill up the rest of it with water. It'll taste a little salty, and if it does, that's good. Now, what that does is that salt, because it's Celtic salt, it will go into each one of the cells and the membranes of the brain, places where it hardly gets hydration. It'll open up all those channels, and you feel like $1,000,000. You've got energy and you feel good. It's so good for you.
Oh, yeah.
So,
no, that's one thing a lot of people miss out on hydration, is that the sodium. A lot of people actually have low sodium and need the salts. Even with
yes, you do need organic salt because we come from the ocean.
Right?
That was
No,
our
for
entry
real.
point. That's
Well,
our
fuck,
entry point.
just look at all the animals that need salt. You see those fucking goats literally climbing up the side of fucking dams, 90-degree fucking angles, licking the salt off these dams. It's like, it's pretty obvious that the animals as a species and overall need salt.
Mm.
You ever see that, Chickpea? Did you ever see the videos of the goats climbing up the side of the dams?
Yeah, no, yes.
Isn't
I'm
that-
always saying it to vegans. You keep hearing about vegans. Oh, it makes you feel so dizzy and so this and so that's because they don't get enough salt. Because when you're vegan, you don't eat meat, so meat
also
is
when you're eating vegan, you're not
is
getting
using salt, not getting enough salt.
Yeah. Well, no, it's also when you're eating vegan, you're not eating all this highly processed stuff where they add all the salt. That's
Right,
another
yeah.
big part of it.
Yep.
Yeah, but they're not adding decent salt. They're adding just that Morton stuff, the stuff that's over
They're adding
processed.
literally sodium chloride. They're not adding sea salt that has all the other little micronutrients and micro minerals.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, no, I use sea salt. I use the Celtic gray sea salt.
Yeah,
That's my favorite stuff.
Yep, that's what I use. I use that for my baths, and I use the white part for my water, and then I use pink underneath my tongue when I'm just like sitting here and I just feel like sucking on some salt.
I use magnesium chloride for my baths because magnesium chloride, because have you ever heard of magnesium oil?
Yes, I actually am going to be making some pretty soon.
Oh yeah, that's why I love buying magnesium chloride, because you just buy some bulk jars of magnesium chloride and you can use it in your bath, or you can add it to little spray bottles and make concentrated magnesium oil. Because it's so funny that it's called magnesium oil, because all it is magnesium and water, but the magnesium feels so slippery that it feels like oil. And that's where float tanks are a trip. Float tanks are so trippy because they are water and they feel like water, even though they feel like oil. There's such a trip getting in a float tank. If any of you ever have the opportunity to get into one, I would highly suggest trying it out.
So what do you do for I mean, like, what do you wear? And is it a public thing or what? We have one down the road. The only reason why I'm asking is we actually do have one down the road, but I don't dare to go check it out because I don't know. I'm not a like, and I'm not overweight. I look phenomenal when you look at me. I mean, I've got all my pieces and parts together in all the right places, but I'm just not a person that likes to go out there or be, ever since I was a kid, I just don't like doing it.
They're cleaner and socially easier to handle than going to like a public pool, for instance. You know, you go to a
Yeah, I would
public
never go
pool,
to a
you're
public
always
pool.
overthinking everything, you know, like,
No.
but, the float tanks are really, no, the setting is more like, getting a massage or something like that, like
Oh, okay.
it's really professional, and that you just go in a room, and you go in a float tank in your swimming suit, and you just go in the float tank
So
and
it's a
relax.
private gig. It's not anybody else is in there at the same time.
No, not really.
Okay.
No. Yeah. No,
Okay.
they just have a little time limit thing in the office that says that the time is up and they, knock on the door and come in and, knock on the little float tank if you didn't hear the door knock and let you know that your time's up, that kind of thing.
Okay. I'll
But
try
no,
it.
they're freaking they're fun. They're really 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 relaxing. They make your whole body
Maybe
just fucking melt.
maybe next month or the month after, because this month we're buying a 55-inch television for my son.
Ah. Yeah, I need to get one for my place soon. My TV's on its way out. It's at 100% brightness and it's just getting darker and darker.
He's just an amazing young man. He's a teacher to handicapped and challenged kids,
Oh, that's cool.
special education. He's also a coach for PAL as well as the high school level and junior high school level. The guy never expects anything, and so we've planned this whole thing behind his back, and we can't wait to see his face because he's going to be standing there and looking at us like, you shouldn't have spent your hard-earned money on this for me. But you know what? There's no one in this world that deserves this television more than he does because he's
That's
an avid
awesome.
football player. He teaches and coaches football. He's a professional coach, and he just needs a big ass television to watch it on.
Ooh,
And
here's something to
preseason
think
football
about
is
too.
coming.
Here's something
What's
to think
that?
about, Hazel. They have projectors that you can buy for around $50. You should look into getting a projector as well, possibly. If he ever goes camping with some friends and wants to watch a football game or something, he can bring that pretty much wherever and have a big ass screen. He can have some fucking 100-foot fucking screen out in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, maybe he would do more if he knew that he could do that. Because he's so pooped out at the end of the week. He comes over to my house and helps me not cut down wood tree, but he helps me cut and split wood that's fallen.
Yeah.
And he does that every weekend.
No, I have a lot of respect for people, for teachers that work with kids like that, because when I was in high school, they denied me the education that I was legally required to get. And then they practically forced me into a job role without paying me because I was a minor. And basically I took care of the CLS classroom. I helped teach the kids with Down syndrome and, with all these different intellectual disorders, I teach them throughout high school.
Yeah, you notice why my telephone's working now? I had to set it on an ice pack.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Holy moly. It's literally like it's glitching up just because it's getting too hot. That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that. That's wild.
Oh yeah, they're sitting here and they're like monitoring it constantly.
Man, we're all
because they know I'm on it. They know that I am on it now. And boy, oh boy, I am telling the fucking world I'm not holding back. It's like, hello, you guys, you're done. I'm done. I'm not playing no more. I'm not hiding no more. I'm coming out. So, yeah. Sometimes you can't hide who you are. You've got to share it with the world. And that's why we're here. We're here to crack the matrix. And we're here to let our lights shine and let us be who we are and stop hiding and stop fearing stuff and start being who we are. Because without us being the multidimensional people that we are, it's just going to set us all behind if we don't pull our weight up and level up and help others and do what we got to do.
I get exactly what you're talking about. That's why I love That's why I love the Plato's cave metaphor, because it's you tell people the truth and they freak the fuck out and go back into their own illusions. And it's like our
Yeah.
job is to go into the cave and figure out how to respectfully and calmly and just very gently explain to these people that the reality that they're living in isn't the real truth.
You know what I do? I just speak my truth wherever I am. They're either going to get it or they're not. I'm
Right?
not responsible whether they get it or they don't.
My favorite is
Simple as that.
when they're falling in that space between getting it or not getting it. That's the people I love. I love those people that are those Nicodemus at night. They're trying to move away from their bullshit, but they're not quite there yet. I like those kinds of people because it's like they can go in any direction, and it's your job to help guide them in the right direction so they don't go some crazy ass method.
There's a term, it's called agwanti, Agwanti. And what it means is remain detached from the outcome. And so I used to have that as a license plate. And people would always race up to the back of my car to try to read it. And once they read it, they didn't know what it meant. And they didn't, when I went to go get the plate, they asked me what it meant. And I told them, and she goes, I've never heard of that before. And I'm like, well, you're not going to know everything as you're sitting there behind a desk, just, passing out registrations and plates for people.
How is that spelled again?
Agwanti, remain detached from the outcome.
Agwanti?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
And so then this last time I went to register the vehicle, I said, I want the word divine, and I got it.
Huh.
Nice.
So now I ride around in my car that says divine, and I love it.
That's
and no
awesome.
one has to come and race up to the back of my car to know what it means because they all think they know what it means. And they don't know what it means because when people think they know what it means, they usually don't.
Right?
So, yeah. And
No,
it's not that I think I'm divine. What it is a reminder to me that I know I come from the divine. And each day I try to be more and more in alignment with what my purpose is here, because I bucked up for a lot of freaking shit on the other side. And when I came down, woo,
no, that's funny.
I've had a life.
I have a tattoo design that I plan on getting for that exact same reason. It's fun. I like that. I came up with a design for a tattoo that I will be able to have to, I'm going off on a hike. I don't even need my car as a reminder.
Yeah. So, J.E., what's going on, dude?
Nothing much. Just the same old, same old.
I love hearing you talk.
Man, we were getting deep into it earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, you and me were getting in deep.
I'm sad I missed it, but, I can't always be. I guess we'll have to plan those birthdays around when DNW decides to do his lives. Sorry, guys, we can't have your birthday on the 13th. We have to have it some other day because DNW is going live.
Well, he seems to be going live just about every day nowadays. So.
Yeah, no, it's nice.
Yeah.
Nice welcome change of pace. He was out of the loop for a little while there. It was like a good month or two. It was like, whoa, what's going on with the Gnosis group, man? Like,
I don't know. I think I would prefer him to do it like maybe 1 or 2 days a week so it doesn't overwhelm him. Because I don't want him to stop. So if he's only doing it like once a week or something like that, he won't ever stop. We'll always have this channel together. But if he does it more than once, I think he's going to get so pooped out. He's just going to say, fuck that shit. I don't want to do that no more.
Yeah, I think as a starting point, he definitely should go with that perspective of where you're coming from. I think the only reason he's overwhelmed is because it's just the angle of the technology and the socialization. It's like, okay, who do I make a moderator? Are they actually going to stay and help out a little bit? That kind of thing. It's more, I
Yeah.
think it's the social role, the social element is the hardest thing, because that's where I've been getting into making my videos, and I've been making my videos for a year straight, and putting all my heart and soul, all my energy into that stuff, and it makes me go, damn, I really do have a lot of empathy and sympathy and understanding for just how much energy DNW has to put into this. Like doing a
Yeah, that's
YouTube
what
is
I'm
not an easy
concerned about.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it takes up space in your head that you don't really need to be putting out there like that. And I think that's why, he
Well,
has,
I think
he,
he's moving in the right direction. I've noticed
yeah,
how, he made that post about, just that if you have anything that you want to rant about on my channel, that, I'll make it a space to where you have the time to be able to do that. I think he's heading in the right direction, where he's recognizing that, he needs to balance that energy and all that stuff between people, so he's not as overwhelmed.
yeah, I just want his best, and
Because
whatever mission he's on,
all
I
you
want to
need to
help him
do is all you
create.
really need to do to make this channel blow the hell up is you need just a few people to keep the system going. Okay, it's like we could literally do like 24-hour live streams if the YouTube let us do that. Because you could basically have people in different time zones that have free time to, okay, this is your free time area to moderate and run the channel, and it's like you could literally turn pretty much any channel into a non-stop thing if you have enough people and the people are all working together.
Exactly. And YouTube won't say a word because each person's a different person from a different
Yeah, and
country
it's all
doing
just
it. So they're not
increasing
going to
the
say anything.
engagement, and YouTube loves the engagement and the ad revenue. So exactly, you're 100% right. They wouldn't bat
Yep.
an eye about it.
I would love to blow up his channel for him. Oh my goodness. And I'm in the midst of trying to figure out how a website can be made for me. So
I
yeah, it
think
should
we're
be
already in
interesting.
that path of making the channel grow more, and that's where I'm so glad that I don't bind my ego to, YouTube or the content I create or the content I engage with, because, I was realizing the other day that I'm probably gonna end up, influencing more people just talking on his channel than, blowing up mine. And I'm still gonna work on mine. I'm still gonna, over time, maybe it will blow up at some point, but at the moment I'm going like, hey, Finding Gnosis is my YouTube. It is my
Yep.
my hyper social, area to connect and to engage with people in a healthy way.
Was
So no,
Yvonne
I think
on
that
earlier?
I think the Gnosis channel is on the path toward positive growth.
Has anyone seen Yvonne this evening?
No, I don't believe so.
Nah, he might be
Oh,
still
no,
sleeping.
Isaac. No,
We
Isaac.
were talking for a little while last night. We were having a good talk.
Yeah, I was blitzed right off the channel.
Man, Yvonne was pumping so much fucking of his truthful energy out there. I was just going manic with my fucking rants, man. I was just like, I was almost going like, damn, I need to get a little better about this. I'm not giving Yvonne enough time to talk. But it was because he
Because
was feeding
it was
it,
going
He was.
perfectly fine. Everything was going perfect fine. I was listening to everything. And next thing I know, I'm off it. Then I went to go get back on, and there was no channel to get back on.
Ah. Yeah, no, that I'm still
Yep.
figuring that out, because that's where it was weird. The first time when I started taking over the moderating on the StreamYard, a week ago or so, basically the live stream ran for 14 hours around there, but when I looked on YouTube, it said it only went for 12. And DNW is saying that StreamYard, you can basically do it as long as you want, but YouTube has like a limit of 12 hours.
Yeah, but that's okay. You just start it over again. It's no big deal.
Yep.
You just continue
No, yeah,
going.
that's where I'm just trying to figure out how StreamYard works. If DNW needs me to do that at some point, I need to know how to do that.
Yeah, you
So
just come off the YouTube and go right back into StreamYard and continue there. Boom. Yeah,
yep.
Sanctuary used to let us do that. When DNW, I get kicked off DNW, Sanctuary used to go, call me and we'll open up
Oh
my
no, I
chat and we'll
remember.
chat
I
on that.
was with you one of those times. When we
Yep.
went on Sanctuary StreamYard. Yeah, that was fun.
Yep. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
amazing. He's a nice young man.
Oh yeah, no, I had a good chat with Sanctuary the other day as well. Sanctuary and Yvonne, man, they are catalyst with me. They, they push out this truthful energy, and all of a sudden my brain just starts clicking, man. Click, 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 click.
Yeah. I love Yvonne and I love Sanctuary. And I like Isaac too. I wish he would be more of a part of it.
Isaac is awesome as well. I do.
Well,
Yeah,
I think everyone needs to take a little bit of a breath when Isaac comes on, because I don't believe that he has a lot of encouragement as to we should be really, tickled that he's part of it or trying to be part of it, and we need to give him the space to be able to do so.
I 100% agree. I feel the same energy off of him. Like, he's such a bright,
oh man, he's got some wonderful stories, absolutely wonderful stories.
He just needs more good people that vibe with him, and give him affirmations that, dude,
oh
you're
man,
right.
that
you're not some crazy dude, or you're not mentally damaged. Like, your life, your experiences are valid, and we respect and appreciate them.
Oh yeah, I'll never forget the first time I heard him. I just like, yes, this guy's gonna be.
It was the same thing with me, man. The first time I saw him on, it was just a chat or two ago, and he came on.
Yeah, I saw him
talking
on
about
some
his
other person's channel initially.
I
don't even know how I caught him.
He's the first person on the Gnosis channel that's had as much experience with hallucinogens as I have. He does it in a different way than I do. I've never really done that extended, I'm going to do hallucinogens multiple days in a row, because, just I know my own, neurochemistry, that if I was doing that for me, that wouldn't be healthy. That would be more addictive or just bad behavior. But, that's where I recognized his situation. I'm like, yeah, you genuinely are probably repairing some damage in your brain. I'm not going to criticize you in one way or another. You the best. If you're treating yourself with respect, or if you're treating yourself with disrespect. I'm not part of that equation.
I also think that when people talk about things that you don't do, that even though you're not doing them, you can still learn from the experience. And so that's why when he comes on, I like to hear his stories, because his stories are different from your stories. And I want to hear everyone's aspect of when they've done that, because we all have had wonderful experiences that make us different from the next guy. But it's just, I don't know, it's just really, and a whole bunch of different people come together. All have been pretty much raised strange, let's just say it that way. We've all come down here to be the misfits and the black sheep that we are, and we all have gathered here on this one channel, and it's just so much fun being here. So much fun.
Yeah. Well, I'm just laughing. I'm going, you don't know how much you're instinctually doing the right things if you ever do choose to partake of any psychedelics in the future. The fact that you're researching the living crap out of all of these other people that have actually had these direct experiences will it actually make it a lot easier if you ever do choose to, partake of one of these things in the future. You're going to have a lot, better understanding. The second it gets on board, you're going to go like, wait a minute, like, I know what this feels like, just because I've researched so much that it's like, if you were researching the color red for a decade, and then you're looking at all this red artwork, it's gonna hit you differently. You're gonna appreciate it way more, and it's gonna just come to you in a way more natural sense. And that's where I think I'm just laughing, because you're doing things in such a correct manner that it's not even funny, because that's where I was saying about the research versus practice. DNW the other day was asking, like, Sanctuary, okay, well, why haven't I had this process of of awakening or coming to faith and stuff? And I was just thinking, it's so funny, because it's basically all comes down to this dichotomy of research versus practice versus the people that research and practice. Because there are some people that research and practice the things they do in life, and then they are discredited because of that. The researchers go, oh, well, you practice this too. You have a practicing bias. You're not a real researcher. Then the practitioners go, well, you're researching this as well as practicing this. You have a researching bias. You can't really practice this. And that's where everybody gets stuck in this whole bullshit. It's like, it's just where you're at in life, and the puzzle pieces that collect are in align with you. It's not I did something wrong or I did something right. It's this is a giant puzzle piece of a life, and you just got to find the right pieces.
So, Chickpea, have you ever done Any DMT? Oh, she's not there?
I don't know.
Is her icon still there?
Yeah, her icon's still there.
Oh, she must have went to the ladies' room. I got a drink of water or talking to her cats, right?
Right?
She could be like putting them to go to sleep.
Yep.
Time to go to
Okay, guys.
night.
All right, guys. I'm gonna head out now, but it was nice chatting with all of you.
All right. It was fun
Thank you
talking
for
with you,
saying good
man.
night to
Have a
us.
good one.
Yeah.
Thank
all right.
you.
See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah,
All right,
catch you
later.
later. Oh, he's doing another live chat tomorrow?
I don't know, probably. And he does seem
Oh
to.
my.
I know it is funny. He's either all on or all off. You know, that's the way it seems. And
See, I was hoping he wouldn't do that because I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep that momentum, but I'm going to try like hell because I want to grow his channel. Damn it!
right?
You
No,
know,
I'm the
I'm
exact same
not part
way
of this for
because
something to do. I want to be part of it for whatever it is he's trying to create. It'd be
yeah.
nice for us to have a little bit of more of an idea of what he wants.
Oh no, I do agree with that aspect of things though. That it's almost like he needs one of these sessions of these live streams just to be a little chat of communication and the direction that we're all going to work toward growing this channel. How are we going to work together to grow it? That kind of thing.
Yeah, because that's the whole part of us all coming together like that is to help him
Yep.
grow the channel, help him talk about the subject matter that he wants to talk about. And he wants us to also talk about the subject matter we want to talk about. So that's admirable because he's allowing us the platform to do so. But I really would love to put my finger on the pulse of what he wants to create and what his goal is,
Yep.
because I think we can help him reach a goal because it's like two or more gathered together. Okay. When two or more gather together, you get the presence of the universe, the divine creator,
Uh-huh.
and everything seems to work smoother because you're including that aspect. And,
Yep.
that would just be so wicked hot. I just think
No,
it would be wicked hot.
that's actually really interesting because that's something I think about all the time is, just that, are two people working together, does that dualism help or does it hurt? Or does three people working together create this this holy trinity, or does it create this unholy trinity of chaos? Or like, it's always fascinating on how that happens.
Yeah. I think when two
Because
more gather together,
you
there's
get
a
three
presence.
like-minded people together. You get a divine trinity. Everything's moving together. It's working. But you get three people that are on all opposite ends of each other together, and you get nothing but chaos. And it's just like
Well, that's when egos are involved. That's why, because, you've allowed your ego to be involved. But
true.
remember,
Yeah.
Chickpea is looking for an apartment or
Yeah.
a place of property that she can purchase. Now, there's no reason why we can't help her try to create that with all our energy combined.
Yeah.
And I've done it before. That's why I know it works. Okay. I'm not just sitting here just, rattling my cage because I can do so.
No, I know what you're
Actually,
saying.
there was a woman that wanted to purchase a 200-acre piece of property with, oh man, she had this great big building that housed veterans, and they paid a percentage of their monthly income as income to live there. So that was part of her incoming. She was an artist. She was a person who worked with horses to help children who had gone through abuse of some sort and used the horses to be able to heal. She also had this great big long building that people came and they rented space to put their boats, their campers, their trailers, and their machines and their motorcycles and cars. And that was an income. So she had all this income coming in. So she had more than enough income to support that, even if she never worked another day in her life. And my friend and I, we helped her create it energetically. She had zero income coming in except the income from the actual property itself. The minute she landed on the property, she cut her nose off to spite her face and got rid of all the veterans, got rid of all of the stuff inside of the buildings that were giving her rent per month, got rid of all the horse chatter, health healing
Jeez.
foolishness. She cut off her nose, spite her face, she lost the property.
I think she
And
also
so,
shot herself in the foot at the same time. She did. She did.
no
She did the
doubt,
double
because
whammy, man. She cut her off her
we were
nose and shot herself in the foot.
part of the committee to keep the thing going and keep it going in the right direction. We were part of her advisory committee and so forth.
Yeah.
And me and this other person, and we looked at each other and we said, "Fuck this shit. We're not going to be part of this." And when she sank the building, sank the ship, if you want to call it that, stop the program or whatever you want to do. We never got in any more engaged with her at all on any level of anything that she did, because Jesus, I mean, that she didn't realize she was disrupting our energy to create whatever it is we were supposed to be creating on a totally different level to help her. And then, she just ditched it like it was nothing, like all the energy we put into it was nothing. And, it wasn't a good way to handle, if you ask me, but what do I know?
Right.
I just know that if you've got guaranteed monthly income, you don't let it leave. You keep
Oh
it on
no,
the
shit,
property.
for reals. No, that's where
Do you
if
know
they
how
ever
much
do make
money
it.
that was? I mean, I never knew
Yeah.
exact numbers, but I'm sure it was,
Well, that's
oh
actually funny,
my.
because that's part of the reason that universal basic income would actually be a beautiful thing too, because the people that fuck it up, you're actually going to be able to rightfully criticize them without being some like victim blamer. It's like, no, you logically chose to fucking gamble away your universal basic income. Like you're not even a gambling addict, you're just being an idiot, and we're not going to support people being idiots.
Yeah, you're making unwise decisions.
For
Definitely. I'm
reals.
not playing
you
that
know
game.
you know what I'm saying,
So,
though. It's like even the liberals, that are always trying to defend people like that. They're going to be able to go. Like just people on both sides are going to agree on something, and it's like we need people on both sides to agree on more things.
yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be wicked
Oh yeah,
nice.
that would be nice. I'm
And
tired of
so,
all these Democrats and Republicans. It's annoying.
yeah, there shouldn't be any separation. It should
Mm.
be all for one and one for all. No separation,
Yep.
no
Well,
parties, no
that's the way
separate parties.
that's actually the way that politics in America originally sort of was. If you look back into it,
Oh yeah.
that it really, yeah, they literally weren't parties. They were just fucking people that, okay, this is a good person, we're electing him, or this is a piece of shit, we're not electing him.
Yeah, we were there. We were there. We know what went on. So,
Right?
we just,
You
it
weren't
just,
there. You're not that old, Hazel.
oh yeah. This is my 1000th time being here, and this is probably my last, because I think I've done enough work down here for all this stuff, but we'll see.
Oh, now I'm just confused. Are you saying you might have been reincarnated during the revolution or something? So like
I
maybe you
know
were
I
there?
lived in this house. I lived in this house in the 18th century, and I was a man at that point.
Yeah, well, that's 18th century. Yeah, no, so that's a different time period. But yeah, no,
Right.
I don't know.
So I know I was here before that.
Oh,
If
I
I've
see what you're
been here,
saying.
if I've been here 1,000 freaking goddamn times, I know I've been here at
Okay.
least in every
All right.
century once.
All right. I get what you're trying to say
So
now.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, just there's so much work to do that I keep coming back and keep coming back, and I'm getting to the point where I don't feel it's not fun anymore.
See, I'm expecting it to come back forever, and I'm like, okay, so I might as well learn to love it.
Well, if you want to be fucking looped back into it without having any say in the matter, that's one thing. I mean, you're just gonna
No,
just stay the
I
way it is.
literally think that the universe continue like there is no starting point, there is no end point. So like I don't know, man. I'm spinning myself around. Oh,
No, I
that's where
mean
it's fun being a
there
that's
is
where
no
it's fun
starting
being a
and then there is
trans
no
dualist
ending. You are
because
correct in that matter. It's just
I
we have a choice whether we come here or not. And when we don't have a choice whether we come here or not, that's the issue. When we're just forced to
huh.
come back because all right, the only reason why I say this is because this almost happened to me. I died. I was on the other side. There was this kind of like white brightness, light foolish tunnel foolish bullshit, and I went towards it.
That's what it is
And
with
I
me.
only
It's the physical and the metaphysical have blended together so much for me that sometimes I can't differentiate. I don't have that dualistic insight that everybody does where they can pick things apart. I'm like, okay, the existence is both eternal, but we also get to choose. But where the hell are we if we chose not to be when everything is eternal and infinite? It's like, okay, yeah, I just spun myself around.
Okay, so on one side of the tunnel, there was a figuration or a clone of Christ Jesus. And that's why
Yeah,
everyone was going in that direction. And on the
yeah,
other
you told
side,
me
there was
about
a man who
this.
was more neutral.
Yeah,
And
the
when,
reincarnation trap.
so when I went towards it and went past him and was going down, I took like 3 or 4 steps and I turned around and I said, what the heck? And then I approached him and he says, what are you doing? And why are you standing here? He says, I'm standing here because they told me to. And I'm not the real Christ Jesus. I'm just standing here because everyone wants me to stand here. And I just looked at him like, what the hell? And the other guy said, you're not supposed to tell her that. She'll go back and tell everyone.
Fuck, I want to
Well,
go. I really want to go there just to give that fake Jesus a hard time. You know what? You just do whatever people tell you to do? Really?
well, it's a phone action. We know it wasn't the real one. Come on now. Like he's going to do that, right?
That's what I'm saying, though. I'm like whether he was fake or real, if he was actually supposed to be there, he wouldn't be saying, "All these people are telling me to be here." You know, I mean,
Exactly.
that's some fucking cowardly fucking bullshit. You know, that fake Jesus
And
is
that's not
just a
how he talked
complete.
because I was also in a lifetime with him, and that's definitely not how he talked. And I was like, wow, I'm out of here.
That's what I'm saying. The
I
real
said,
Jesus doesn't encourage people to be slaves by being a slave himself. You know,
exactly,
for
exactly. He's an
reals.
empowered person, a very wealthy, empowered man who had a lovely, long, happy life and had a beautiful family.
Yeah,
We don't have to worry about any of that. So yeah, amazing time to be alive, though. All the same,
totally.
yeah.
I'm
And
loving
each
my
day
roller
gets more and more
coaster.
exciting than the day before. So yeah, just wonderful.
Man, you just made me think of a metaphor that made me want to turn that metaphor into a reality. I'm like, why aren't there any roller coasters on the ocean? That would be amazing. I want a roller coaster that ebbs and flows with the seas. You get seasickness while you're getting motion sickness. I want that kind of roller coaster.
Woo, not me, man. I can't do any of that stuff. No, you.
Granted, with me aging and getting a chronic pain and shit, I would want it to be like a steel roller coaster, no wooden roller coaster bullshit on the ocean. Nah. But you know, you could probably make some kind of thing like that. It'd be probably fucking really hard and difficult, but it's probably feasible.
Christ, I'd get seasick when I sat on a swing. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
I don't get it. Like, it's funny. I'm like so resistant to motion sickness. It's not even funny. You could like strap me in VR and on a boat, and I'd be fine.
Good. We'll put you on the wing of an airplane. See how you like it.
Oh no, I'm good on that. I have a fear of falling. You know, it's not a fear of heights. I have a fear of falling.
No, we
I
were
don't
gonna
want to be
strap you
no.
on, dude. You weren't gonna have to hold on. We were gonna strap you on.
I still no. That's still sketchy, man. I do not like heights. Like they
Oh,
are sketchy.
yeah, it's like free falling, dude.
I build down, not build up, you know? Like that's where I've always said like, you know, if I ever built some kind of, you know, like non-denominational, like spiritual like church or something, it's like I would be building it into the ground, not up. I don't want some cathedral. I want some fucking giant temple going 2,000 feet into the earth. You know, I want us to where we're going down and
Yeah,
praying up
they wouldn't let you do that because then you'd be interfering where they are.
where they are.
Yeah,
Now I'm
most of the
really
people who think
confused.
they're, yeah, they think that.
You sound like you're talking about like lizard people or something, you know, like or like I'm a little confused here.
Mm, no, some of the people who think they're in control of things have underground tunnels, and that's where they hang out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's
Luxury
true. That's
suites
big time
underground.
true.
They don't want you.
Yeah.
They don't want you. You know, to be their neighbors. Why do you
Yeah,
think
no,
all
it's like
those Beverly Hills houses were all so close together? Because they were all linked by the tunnels.
yeah. No, it's like
Oh,
there's this place. Have you ever heard of Subtropolis?
Oh my God, is that the name on this piece of paper?
What are you talking about?
I wrote this name down on a piece of paper to research it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I have two different names, and one of them is that.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
That's hilarious. Yeah, no, Subtropolis it says it's a 55 million square foot mine in the bluffs of the Missouri River in Kansas City, Missouri. And, it's this giant, has 16-foot high and 40-foot wide tunnels separated by 25-foot square limestone pillars. And it's just this giant complex. It says that the complex contains almost 10 miles of illuminated paved roads and tunnels. But it's wild because they lease it out for all these fucking businesses to store things. But they even have they even lease it to the postal service for a collectible stamp operations. It's very weird.
Because I think I saw some sort of video on that.
Yeah, it says that they use it for mushroom farming and crude oil stockpiling.
Oh, so we have plenty of oil.
Oh yeah,
Not interesting.
We have tons of oil. All those fucking
What
mega rich are stocking up on oil for the apocalypse. It's pretty
There ain't
sad.
gonna be no apocalypse, you guys.
No
That's
shit.
so
That's where it's
lie.
funny. No,
That's such a lie.
That's where I started laughing more and more when I start seeing these preppers and like the mentalities they have and stuff. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna hoard onto a fuck ton of booze because I don't have the fucking skill to make a still, so I can actually have an infinite supply of alcohol for drinking and even medical purposes. No, I'm just gonna hoard onto all these bottles of booze that I buy. I'm like, the mentality all these preppers have is fucking hilarious. It's such postmodern bullshit, where it's like if you were a real prepper, you would be understanding that being a prepper, you have to be in a modernist perspective, of where, yeah, God's probably real and we're trying to move forward as a species. You can't be approaching, prepping as a postmodernist, oh yeah, everything's doom and gloom, everything's fucked, and I'm so, lazy and stupid that I don't even have the skills to, take care of myself. I just have to hoard on to all these supplies that were given to the public so they didn't have to take care of themselves.
Yeah. Not a good situation. So how's
Seriously,
life
if you're a
going
real
other than that?
prepper, you're gonna fucking buy a farm or some shit, or you're gonna go fucking, living on some farm or whatever. Just like you're gonna be aware of the things that it actually takes to survive.
Well, I don't know if I'm considered that or not. I happen to have a home that's like that, but I don't put my energy in that kind of a basket. I'm sorry, because I've always been taken care of before. I'll always be taken care of now. And I don't have that prepper mentality at all.
Well, that's probably
You know,
because
I
you and
have
me have faith. We're like, even if the humans fail, our spirit is gonna guide us where we need to go. We're gonna be protected.
exactly.
Because
And I
that's
don't have to
exactly the
leave
same
my
way I
home. I know
feel.
that. That's all I do know. I will not have to leave
I'm
here.
like, God has made me smart and capable enough to where I really could develop these skills and, keep myself alive. Unlike all these preppers who will be shooting each other, trying to break into each other's homes so they can steal food.
No, they won't be stealing each other's food. They'll be stealing each other's alcohol. What planet are you on?
Oh my God, you're just reminding me. Like, did you ever see that video of uh uh what is his name? The guy that wrote Fear and Loathing. Let me see. I think his name is Hunter Thompson. Let's see if that's right. Yeah, that must be right. Yeah, Hunter S. Thompson. Did you ever see the videos of him getting in gunfights with his neighbor?
No, but I that sounds like a good idea.
Oh my God, no! It was such a trip, man. They're fucking shooting guns at each other like little 22 pistols from like fucking like a half mile away, and they're just like fucking pissed at each other, shooting at each other, and it's like the most fucking ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I'm like, holy shit, man! Like, it's one of those things that trips me out because I live in I in this liminal space between cultural zeitgeists, and I see that, and I'm like. I can't fucking process that, man. Like, is that American culture? Is that gun culture? Like, what the fuck is this, man? Like, this is like the 70s, but it looks like I'm watching some video filmed in the fucking 1800s with cattle rustlers and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
So, which town was it in, or which state?
I don't know. Let me check it out.
That's the answer. Some are a bunch of morons in these states.
Colorado, it looks like.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, altercation occurred on Thompson's property, Owl Farm, in Woody Creek, Colorado.
Interesting.
It says the conflict reportedly arose from a disagreement regarding livestock, which escalated into a shootout between Thompson and his neighbor. Footage from the incident shows Thompson firing a pistol while yelling at his neighbor, who is also shooting back, creating a chaotic scene typical of Thompson's wild lifestyle.
Hee-haw.
Yeah.
Country rodeo or something.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Fucking crazy, yeah.
I never expected anyone from Colorado to be doing that.
It says Thompson was shooting his neighbor with a Luger pistol. Apparently, his neighbor was reportedly shooting him with birdshot from a shotgun.
I love it.
That's what it was saying. This raises the question about whether this shootout was a serious confrontation or a bizarre prank orchestrated by Thompson.
Well, could have been. We never know, right?
I know. I have no fucking clue. It's just a fucking. It's a weird clip. It's a 1 minute or like it looks like a 38-second clip or like a 1 minute and 11-second clip or something like that. But there's this little clip of him fucking getting in a gunfight, and it's just like it looks like fucking. It literally looks like two libertarians, like fucking shooting at each other because this is my land, this is your land, like kind of bullshit. It's like. Holy fuck, man. Like, this is ridiculous, man. You're shooting deadly weapons at each other and you look like you're fucking little boys playing in a fucking little fucking toy gunfight, man. Like, you look like you're actually having a blast and have no fear, no concern, no, moral qualms, nothing. We're just going with it.
Still like the apartment?
Oh, I'm loving it.
Good.
Still having to deal with things and stuff, but no, it's such a bigger space where my autism and my spatial awareness, I can actually see where things are and organize things. So it's fucking amazing. I'm like, holy shit, I actually have a walk-in closet in my master bedroom. I don't need to buy a fucking dresser. I don't have to deal with hauling it up 3 flights of stairs. Like, that's awesome. But no, it's more just like the things where like nothing is set up to code. There's fire sprinklers and one of them is installed nearly diagonally, and just like there's a lot of little things like that. Like I was noticing the water pressure is absolute shit, and I actually recently discovered that the CDC says that if the water pressure is under 20 pounds per square inch, then microbes and contaminants can get into the water supply. And I know there's no way in hell that I get 20 psi. And apparently in Reno, or in Nevada as a whole, just in a lot of places in the country, it's actually set at 40. Like really shitty parts of the country, maybe like Flint, Michigan, or something. With just the water problems they have, the systems they have, you might get 20 pounds per square inch, just enough to where it's legally, you're not gonna get poisoned by microbes. But in other areas, it's actually around 40 psi, and I'm like, I definitely do not get 40 psi. Like, I have to take like an hour-long shower just because the fucking water pressure is so shit.
So there are water inducing and water pressuring shower heads. You may have to save up for it, but you could get one.
No, I already have one on. I literally wouldn't be able to take a shower if I didn't have my fucking shower head, because my shower head is actually a water saver that was originally designed for RVs, and they make home versions of them, and they're fucking amazing because they are water saving power heads, but they also increase the water saving even more because what they do is they inject air into the water droplets. So the water droplets feel a lot bigger and you feel like you're getting actually more wet than you are. So you save a lot of water. And, so that's where I can literally take a 1 hour shower without the water heater running out because it uses like no fucking water. But it's just like there's no water pressure in any of the sinks. Like it's just, you have to spend 5 minutes getting the soap off your hands. I'm like, and the biggest thing with me though is the fucking toilets. The toilets are so fucking tiny that as a man, you can't put your unit in them. And I'm like, I'm literally going, half the people in this whole place are Mexican and black people with probably big units. How the hell are they even going to the bathroom? So it's just funny because I might end up talking about the fucking tenant rights and stuff and discrimination. Here I'm the young white man and I'm talking about hey, you're discriminating against all these blacks and Mexicans with these gender-based toilets. Like it's fine for any female here, they're not gonna have a problem. My mom has no issue, but yeah, I have a huge fucking problem. The toilet is literally 1 foot tall. It's not taller than you have to sit down on the fucking floor to get on it. It is so goddamn tiny and so short. It is made for little people. I think it literally is made for little people. It's the first toilet I've ever seen in my life that does not have a hole. It has a slit. I'm like, so it literally shoots all shit through a slit. There's no hole for it to just go through. Like, he has to suck it all through. I'm like, oh my God, man. I'm like literally going like, okay, until I get my toilet fixed, I need to stay away from the fiber, man. I do not want an incident.
You're funny. Oh,
no, that's where it's a crack up because it's that's where I'm like, I love this place and I hate this place. It matches my religion. Because I'm all about the love and the chaos, the love and the hate, just the black and the white. I'm all about blending all of it together and just living in the gray and loving it.
Wow. You were so
So
happy with it initially. Now you're able to look at all the yucky stuff. That's not fun.
oh no, I was already aware of all that stuff. I'm just noticing it more and more. Like for instance, like I said about the water pressure, I knew that the water pressure was bad, and that they'll probably that's one of those things that no fucking landlords ever want to deal with. The second you complain about water pressure, they say, oh, that's the city's fault. They always try to put the blame away because the plumbing is one of the most expensive things to fix.
Yeah,
And
no
but
doubt.
but at the same time, I'm finding out that actually legally being legally up to code, it has to be at this water pressure, and I don't have that water pressure. Like that's my biggest concern is that I'm going to get kicked out of here because this place literally doesn't qualify for the suitability. You know how that a house has to be like habitable. That's what's called. This place legally isn't habitable. I can get kicked out of this place. And they committed lease fraud with me, getting me signed in here. They didn't tell me all the fucking problems. They didn't say any of this shit. And, that's where it's like, I was talking with the AI and it was like, holy crap, there are so many things going wrong with this situation. You are so aware of the context that you actually have grounds for a civil rights case.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I
I
don't know
gotta be
what that's
careful.
gonna do.
I'm not trying to fucking push chaos or, push, bullshit. But at the same time, I am trying to advocate for myself. And because I'm even thinking about, well, what happens when I move out of here? I don't want somebody to have to deal with all this bullshit and have no resources or education to be able to get any of it fixed. This next person that moves in actually does get kicked out because it's, not legally habitable. But again, you're the one that did lease fraud on them by implying it was habitable and legally was up to code. So that's where it's just funny
Yeah,
because it's
it may take
nothing
your
is up to
energy to
code.
make the corrections that need to be made.
Yeah, nothing is up to code, but the energy and the environment is so much healthier that I'm still going to advocate for myself, but I'm not like going in some victim mentality.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's sad that they can't at least keep it up to code
Oh
for
no,
just
nothing's
basic.
up to code. I was finding all sorts of shit because there was a mass shooting here and they never fixed the gunshots. And I'm pretty sure there's still some blood on the wall from some children that got shot. And freaking,
Oh my goodness.
I was looking online and I'm like, yeah, they violated the laws on crime scene cleanup, biological contamination, like literally every single law that you could possibly think of that they could violate, they're violating here. Like, it's fucking crazy. There's like, I'm on the 3rd story and the entire concrete is stained with trash juice because of people just dragging their trash and not lifting it up. And so the concrete everywhere is stained with trash juice. And I was talking about how even that is a huge legal thing. You know, you're creating a public safety hazard. You can cause all these people in this housing place to get sick if they have, you know, immunocompromised health systems and stuff. And thus that, you know, they have to clean that shit up. You know, they power wash the bloodstained stairs, but they don't power wash any of the trash juice. It's like crazy.
Whoever's doing the actual maintenance probably doesn't have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, no, that's where they didn't install my door frame properly. The door. That's been one of the biggest issues. That it's like anybody can just kick my fucking door down, you know. And the maintenance came. They're like, oh yeah, they fucked up, and we just can't do anything about it. You know, that's the way it's supposed to be. It's fucked up, but it's supposed to be that way. We can't fix it.
That's a ridiculous rendition.
Oh yeah, no, that's where just the maintenance, you know, that's where I actually dealt with this in the last place with the bad maintenance, and I'm actually laughing my ass off because I'm sort of expecting a lawsuit for my last apartment, and because the place was trashed when I left it. The dishwasher was entirely fucking destroyed, but the reason the dishwasher was destroyed was because they never fucking fixed it, and they fucking attacked me and called me an asshole because you know because they claimed that I was saying that they were too stupid to be able to fix the leak. But guess what? The leak was going up from underneath the apartment itself, leaking through the fucking under the subflooring and leaking through the actual floor itself. You're really not going to fix that kind of sink by looking underneath the fucking sink. You know, you need to go underneath the crawl space and fix that shit. And you know, you need to actually hire professional plumbers at that point that are, you know, that have the knowledge to be able to do that shit. And it was like these maintenance people didn't fix it and got pissed at me, claiming that I was saying they were stupid when I was being very respectful and just explaining to them that, you know, hey, you probably don't have the tools needed to get this job done, you know. And it's like, me saying you don't have the tools done to get the job done is entirely different than me saying you are stupid and don't know how to get it done. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
and that's where it's just like, I'm like, holy shit, man! Like all these landlords, like they hire just the stupidest, fucking laziest maintenance people, and nothing ever gets fixed. And I'm like, it's just flabbergasting. I'm like, you'd think that they would hire actually people that knew how to fix things, not just people to fix light bulbs, because that's basically what maintenance is for. It's literally pretty much for fixing things like light bulbs, you know? Like, oh, I bought this lease. It says I have to have lighting in my house legally, and you know, I'm not gonna go buy a fucking light bulb. I'm gonna call maintenance so they can switch out a light bulb for me. And that's where when you actually have real problems, you know, maintenance can't really do anything. They're just not for that kind of thing. You know, it's like fucking calling the police to a bank robbery. No, you have SWAT for bank robberies, you know, like they have different people for different things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm actually really happy
bummer.
though. I'm getting more comfortable here. I was noticing just yesterday that my OCD was getting a little better, you know, because my OCD regarding the floor was really bad initially because all these people were helping me move in here. And, you know, I'm like, okay, you just stepped on all that trash juice and now you're walking on these freshly cleaned carpets. And, you know, but then all of a sudden I'm also going, you know, just the other day I did one of these things I call them anti-OCD mantras or something where I sort of use a countering logic to my OCD. Where yesterday I was like, yeah, there is some level of it, but in the house, but it's really not as bad as I'm making it out to be in my head. I am on the 3rd story, and even though there is some trash juice stained on the concrete out in the 3rd story, it's not nearly as bad as, you know, downstairs in the 2nd story or the 1st story. The 1st story, you literally can't even see the concrete because it's all stained with trash.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah,
the
to
thing
me,
that
you know what I
bewilders
do?
me
I
the
go right
most.
out there with a cleaning and do it myself. It's
That's
like,
that's
well,
the thing
do
that
that.
bewilders me the most about this whole place. In all honesty, is just the trash situation. You know, you got hundreds and hundreds of people all living close together in three-story buildings, and then you have one small dumpster with a fucking lid, and nobody ever puts it in the dumpster because nobody wants to lift the lid up, and so everybody just throws their trash all around the dumpster, not even in it. And I'm like, holy freaking shit. Like, you need more dumpsters. You need, smaller, like outside of the door trash cans to bring down to the dumpsters. You just need a fuckload more things. So, it's not such a fucking mess, because right now it's basically like you have the whole fucking city around 4 dumpsters. It's like a whole city can't use 4 dumpsters. There's going to be a trash overflow.
Wow.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
actually really funny because my parking spot is like fucking like it's literally half of the apartment complex away from my apartments. And initially, I was really annoyed that my parking spot was so far away, but now I'm getting really happy that it's far away, because right in front of my apartment complex is where all the kids in the entire place hang out. And they're always riding their bikes, nearly getting hit by cars and stuff right there. So I'm glad that I won't be driving my car right in front of my apartment. Because as a new
Oh, that's good.
driver, I really don't need to be hitting no kids.
No, definitely. So how's your mom doing?
She's doing good right now. She's just, overwhelmed with all the family, putting so many expectations on her. And then, she's really fucking just terrified about, her osteoporosis and having to take that medicine and stuff, like I'm really getting to the point where I'm wanting to look into alternative things and stuff with her too, with that, because, that's just not
That's what I was
fun.
just going to ask you. Could you help her research that so that she doesn't have to take that kind?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely am gonna look into that more, because because the way I see it is she's probably gonna take it, but she's not gonna take it like she's supposed to take it, just knowing her and knowing how she's
If your heart's not
probably
in it,
going
you're
to
not going to do
respond to
it,
it. Yeah, exactly.
because our subconscious mind won't let us do things that we know are not good.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying though, is
Usually.
I think that when like our family has this thing where it's almost like, we sort of have to ride the line. It's like, if you have antibiotics, don't take the full 2 weeks of it. Only take it for a week. It's like that with a lot of our family, where it's like, if we actually do it 100% we're supposed to, we're just going to make ourselves more sick. But if we don't do it at all, then we're going to make ourselves more sick too. So that's where I can already tell mom and me are both in sort of in agreement with that she should take this, but she shouldn't keep taking it. She shouldn't, take it all the time and do it like that. She should be taking it occasionally and be doing the alternative route.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah.
Even though I know me that I would never take anything that's was chemically based, because I
Oh
would
yeah, and
never
that's
do it.
that's part of my mom though too. I'm a little bit more like her on that regard, but I'm also a little bit more like you on that regard. I really if I'm forced into a situation where they're going to tell me I have to take something like that, I'm not going to instantly freak out like my mom is, where she's practically having an existential crisis over where her life is headed. I'm not going to do that to myself, but I will give myself a good week to a month of thinking the living fuck out of it to make a decision, so I feel confident in my decision. Because that's the thing, is I could just tell that
Exactly.
my mom's just not confident in her decisions right now, and the way her life is moving. And it's like, you just need to have more confidence in yourself. I can tell.
Yeah,
She's
because if your
she's
heart's in
working
it
toward the right direction,
and
but
you
she's
know what you're
struggling
going
right
to
now.
do,
I'm so glad I'm in her life, because I'm the only person that's helping her move in the right direction. My God, my freaking mom, my grandma, she just went to the hospital the other day, my dying grandma, and they found out that she's now has congestive heart failure. And she's hanging out with my grandma, at the hospital, and my uncle comes in, and my uncle starts asking my mom, "So, do you have a personal relationship with Jesus, and what's that like?" And my mom told me about that the other day, and we're both like, "Oh my fucking God, are you kidding me?" My uncle is getting that fucking sucked into all that Christian bullshit, to where he's doing all this hypocritical, fucking hateful shit, and he doesn't even realize it. Because I remember during COVID, there was one week where my uncle had to come out and put gas into the RV because it was the only way I can get heat during this snowstorm. And he comes out there and he starts talking about, how he knows that he's a good Christian and that he's happy that he knows that when he dies, he's going to go to heaven. And he's talking about this all within the same 5-minute span of him disinviting me from going to eat a family dinner with them because I never got the COVID vaccine. And he was the COVID denier. So the COVID denier is not letting me go to the to his family's house because I didn't get vaccinated, and telling me about what a good Christian he is and how he knows that when he dies, he's going to heaven. And he's just getting worse on that, my grandma's literally dying, and he's asking my mom about her relationship with Jesus. But not only that, he started asking about my mom if Noonie had a personal relationship with Jesus and what that looked like. It's like literally like he's trying to fucking do this Christian, bullshit. You're dying, your dementia. I'm gonna start fucking getting paranoid and question you about all these things so you don't go to hell. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like ridiculous. And that's where it's just my whole fucking family. My mom's like me. She's starting to wake up and see the truth of how people act. And it's really hard on my mom because she's the one that actually works with these people. And she's the one that hasn't, realized yet that she needs to find a way to create new healthy boundaries. And, that, okay, yeah, I get that you make your money off of, working with these elderly family members. But at the same time, you literally can't do that anymore with your health, and they're fucking beating you up because you're not doing your job when you can't do your job because of your health. They're older, they should have more empathy for that kind of thing. And maybe you need to find a different way to make some money where you can still survive and have a home and everything, but be healthier, mentally healthier, not have all these jackasses being fucking hypocritical, two-faced sons of bitches to you. you know
Yeah, I'm going to send her some wonderful healing energy
Oh,
that
that's
she comes up
beautiful
with
of
the right,
you.
she comes up with a good fit for herself, and her boundary level raises, and that she's able to protect herself from certain aspects that are around, because uh,
No, that's where I can tell that
sometimes it
literally
can be so overwhelming.
totally. That's what I'm saying. I know she's heading in the right direction. It's just that those two things, the her, health news, and then all these jackasses infecting her with their bullshit energy. It's like if she just, can get over those two little fucking problems, she won't be in this crisis mode anymore.
Yeah, she's in the healthcare field, and that's particularly different and difficult when you've got people who are deteriorating in front of you, and they don't have the power to do what they need to do for themselves without you being there.
Well,
And
that's where it's
so,
hard on my mom in regard to the fact that
yeah,
my sister has turned into the how I used to be. When I was going through hell, I would use my mom as a punchy bag. I would be a hypocrite, with her, and it was horrible, and that's the way my sister's acting to her now. Like the other day, my sister said that she agreed to go take care of my grandma, and she calls my mom freaking the fuck out yesterday, because my grandma had a poop, and she had to clean up my grandma's poop, and it's like, okay, yeah, but you already agreed that you were going to be doing this, and you knew that might happen, and you're basically playing neurotypical, and then the second things get discomfortable, you're playing autistic, and you really can't do that. You're one or the other. You don't get to just flip at the whim of your wills. And that's the kind of thing where it's like, I'm so glad that I'm healthy and I'm the spot where I'm at, because it's like, even though I'm dealing with some of this stress and bullshit, like the other day, my mom was supposed to take me shopping, and she came back to the house because she stayed the night before, because we were both just running and doing things for so long and so exhausted that she pretty much just had to stay here. And my mom, my sister, sort of freaks out about the miscommunication because she knew she was staying here, but my mom didn't get up at the crack of dawn and start doing things for my sister. So somehow she must have been staying here to escape Natalie and hang out with me for fun or something. Like my sister was acting all fucking paranoid and stuff, and it's just it's just one of those things where, like she comes back and my mom just starts breaking down, just like, just full on breaking down. And I'm like, Mom, you're just told me what your boundaries are and what you should do. Just listen to your instinct, listen to your boundaries. I'm not beating you up. I'm not judging you. Like, as long as you communicate with me that what's going on, like the stress and bullshit you're dealing with right now, I will work with you. So go home and take a nap because you are just busting apart right now. And, so she was able to go home and take a nap and, have those boundaries that she needs. Because it's like she was literally going like, I just need to take a nap. I just need to take a nap. But I need to do all this stuff. I need to do all this stuff. But I can't do all this stuff because of my health. But I need to do it all. And I'm like, Mom, you take a nap. Listen to your self. Take care of yourself. It is okay. I am not judging you. I am actually very proud of you for communicating and explaining this to me. And it was like, it just made her so happy because it was the one person in her life where they're not just absolutely shitting on her. They're giving her some empathy and understanding. It's like, I'm patient with my mom that way. I'm impatient with myself on regard to like, why the hell is the store situation still not fixed? Why is the toilet situation still not fixed? But at the same time, I don't, fucking put the same amount of pressure I once put on her, where it was like, you didn't teach us how to live life and you don't know how to live life, but you're the parent, so figure it out. Now it's like, okay, I sort of recognize that my parents really weren't that aware when they chose to have kids, and now I'm aware and different things, and at least my mom's not a narcissist, so and fucking hypocritical manipulators, so I'm not gonna be judging her about none of that.
Awesome. Yeah,
Right?
because if she knows that she's got the support in you, she'll always lean on you to make sure that she always has that, which will be good for her to know that she's got someone like that. Because in troubled times like that, when you're having an emotional breakdown, it's nice to know you've got someone who's going to listen to you and not
No,
criticize what
exactly.
you're
Well,
doing.
that's where for months now she's been, or probably over a year now, she's been telling me about how she's going to be needing to lean on me when her mom passes, when my grandma passes, and
She's
I
trying to prepare herself, and she's having a difficult time, sweetie.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
going to be a
Oh,
difficult thing for her.
okay. Yeah,
Okay. And so
yeah.
that's overwhelming her to the point where she's not even paying attention to her own health is what's going
Yep.
on.
No, I do see that occasionally happen.
She's
She is starting to
sacrificing
get
herself
better.
to keep her
She is
mother here
starting to get
longer.
better. When my grandma was really getting the dementia and starting to, attack people and stuff, I was telling Mom, I'm like, I totally get where you're coming from with, that this is your mom. You want to be there with her and through this process. But at the same time, you also need to recognize that she's gotten into the, entropic slide. She's not coming back from this. But us as your kids, we can still need to move forward in life, and you can actually you're becoming a great enough parent to where you can actually help propel us in life, give us a little, get a little kick in the butt, and we can get our own momentum going. And it was like she really understood that, and she's starting to try to actually tell my sister, I know that you're super emotionally sensitive, but buck up and take care of our mom, because I can't do that today. My mom's actually finally seems like she's finally starting to set some boundaries, and that's a beautiful thing, because she really needs to, because my mom is such an empath that she lets the world crush her. And then the people in my family that say they're really empathetic, they put all the bullshit, all the responsibility on my mom instead of taking any on themselves. And it's like, that's not fair. You don't get to play the good Christian and fucking go, oh, my mom was yelling at me, I need to go out on the porch and have a bottle of wine and have my niece come rescue me. Like, that's, yeah, it's like, I get that this shit is very stressful and traumatizing, but you really need to be able to rely on yourselves and a little bit more, and stop putting so much of the responsibility on your siblings or on your nephews or nieces.
Yeah, it sounds to me like your sister needs a minor adjustment too, whether it be energetically or someone actually physically talking to her to make sure
Oh,
that she
that's where
takes the pressure off your mother. Because
that's
if
what I'm
she
feeling.
keeps
Yeah, sorry,
continuing to
go.
do that, that's gonna cause a problem, because your mom is gonna feel more compelled to do things for her own mother because she's
Yep.
feeling like she doesn't have, you know, her daughter's support and trying to take care of her when she knows she can't. So
Yep. No,
she'll just
exactly.
get herself sicker over it, is what I'm saying. You know, we
Yeah,
don't
no,
want that.
it's I've seen it happen. That's where I've gotten so hard about pushing the having boundaries issue. I'm not trying to say you need to be on my team or your mom's team. I'm just saying you need to be on your team and set healthy boundaries, that and put the responsibility on yourselves, not let other people put responsibility on you. If they're trying to put responsibility on you, that means that they're being manipulative and lazy. Like they shouldn't be doing that. They should at least talk to you and really communicate instead of just saying,
Okay,
here, you
there's
do
this
this.
wonderful channel on YouTube, and the man actually talks you through some of the stuff that you wouldn't think that you had an issue until you have one and you realize you do have one of the things he's talking about. Anyways, it's
Yep.
all done in like some sort of a stick cartoon sort of way. And I'm going to send you that link so that you can share it with your mom. It's kind of comical because he makes
Okay.
perfect sense. And because he makes perfect sense, it's comical, you know?
Oh, that's
And he's
awesome.
really, yeah, he's a really cool guy who's put this whole thing together. And
I love that kind
it's
of
just,
comedy. You never find that comedy.
yeah.
It's so hard to find.
And it's done in a cartoon, so it's not overly serious. No one takes
Yep.
anybody too overly personally, and it's just a nice way to withhold your boundaries, to set yourself up for your own life and living your life way out loud without anyone disrupting them, and how to correct the behavior if you notice you're having that behavior. He actually gives you tips on how to correct that behavior so you don't continue doing it. So you're learning
Yeah, that's
something at the same
awesome.
time you're laughing. I thought it was fun. I got linked to it a while back, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna start telling people about this channel because I, it's fun to watch. It's enjoyable, and he does it, all drawn out characters, and it's just pretty cool how we come up with the whole thing, and it's all like it makes perfect sense to you. You'd have to be absolutely freaking off your rocker not to think that anything that he said wasn't applicable in
Yeah.
your life at some point or another. I mean, you're not always going to be perfect, but you're not always going to be in a chocolate mess either,
It's just
So
really
it's nice to
wild
see that.
because I've gotten so healthy, and all the people in my life that are family members, most of them don't see that, even though I'm healthy. And that has been such a weird experience going on about this, because that's where my sister and my grandma were just worrying the hell out the other day, going, how is Jeff going to handle it when my grandma passes? How is he, Sage going to deal with this stuff or whatever, And I'm like, it was really funny because my mom actually explained to my grandma that Noonie, Jeff or Sage or whatever, he's the healthiest person here, in our family. Like, I'm actually going to be leaning on him a little bit, and he's told you, Grandma, that you share an aspect of the same soul. You are splintered souls. That he, when you pass, he's actually probably going to have an easier time than most other people. And it was really funny because I get where she's coming from, and I completely agree. But at the same time, I also know that when my grandma passes, I think she's going to be the first family member in my life where when she passes, I'm actually going to process it more like a normal person. Because often when family members die, for me, it's like it's very muted response. It's like, this is sad, but it's not me. So why am I freaking out and being super sad? Like, I just got to continue life and be happy. Like,
Yeah,
I
and
don't
guess
think.
what? You can't do anything about it. They're already gone.
Right,
Buck
but
up and
that
go for it.
yeah, but I
In
honestly
their
do think that
honor.
I will
Okay.
experience more, emotions off of this passing, because, like I said, we share a soul. That's where I will be able to handle it in many ways easier, but in emotion, like spiritually, I'll handle it easier, but emotionally, it'll be more difficult. That's the way I'm trying to explain. Spiritually, it'll be really easy handling her passing, but emotionally, it'll be very difficult.
The realization that there's no longer going to be any pain, or um, she'll be coming back in a different
No, that's
situation.
awesome. Yeah, thank you for saying that, because that's exactly what the type of thing of where I'm saying is that my spiritual side will literally be almost in celebration over her passing, because I'll know that
Yes,
she's
that's
back
how
to
it
being
needs to
her.
be.
She's
Normal,
yep.
if people were taught more on the ground level, school time, like from beginning of school to when they graduate, that these types of things are things that happen to people, and what actually the process is and how it's handled on the other side and how we handle it here. All of the memorial services we ever do for anyone is basically for our own remembrance of the person. It has nothing to do with them. They don't give a shit whether you celebrate them or you don't.
Oh, I love the
They
way
just,
you're explaining this, Hazel. It
yeah,
makes me
they just
because
want to go. They just
it's
want to
like
be free.
sometimes just that sometimes I sort of gaslight myself into thinking I'm more autistic than I really am because I have changed so much that I really can't say I'm autistic or I'm neurotypical anymore. It's
Yeah, they
really
put the fucking phone back on.
that's more of the separation. That's just separation. That's just bullshit.
Yeah, it's a good kind of separation, though. I mean, when she goes, she's going to be following those that she wants to be part of their life still,
Oh
which
yeah,
is
no, we were talking about
anyone who
different
thinks,
separations. I was saying
yeah,
me being diagnosed autistic, and like I said, that when you're raised autistic, it's a feedback loop. You get treated
yeah,
like you're autistic, and then you
unfortunately,
act autistic, and
yes,
that's where I'm
it's
saying that if I treat myself as I'm autistic, then I might make myself more autistic than I actually am right now because I
now I have
have
a
changed
question
so
about that.
much.
Do you think
Yeah,
any of that has anything to do with quote learned behavior?
learned behavior.
Yeah, do you
Yeah,
think
no,
anyone can
definitely.
learn how to be
So
autistic?
Oh, no, I definitely think that there's a learned behavior aspect to autism because, like, I've noticed, for instance,
Okay.
in a lot of autistic communities, there's a huge thing where a lot of these communities are really into being in a victim state. It's like, I am a victim and that makes me good. I am better than other people because I am a victim. And it's like, why are you propping yourself up when you're still going through hell? Like you're just higher in the flames. You're not escaping the heat.
Exactly. Yep. So yeah, the only reason why I'm asking is because I noticed that some people weren't as autistic as they were exclaiming. Spirit was telling me they were perfectly fine. They were learning it because that was going to be their distraction. So they wouldn't have to do any of the inner work that it's going to take for them to get better in whatever circumstances they were claiming claiming they had or whatever. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm
It's a
saying about just what a mess psychiatry is on diagnosing people with these labels. Like I know I have OCD, but and I know there's a spiritual aspect to it too. That it is the hardest thing I face in life is dealing with my OCD. And I go, maybe I was never autistic. Maybe it was OCD and misdiagnosed as autism because I was so OCD that all I could think about was life and death, and couldn't talk about any of this to anybody. So I was really introverted and antisocial, and people just saw those signals and went, "Oh, he's autistic." But in reality, no, I was just a extremely deep thinker for my age. Like there
there is a
really is
man on
no
YouTube
knowing.
and he's a autistic person
Uh-huh.
and he does tarot readings. Oh my God, he's awesome. He's every once in a great while he'll flip a nut and do something foolish, but it's nothing that's distracts from the message and what his work is. He's oh, I just love him, little creature. He's so cutie. I just
Yeah.
always I just think his work is phenomenal. He's doing what he's supposed to do here. He's so darn darling about it.
I thought it was really funny talking to Yvonne last night because he was really concerned about people placing the Nazi label to him, and it's like any real person knows he's not a Nazi. And it was just really funny because it was like he was trying to explain just that the ideology of how some people can view the world, and it's like I feel like I expressed it really well because I was going like, oh, I actually understand, like I'm able to process and understand Nazi ideology without believing in it or being one. And I think that's just what he was sort of trying to explain because it's so funny how the modern world has gotten so bad at being able to, get past the first stage of communication, that ego stage, that instinct stage, that assumption stage. And I
Well,
just
think
thought that
about
was
it. Not just that, but
fascinating.
look at how many decades it was so much long ago that people are so stuck in the past and the program that was created for the past, that they can't even see that that was the past, and they should no longer be putting any of their eggs in it, and not even any of the goddamn eggshells either. You know, they need to move forward from it and stop giving it the energy it had, because when you bring things up into the future that have nothing to do with what is supposed to be this now moment, the now moment creates you to the divine of all that is.
Yeah.
And when you are created to that, you have faith in the fact that everything and anything that you're going to do, your endeavors are going to be blessed. But when you're so stuck in the past and you're attached to things that happen in the past, it doesn't lend you much movement or credence to move past it and do the inner work it's going to be, and that what it's going to take in order to make sure that you're staying in the moment and not, linking up to the past to be able to
Yeah.
be part of
Oh,
something.
that's
I mean, listen to it. None of
yeah.
us were even fucking here at the moment. What the fuck are we even talking about it for?
No, I get you I feel you with that one big time.
It's like,
I was
seriously,
yeah.
how can we
No,
be so
there's
pissed at all the German people if we weren't even fucking here when all this shit happened? And
why
yeah,
would you be pissed at
we're
the German
only
people when they apologized? Japan didn't.
right. And the only thing about this
Where's all
is
the fucking hatred over Japan for them not apologizing?
because I think Japan has the potential, let's just say it that way, to recreate what it is they did. And I
Oh
don't
yeah, they
think German
definitely
would
have the
ever do
potential to
it.
do that.
I
I
mean, I
love
would,
Japan as a culture and everything, but at the same time, it has some major fucking problems.
yeah.
Like
And they
fuck,
own
even the
most of the United
hikikomoris over
States, so
there.
that doesn't help.
I mean, there's so many hikikomoris over in Japan. It's not even funny. Do you know what hikikomoris are? Are you familiar with that term?
I'm not sure. Not sure.
Hikik-
I might have
Hikikomori is
heard about it and
basically
not
like a
known.
Japanese hermit. You know, a Japanese
I
hermit, a
thought so, yeah.
hikikomori. Yeah, they'll literally stay in their house for over a year straight. You know, never go outside their house, just get everything delivered and stuff. And they just are. They're not even antisocial. They're asocial. They just have no sociability. They just want to stay by themselves. Kind of thing, and
Oh, that's
stuff.
me.
Yeah, but it's for yours is more spiritually like on purpose. It's hikikomoris are often out of the like societal problems causing mental illness or spiritual
Oh, okay.
illness. Like these hikikomoris, they pretty much all of them have something they need to deal with, whether it's a psychological, a mental illness, or whether it's a spiritual imbalance. Pretty much all of them have something that they need to
Yeah,
deal
they're
with
not
that's
able to
keeping
express it
them
like we
stuck
do,
there.
if you remember it.
Exactly. No,
So
exactly.
they're
Uh,
ostracized for that
yeah,
sort
no,
of
that's
what
why
they consider a
I've actually been getting into studying the therapy on therapeutic tools on things that might actually be able to help them get out of the situation they're in. Because like for instance, I was recognizing that the COVID made that mess even worse because there's a lot of young people that literally won't leave their homes because other people aren't still wearing masks. And they're literally in their home all day wearing a mask. And I'm like, okay, well, what's a good middle ground for some therapists to
mm,
work with them? Well, maybe a
that's a
therapist could.
psychological hit.
Yeah, and that's
Let's
where I'm
just be
like, well, maybe
real.
a therapist could come in with a clear mask, one that's see-through, so you can see their micro expressions and understand what they're trying to communicate to them, but they still have that ego protection of, oh, they're wearing a mask. They're not wearing the
Yeah.
mask I want them to, but they are wearing a mask. But somehow my subconscious is picking up on their little micro expressions, and I'm actually understanding them as a human to human connection, and I'm not gonna, get terrified and push away my therapist, that kind of thing.
Okay, so the next thing I need to ask is, do they realize the actual ingredients that were in the shot? Did I ever send you that ingredient list?
Oh yeah, no, you send me that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to make sure you share that too, so that they realize that none of these things that were in that shot you would inject into your body, none of these things singly on the list you would ever inject into your body. So the actual mixture of all of those things was meant to eradicate certain people, which were what? Women, children, and elderly.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's going to
Holy
make
shit, though!
much more
You did just make me realize that. Oh, of course, my mom got the vaccine, and of course, she's now getting diagnosed with osteoporosis. Huh? Coincidence?
yeah.
For reals.
That's why I'm saying there's got to be an alternative way to what she wants to create, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
If she continues doing what she's doing at her age and she has the stress level that she has, she's going to create something that she can't undo.
Oh, I know.
So
That's what
there's
she's
no
been
point in
saying
getting
about
involved
herself.
in it.
That's where
Don't
I'm
get
actually
involved
sort
in
of
it.
glad that she's going through this bullshit in her own, in my own way, or her own way, or whatever. Just because she is now. She keeps telling me, if I keep listening to everybody and doing all this stuff for them, I'm going to be in a wheelchair. She keeps telling me that. So it's like
Yep.
she's starting to recognize it herself that I need to
She's
set up
got
these
to make
limits, or
sure
I'm
that
going to
she's there
fuck
for
over my
herself.
future self.
Exactly.
I
And
even
she doesn't
told her
want to
about
live
the
like
future
that.
line thing. I'm like, Mom, when I was going through hell, though, I couldn't give myself love or empathy. The only way I could was giving my future self empathy. And that actually made me love myself. Like, you need to
Exactly.
think about your future self, Mom. You need to think about, what your future self. And I think that it's starting to click in with her, that those little, metaphysical freaking psychosocial freaking technologies where she's altering her train of thought in a healthy way, and it's getting her to realize the potential she has.
Wonderful. Because she really
Totally.
needs to know that only she can do she's the only one that can participate in her healing process.
Yeah.
And the more heal her mind, body, and spirit is, the more successful she'll be. And the more successful she is, the more that she'll be rewarded for that behavior, not keeping her head in the sand and trying to, quote, stay sick so everyone else does all the things that she's responsible for. You know what I mean?
Totally.
All of
Totally.
this stuff comes into play.
Yeah.
And people don't think of it that way, but that's exactly what happens. Some people give up on themselves because they don't think that they have the wherewithal to be able to help others get through the situation.
Yeah.
But she's got the tools. She just needs to make sure she minds herself
Yeah.
and keeps an eye on herself.
She's got the tools. She just needs to push the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying, because that's where we've
And she
both
needs
been
to prepare
recognizing.
herself. When
We've
your
both
mother's
been
going to pass
recognizing.
away,
Oh,
it's
sorry, you
big.
go.
Yeah, when her mother's going to pass away, that's big stuff. Okay,
Oh
that's
yeah.
not just and she needs to make sure that she's aware of the fact that there is the possibility of it happening sooner than later.
Ooh, you just
Get a
brought
hold
in
of herself.
another excellent point that I think will actually really help with the situation, because both my mom and me have been recognizing that we both think that she needs to take some magic mushrooms soon. That we both are in agreement that we think that would help her break out of these fucking these loops of oh, I'm not gonna have boundaries, I'm gonna let people push all this shit on me. But not only that, she's gotten this new phenomenon that's been happening with her lately, where when she gets overly stressed, she just fucking like garbles up her language. She'll be just like, she just literally talks like that, and
Uh,
it's ridiculous, and it's like
it's spirits telling me it's the reason why is because she's got so many thoughts coming in at the same exact time they don't get a chance to come through.
yep. But what I was
So
explaining to
what you could
her
do,
is
you
that
could always feed it to her in some sort of a um, pasta sauce or something like that, rather than letting her actually see what it is that she's being given. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because I think that her brain would override it.
Oh, okay. I think I get a little bit of that, what you're saying.
Yeah,
It's like as long as we have consent, we're going to do this today, then I'll be like, okay, I'm going to put it in some food or some drink, and I'm going to give it to you. I'm not going to tell you which one, that kind of
right.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I see where you're coming
I'm
from.
I'm not even I'm not even sure if that's even something that should be done either. I mean, you have a certain circumstances, I have a different
Yep.
circumstances.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
And
very
if
true.
that was
Very
happening
true.
to me,
Oh, okay. Yeah. No,
depending
I honestly
upon,
don't think she's would have too much of a problem either way. I think that
okay.
she's ready to rip off the bandage and move forward in her life.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's where I was saying that you were just mentioning about that her mom's gonna be passing away sooner rather than later, kind of thing. And I was just realizing that's probably what I need to get to, where she'll press her own button, is when it comes to the mushrooms. Is explain to her, that you're not gonna want to do this when she passes away. You're gonna be dealing with that energy. you're going to want to do this before she passes away, or, you know, a few months or a year after she passes away. And if you're trying to take
Right.
care of your future self, you might want to get on top of it and take it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, because that may entice her not to do anything medically, as far as having chemicals put in her body. It may slant her to the left or to the right as far as that goes, and she'll do a more alternative medicine way of working it.
Yeah.
Because remember, the only reason why people get sick physically is because they have not dealt with something emotionally that needs to be worked through. Your mother knows beyond a reasonable doubt that her mother is going to pass.
Yeah.
She's trying to avoid it. She's trying in her little tiny ways to have it not happen, but
Yep.
she also needs to realize that it's going to, and there's nothing that she can do about it.
Yep.
Her mother is going to pass away when she's ready.
Yep.
And if she's ready yesterday, it's going to happen yesterday. You know what I mean?
That's where it's been the hardest on all of us, because Noonie, my grandma, before she went downhill, she said that when she was going to go downhill, she was going to be silly and not mean, and that, you know, and she became mean. She didn't become silly, you know, but not
Oh,
only
it's because
that.
she forgot, hon. That's all it was. And someone needed to remind her.
That's probably true too, but what also it is that she also said that when she was going to go downhill in her future, that she was going to make it easy. She was going to be funny, and she was going to go quick. And she is being mean, and she is holding on. I can tell she
She's
is
doing
holding
just the
on.
opposite. No, walk in someday and whisper to her,
Uh-huh.
remember what you told us?
Yeah.
You have permission. You can do this.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Because
very true.
she
No,
needs
that's
someone
so
to give
true
her
though.
permission.
Yeah, no,
Because
that's very true, because she had to give permission about something like that the other day, of just, you know, like it was like literally she had some logical emotion, and she was like gaslighting herself into thinking that, you know, she was having like a dementia moment, and that she was just being absurd or something, and she was actually being empathetic for everybody else. She was like, I don't want to be a bitch to everybody, and then we had to explain that, you know, actually you were not being a bitch at all. You were being very lucid and aware and communicating, and we don't judge you at all for that. Thank you. You know?
yeah, because
So,
some people stay around because some people won't give them permission to go.
see, and that's where
And
I'm
when they
saying too that I think that even part of it was that, you know, that she forgot that I'm healthy now, you know, so she's thinking the old me where I was going through hell, and that, you know, oh my God, I have to stay here because, you know, he's going through hell, and that we're parts of the same soul, you know, and it's like, no, I'm good now, Grandma, you know, you need to go, and you need to go, and I'm not going to judge you either way, you know.
Yeah, she needs to know that she has permission to go when she's ready.
Yeah.
When you're
No,
ready,
that's
Grandma, it's perfectly fine for you to go, because we all have everything under control now, and we'll make sure that we do just what you want us to do and nothing different. Need to
yeah.
reassure her at the same exact time you're giving her permission to go. And the reason why is they will stay and stay and stay and stay and stay until they've heard from everybody they need to hear from, and until they've gotten permission by someone here that says, yeah, you can go now.
I
And
think
she
part of
will.
it too is that her failing body is telling her brain not to give up. You know, because I remember the last time I saw her, she was talking about
It's
how
part
that.
of the loop programming that we've had for decades and no
Yeah,
one's
well,
realizing it.
she was saying that she was feeling really yucky and bad because she mentally was feeling good and her body wasn't feeling good, and that she, you know, there was this huge disconnect, and that she just, you know, it was like it was I felt a lot of empathy and understanding. I'm like between dissociation that I've experienced, and, you know, having problems with the mind and body connections. You know, I had a lot of empathy and understanding with her, but at the same time I was also like, I can't give you the empathy you really deserve because I've not gone through this experience. You know, it's a massive difference between, you know, being, you know, fucking, what's it called? Like, yeah, delirious from, you know, a fever when you're young versus dementia when you're old. You know, they're very similar in many ways, but in many ways they're completely different. And it's sort of the same thing with what she's going through now, where her body just isn't listening to her brain. And you know, there's that massive disconnect, you know, where she feels
There's a
healthy
lot of
mentally,
things that
but
I could tell you
physically
to
she's
do.
falling apart.
There's a lot of things that I could tell you to do that would actually prolong her life. But since you haven't had the conversation with her, and to let her walk it in a way that she needs to walk it,
Yeah.
there wouldn't be any point of that.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's the spot
Okay.
that I'm inhabiting right now, where it's like, fuck, I wish I had just a little bit more of this universal downloads and wisdom for the empathy, so I can help give the empathy that she deserves, because I am
Well,
all about
just tie
empathy and
into it.
love.
She just tie into it. You're not that far from the mark of what you need to create
Okay.
for her.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
and it's just being there and being supportive and not necessarily doing anything, but actually making sure that she hears you loud and clear, that you're giving her permission and she has permission to
Mhm.
go, and it's okay. Everybody here is fine.
Yeah.
You've done a phenomenal job throughout your life.
Well, actually,
It,
I just reminded me, my mom had that discussion with Nuni the other day. I didn't need to.
there you go.
That she literally just had that conversation with my grandma the other day, and she said it amazing. Like, I honestly, my mom said it better than you just did.
Well,
Like,
you
it was
also have to remember
perfect.
too that you may need to do it, since you guys are that connecting soul person thingy.
Oh yeah, true. No, it was just I was really proud of the way my mom handled that with my grandma, because she explained it in a way that was completely neutral and loving. It was, it was not, it wasn't where her ego might think that we're trying to manipulate her into moving forward faster. It was like, I know that my grandma, that she understood that one part, whether it was her brain or her soul, that something in my grandma must have known what the hell my mom was talking about, because my mom, I don't think I've ever heard her communicate that well in my entire life. I was like, that was like the level of communication I strive for. So I was really proud of that.
Yeah, you're also going to notice too, when the actual time comes, she's going to seem delirious, like she's going to be talking out loud to
Yep.
different entities and stuff. But those are people who are there waiting for her to help her get through where she needs to go.
Oh no, I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're talking about, because I experienced that with my grandpa, because I
Okay.
saw him like a day or two, before he passed, and he was entering that last stage, where he's
Yep.
seeing things and babbling and stuff. And it was actually really wild, because the TV was on, it was some, reality show thing on like the Discovery Channel, where they were, going exploring shipwrecks under the water. And it was so fucking wild, because I swear to God, I was in that shipwreck with my fucking grandpa. My soul was there with him. Like, we were both like there. It was so freaking wild, because of my ability to dissociate and get all metaphysical and spiritual. I was watching this show, and it was like, I know my grandpa, even though he's babbling and not lucid, like, I know that some part of his soul knows that this TV is on, and that, he's actually sort of everywhere right now. He is God, and he is in this shipwreck where they're filming this stuff. He is, looking at the same things I'm looking at, and I'm there with him.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's important for them to know that they're not going to be by themselves, and
No, that
that
was really
it's
beautiful.
safe
I
to
was I was
participate and go
super
forward. And
I'm super happy that I was able to be part of the experience with my grandpa, because my grandpa, I am often now that we're dealing with this with my grandma, I'm going like, damn, it's almost like grandpa was a test case on how we're supposed to handle this. Like, and we sort of fucked up a little bit, like, shit, we had him on hospice, and the family wasn't always there and hanging out with him, and and just things like that. And now Noonie is, basically on hospice, my grandma, but she's living in my aunt's house, and if my aunt and them get all too crazy, then she lives at my mom's house for a day or two until she goes crazy over there and bounces back to my aunt's house. So, but
yeah,
the fact that but she actually loves it at my aunt's house, and because my aunt's house, even though the kids have all moved away, and, they've gotten more not as much of a family anymore, they still do have like family meals every day. Even if the kids aren't there, the husband and the wife are there, and they're feeding, my grandma. And so it's like, she gets more of that actual, what life is supposed to be like. Modern
yeah,
life
life
is
goes on.
warped.
Exactly.
Yeah,
She needs
modern
that.
life has changed so much that, for older people like that, you're not going to feel any human connection or spiritual connection just getting some fucking, fast food getting dropped off at you. You need to eat with your family,
Yeah, no
to
fucking
get that
Meals on Wheels for the
connection.
queen. Hello. She needs to be honored and respected in all the life that she's had.
She doesn't need to be eating any fucking junk food, dude. And I better not hear about her. I'm going to kick some ass. I'm going to go there and kick some ass. But people
Oh
don't
my gosh.
understand that. They definitely don't need to be eating any fucking junk food.
Oh,
That's the last
that's why I
thing.
am really glad that she's living at my aunt's so often nowadays because, you know, my grandma, she really, even before she went downhill, like, I swear to God, I'm like, we need to find, I was telling my mom the other day, I'm like, we need to find out if Nooney's an organ donor because if she is an organ donor, we need to take her pancreas for fucking scientific research so we can cure Natalie's diabetes because my grandma for the past fucking like 10 fucking years has been eating nothing but fucking pastries. Like, all she fucking eats is pastries.
Nothing
It's
wrong with that. That's what she
crazy.
desires.
I know, but it was at the same time, I'm like, you're like 80 fucking years old, and the only thing you eat is pastries. Like, how the hell have you not fucking just fallen apart? Or how the hell did you not get diabetes? Like, how the hell can your pancreas pump out so much insulin in it for it to actually work when all you're eating is powdered sugar donuts and pastries and all this super high carb, super high sugar food?
Because she doesn't have any
Because
in
what?
her tissues. She doesn't have any issues in her tissues that would bring on diabetes. Okay?
Ah,
If you're not with your issues, you are going to have diabetes.
yeah.
If you're not, I'm telling you, it all connects. Your
Huh.
sister, and I had a sister who had diabetes, so I can speak very frankly and very real about it. My sister had diabetes. Did she once give a sweet shit what she ate? No. Did she even care that she had diabetes? No. Why? Because she did not want to work on her issues in her tissues.
Ah,
So
yep,
guess what? She died of
yep.
complications because of her ignorance and not wanting to do the work.
That's my
And
number one concern
I
with
don't
my
have any,
sister.
and this
My
is going to
sister
sound very
is,
cold and callous.
yeah.
I don't have any issues with it saying this. She died unnecessarily because she did not want to do what it took.
No, I know what you're talking about because that's my number one stress and concern with my own sister. Because my sister refuses to learn the mind body connection. She relies on the smart meters and she will have a fucking panic attack and near existential crisis whenever the insurance companies say you can't use this meter for a month. You have to use one of these old things to prick your fingers and test your blood sugar manually. It's like my sister says that she needs to know when her blood sugar is going up and down. She doesn't just need to know the number. It's like do you not get that you're using a crutch instead of learning to develop your muscles in your legs to walk properly? You know? It's like it's
Or,
not
she needs
good.
to do the work so that she'd realize that she can cure it herself.
Oh,
Wouldn't
that
that be
too,
a
because
wonderful
I've been coming
thing?
across from that perspective too, because I did a lot of research into the ketogenic diet that made me lose over 100 pounds of fat. And I was finding out that the ketogenic diet actually can definitely be used with type 1 diabetics. You know, you just have to be just a pinch even better about monitoring. But the
Yeah,
irony is
I
that
don't know
even though
about
you have to,
any of that
well,
foolishness. I
well,
honestly
no, it's
don't
just
think it's going to
interesting
take
because,
anything.
well, no, it's just really
It's not
interesting
going to
because,
take any effort for her
well,
to cure it if she's seriously about curing it.
Initially I think it does take effort, but that's where I'm saying that okay, so the
Mm-mm.
ketogenic diet, you have to check your blood sugar initially more often because you're using your ketones in your brain and your body instead of the glucose. It's a radically different mode of metabolizing and energy production. So initially you have to look at your blood sugar even more, but then the thing that's amazing about the ketogenic
Mm-mm.
diet for type 1 diabetics is that it stabilizes the living fuck out of your blood sugar. Once you actually, look at your blood sugar enough and get into that routine, then it stabilizes. And then you actually almost don't need to look at your blood sugar numbers as much because you're listening to your body, you know? And that's where it's like, I just need my sister to learn to listen to her body, stop. It's like, you could look at the numbers too, but don't rely and put all the responsibility on these meters. I mean, you're the one with
Not
diabetes.
just
You're the
that,
one
but
that
she
has
doesn't
to.
need to be focusing on the numbers. She needs to be focused on what she got diabetes for and why she's got it in the first place. There's
Yeah.
no connection to the physical ailment that she created because she doesn't want to do the emotional work.
Yeah, no, that's where
That is just
my dad comes from that perspective a lot. I always have to be careful with that because my sister has the biggest sweet tooth in the family, and a lot of people will go like, "Oh, that's why she got type 1 diabetes." But it's also one of those things that, there's spiritually maybe that's true, but medically we really don't have an idea of, what causes it yet. So I don't know. It's like it's one of those things where it's like you have to be really careful with your communication and approach with the more neutrality and empathy. Otherwise, my sister's ego is going to take control and she's going to think that you're attacking her or judging her or whatever.
Boy, that really shows how unhealthy she actually is, if that's the
Oh
case.
no, that's the problem is that she has type 1 diabetes and her freaking periods and things like that, she'll have high blood sugar and her period going on at the same time, and then it's like it fucks up her entire fucking month, or 3 months are fucked up all because of 1 week. And it's like you need to get your shit under control more.
She would hate my guts if I landed there and said, "Okay, we're going to get rid of it once and for all. Let's do it."
You are
And I'm
so
telling you,
right.
and
She would
you're
literally
going
think you were
to,
a narcissist.
you know,
My sister would
I'm,
totally think you were a narcissist if you did that. She'd
I'm,
be
I
like, "Great, now I
seriously
have a
know
female version of my father."
it's like, and this is going to sound really bad and it's going to sound awful, but it's like, wham, fucking fix your issues, dude, and
Yeah,
watch
no, I
everything
know.
just fall to the wayside. We're
Oh,
no
I know.
longer connected in with that no more unless you choose to be connected in with that line of thought. We're
No,
totally
that's where it's
different
difficult
people.
with me because it's like I want to push her
We're
forward and help her
multidimensional
heal
beings. There's
and
no need of any of
everything.
that holding you back. Is
It's
no
like
need
I
of it.
inhabit this zone where it's like I'm sort of stuck in the middle. I can't, give her all that energy to move forward because she's going to take it the wrong way. But at the same time, if I do nothing, then things are just going to get worse. So I really just have to try to move forward, but also not be, anxious or concerned. It's like if she does pass, that probably was the way the universe was meant to be in some aspect of things. And granted, it was her own fault in that situation, but at the same time, I'm not gonna, resent my dead sister for the rest of my life because of what she did. Like I'm not that kind of person. There's so many people. I can't believe how
Right.
many people judge the dead. It's crazy how many people judge the dead. It's like once they're dead, stop fucking judging them. Like it's different. The rules have changed. The game has flipped.
Yeah, the
The board
Wasteland
is.
pays his death. You no longer have that attachment to it, and you can't be doing that. That's why it's so critical for you to make sure you heal every aspect that you have concerning the person who goes. Because if
Yep.
you're not willing to do it while they're here, there's no sense in trying to do it when they're not here because you'll always end up walking and talking into the wall. It's not going to do
Yep.
you any good. So if someone can't be approached while they're alive and kicking, that shows you there they have a resistance to healing.
Yep.
And at that point, they're on their own about that as far as
Oh
I'm
no, I
concerned, because
definitely
I don't
believe in
play the
that
game.
too. I swear to God that there's some part of my sister where she has some victim mentality where she thinks that her diabetes makes her closer to her father. I swear to God, I think that
Oh
she
my
thinks
God,
that
you
her
know
having
what? Her whole fucking life would open up if she
well,
just
the most
did the
fucked up thing
work.
about that is that my sister getting diabetes is practically the reason my dad got divorced. My dad started getting really distanced with my mom when she started getting Lyme's disease and she got sick. But the second my sister got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, my dad left the family. And I swear to
Because he
God,
can't handle that.
I swear to God, there's some part of my sister where she thinks that her having diabetes makes her closer to her father. And it's like, no, you don't see that he didn't just leave because of you. I'm not, again, we're not playing blame game or victim, but at the same time, if you're just playing, cause and effect kind of thing, you got diabetes, diagnosed with it, dad left right after. So why do you think that you having diabetes makes you closer to him?
Yeah, she's dreaming. That's a way of justifying her behavior. It's just another
No,
one of
that's the
those
biggest problem
reasons.
she has right now. Is she definitely has codependency because she has
Mm.
this new boyfriend that she's been on and off with. That mentally manipulates and abuses her
Dude,
mentally, and
she needs to go to Camp Hazel. I'm sorry, but whatever.
she probably does.
You would not believe how many fucking women out there need to go to Camp Hazel. Hello, Myrna. Oh my
That's what I'm
God, it's
saying. I'm like,
hilarious.
that's the one that concerns me the most. I'm like, you're never gonna deal with the mind-body connection if you're getting sucked into fucking codependency. You know? You're just
Exactly.
gonna push
It
all the
never gets
fucking
resolved.
responsibility on the other person if you're codependent. You know, I'm diabetic,
And
you
guess
live with
what? It's
me. Why the
everybody
fuck aren't
else's
you
problem but your
taking care
problem.
of me?
You know?
Exactly. No, the problem with my mom is that my mom enables and my dad distances to the point he's just not there. So my dad would just ignore my sister's diabetes until she died. Literally, he wouldn't bat a fucking eye, and it wouldn't be his fault. You know, he didn't have anything to do with it. And then my mom enables. So she, you know, like, oh, you have diabetes, you need the meter. Okay, you need the meter. I'm going to do everything I can to where you always have the fucking smart meter. And, you know, I will go on and talk with the insurance for 6 hours every day for a week if I have to get one of those meters, you know? And it's like, that's not good, you know? Like, you need a middle ground with parenting. You can't be, you know, completely free range parenting, but you can't be helicopter mom either.
Exactly. And considering that your sister is an adult,
Yeah.
there's no adult behavior being demonstrated at any point in all this. I don't
Yep,
see it.
she's
I'm
just a year
sorry,
and a
but
half younger than me, and that's where I'm seeing her, and I'm like, oh my God, she's who I used to be.
yeah, she's probably mimicking you.
Oh yeah, she probably would. That's where it drives me nuts though, because she actually acts like I'm still this autistic, anxious little mess. And like she'll go,
Yeah.
we'll go hang out together, and my sister will be, you know, struggling, and I'm like trying to ask her, you need to go get food, like your blood sugar's low, you know, I'll be actually engaging with her, being a you know, a good family member, and then she'll be, you know, fucking paranoid that I'm like all fucking anxious that I'm gonna have a panic attack. You need to go home. I saw that person bumped into you. Like, are you okay? You know, and it's like, oh my God,
Oh
Natalie, you're the
my
one that's freaking
gracious.
out right now. You're the one that's stressed out. I'm fine. Relax, girl. Like, Jesus, she's just falling into the same bullshit that my mom is, where she's gonna become this fucking this floor mat for the world. And I don't want to see that, you know?
You know, people think that by creating these issues, let's just say it that way, that they can opt out of what is going to be happening. It doesn't work like that. You have to be engaged. You have to do your part. You can't put your head in the sand. If
Right?
you put your head in the sand, you're just fucking coming back and doing it all over again. Why
Yeah,
not do
that's
the
the
work you
time
need to
aspect,
so that you
right?
can progress towards what it is you're trying to do here? She didn't come down with an empty slate and God says, "Oh yeah, you can have all the issues you want, and guess what? You can forget that the fact that you came down on a mission and that you said you would do it, because that's not how it goes. That is not seriously how it goes. Seriously, how it goes is you opted on the right side of God to do the things He's asked you to do, and you can't cop out. You owe it to the word. Your word is supposed to be who you are. Okay. When you don't
Yeah.
follow who you are, you feel guilty. Then you
Oh yeah.
create all the extra shit so that you
No, I know
can sit there
exactly what you're
and
talking about.
blame and have a hemorrhoid about little or nothing, to
Yep.
create little or nothing to distract you, because then all of a sudden you've got all these issues. And some, like this happened today. The only reason why this is so fresh in my mind is this happened to me today. Okay, normally when I pick up my client on Wednesdays, she has 3 stops to do. That's it. Little no more than that. Today, she had 6 stops to do because she knew I had to be at my daughter-in-law's for her birthday party. And she was feeling like all my eggs were going to be in that basket. And so I was just watching the whole day go the way it was. And the more she kept doing it, the more my energy rose. The more she kept doing it, the more my energy rose. And I just kept giggling and laughing when every time she'd go into a store and she'd come back out. Well, I'm going into this one now. I said, yeah, have fun. And I wasn't a bit concerned that I was going to be late or that I wasn't going to be there at the time that I was asked to be, even though that there's, significant amount of craziness, let's just say that word, because that's basically what the fuck it is, about, whether I should come or whether I shouldn't anyways. So yeah, I was just rolling with it and it wasn't phasing me in the least.
And like I said, the more she kept doing that, the more my energy just kept raising. Now then I said, you're doing this because you think that I have to raise my energy in order to even be seen in that home, right? Huh? Yeah, I'm on to you. It's not going to work. It's not going to work because I'm ready for this. There's nothing that she can say or do that's going to undermine what I'm saying and what I'm thinking and what I want to do, the effect that I want to have, the influence I want to be. And it just worked out absolutely perfect. So I drop her off after all this, and everything went perfectly smooth and fine. It was no issues at all. But I guess something was set up to the point where they were actually expecting me to, like, I don't know, have some freak fest or something. I don't know what the fuck the problem was, but I just giggled through the whole thing and just made it was okay. It was all going to be okay, and it was. It was just perfectly fine.
Yeah.
And because of how I handled it, I rose my energy so high that no one took me on. Let's just say it that way. No one took me on because I was just untouchable at that point.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. You're literally talking about finding your logos. That's what you're talking about.
Exactly. I don't have any way or anything to say other than if you don't do what it is you came down here to connect with and to help right around and to make manifest, what is the fucking point?
For reals. No, the really fascinating and fun one is have you ever experienced a state of being in your divine logos inhabiting the divine dharma? The dharma is the external world being in the right order. The logos is the internal world being in the right order. When you get both in the right order, it's freaking incredible.
Yeah, that happened to me today on some sort of a level, and I'm telling you, when I came out of there, I was ready to write a book. I got all this channeled information while I was sitting there. I got all the answers I wanted from the night before, and it was just like so sweet. And I just kept saying thank you. I'm telling you, my gratitude. I have to tell you a story that I would only tell you anyways. I'm not going to tell it on a live chat, but okay. So remember, I don't have a well.
Oh yeah, the antimony.
So I have to bring all the water into the house and all that whole hoopla and so forth and so on. Well, It's funny because as many times as my brother and I have connected, we've just never seemed to talk about that. There's so many other things to talk about that I didn't want to bore him with all that yucky shit, let's just say. And so we were sitting there the other day and we were enjoying each other's company, and he said something and something about house goals. How's your house goals coming? And I said, house goals are coming really well. I said, my next goal is to get a well. And he goes, what? I go, yeah, I need a well, honey. And he goes, why do you need a well over there? And I says, well, I need a well because it's deep. No, just kidding. He said, why do you need a well? And I said, well, the reason why I need a well is because it had too much antimony and too much manganese, and it, caused the initial problem. And then I went to go have the testing done, and Winslow took the test, and they came back with the results. And now I have to get a reverse osmosis machine, and now I'm very unaware of which osmosis machines. I mean, they give you these facts, but they never tell you which ones that you should be doing. So, and they're extremely expensive. And so you shouldn't really
it sounds
just
like you're
go off
talking
and
about
just.
a whole house reverse osmosis system. You're not
Yes,
talking
I
about
have
one
to
of
have
those
a whole
under
house
the sink
reversed.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to have a whole house one because
Yeah, those are
I
definitely more
have
expensive.
I have the Manor. It's called the Manor in what's that? What is that? The filter. The filter that softens the water. So I had it's
You gotta get a
called the
water
Manor.
softener system as well.
No, I already have that, but
Oh, you
I
already
haven't
have the
been.
water softening.
Yeah, that's been part of the process for a while, way before I realized antimony situation.
So now I'm not changing the softener as much as I should be, because there's no point in softening poison water anyways. And I'm not going to do it. I'm not wasting my money. Those filters are extremely expensive.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I haven't been changing it. So anyways, Richard says to me, so what are you doing over there? Like, how is everything going over there logistically? Tell me what's going on over there. And I says, well, I have to go to Dixmont to get my drinking water. And when I wash my hair, I have to use 4 gallons of water. And when I rinse my hair, it's usually 2 gallons of water or something in between there somehow, some way. And he just looked at me and he said, oh my God, Hazel, why didn't you say something? And I says, what do you mean? He goes, you can come over here and take showers. And it just hit me like I don't know, like God just pressed something sweetly, gently over my head and said, there you go, honey. There's your, there's your dream and there's your wish come true. And it was just amazing. I started to cry a little bit. And he goes, oh my God, I didn't realize how profoundly affected you'd be by this. I said, Richard, I'm OCD. I'm extremely anal about having things correctly done. And I was struggling with the fact that I need water in order for me to be who I am. Like when I get nervous,
Totally.
I put my hands in water and I clean. That is my thing.
Oh, I'm the
And
same
now
way.
I
I have
have
a
to.
connection with water.
Yes, I'm very, very, very connected to water.
Oh, I'm
And
very
so when
connected to
he said
water.
I could get in the water and that I was actually going to be able to take a shower or a bath, he says, so this was Friday. He says, so are you coming over on Monday? And I says, yes, I'll be here. I says, don't have to worry. I won't ever cancel that. And he started laughing. He goes, okay, I'll see you Monday. So Monday he gets out of work and I don't rush over there because why? I just don't want to rush him. And I want to make sure that, he knows that I want to honor his time and space. When you get out of work, you kind of like want to wind down and stuff. And, I know the routine and so forth and so on. So he calls me, he says, you coming over? And I said, yeah, I'll be over. He goes, okay. So then he texts me back and he goes, oh my God, I need a plug. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'll stop at Winslow Supply on the way over. No big deal. So we go over and I show him the plug that Winslow Supply had. And he goes, oh, that's not going to work because it's great there. And so I'm going to need a flat plug. So I'm like, okay, here we go. Half an hour one way, half an hour the way back. Hey, I'm not going to bitch. Why? Because my end result is going to be I'm going to have water running everywhere. I'm going to be so happy. And I can already feel what it's going to feel like sitting in that. Well, he turns on his air conditioner and he shuts the door to the bathroom and forgets to put the vent on. So it's like I'm going into a steam room.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know that he had a vent.
Ah.
So I'm sitting there in the bathtub roasting. You may as well say I was in a sauna. It wasn't refreshing initially but the whole time I was sitting there, I was in gratitude mode. It didn't matter to me. I just kept saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you for connecting me to someone who cares the fact that I'm actually having this sauna for a bath today. I don't care. I'm just so happy.
Oh my
And I
God, that's
didn't
the way
say,
I feel about my freaking shower heads. They putting the air into the water droplets. It like mystifies the whole fucking room. I'm like, I would never own one of these if I had a house and the bathroom wasn't like properly and completely waterproofed, because it puts out so much goddamn humidity that I've literally struggled to breathe taking showers before. And I actually freaking love that, man. It's just so goddamn hot and humid. I don't know why I love humid heat so much. I
I'm
don't get it.
wondering
Everybody
if
hates it. I love it.
if they have a mold issue.
Who does?
So your whole building, because it the way that's connected and working like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Why that they could justify that?
I'm a little confused. Why? Who could justify what?
The way that they've got that set up.
Oh, okay. Now I get what you're saying. No, I can tell you exactly what it is. It's because Nevada is so dry that the legal liability isn't worth it. You know, it's like, oh yeah, we're still legally liable if something happens, but you know, it's probably not going to happen, and we're going to save more money, and it's just the payoffs. You know, for protections aren't worth it. You know, because Nevada is so fucking dry, you don't get much mold in much places, but at the same time, you really are going to have mold if you don't properly waterproof a fucking bathroom where showers go. You know,
Exactly.
like I don't care what shower head you're using, they put out off a lot of humidity, moisture, steam, condensation, whatever, you know. And if you don't have, you know, the fiberglass properly caulked in between the little seams and stuff, it's going to be going behind the fucking place. Because I was noticing that exact issue in my last apartment, because the last apartment, they literally had no caulking in any of the fiberglass panels for the shower. I'm like, holy fucking shit, there's so much water going into the building itself. It's gonna cause like structural damage at this point. And I'm like, this is absurd.
If you're in a situation that's like that, you'd be better off if you just picked up a tube of caulking and did it. And I'll tell you why. If you can keep it out of your apartment, you'll have the only apartment that's pristine clean.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is I think that actually wet rot is more serious than mold in Nevada. You know, that because that's where I'm saying that I don't think that there's going to be mold growing in that shower, that last apartment I was in, but I do legitimately think that there was enough humidity and water going in between those seams that the wood is going to experience wet rot. And the wet rot, you know, in an actual building, that's where it's fucking ridiculous, because they don't get that. Yeah, okay, you just because it's not likely to have mold and you're not likely to be legally liable doesn't mean that if wet rot happens and a building fucking collapses, that you're not going to be even more fucking liable. Like, fuck, you know. Yeah, one's a chronic illness from mold spores, you know, one's we just accidentally killed somebody and we have to pay the entire fucking family, not just the person that's sick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not going to be a
It's
good scene.
absurd. That's where the second moving into this low income housing, I'm so blessed. I love it, but at the same time, I'm going like, oh my god, if this is the problems I'm dealing with at this nice place, imagine all the other places. Because I'm in Section 8 housing, and it's nicer than the luxury apartments I've lived at.
Okay,
And
so
you
this
know,
is
I
what
lived
you
in a
do.
luxury apartment
Go through
a
that
few years
apartment with
ago.
a fine-tooth comb.
What was
Go
that?
through that apartment with a fine-tooth comb and
Oh,
make
I am.
sure you correct anything that's incorrect in a
Oh, I
small
am.
way. That way you're
Yeah.
not going to have any of the issues everyone else is going to have, and you'll actually have a place to live, because your apartment won't have
Oh
any of
no,
the
that's where I
issues
can
everyone
already
else is
tell
going to
that
have.
my apartment's probably gonna be the nicest looking apartment in this entire complex. Because I've already started noticing, you know, like, oh, I'm on the third floor balcony. I look across the little courtyard. I look at the other third story balconies. Oh, this guy has 3 bicycles on his balcony. You're on the 3rd story. You're never going to go downstairs and use those bicycles, but you don't want to get rid of them. You don't want to sell them. You're just hoarding. You know, like I'm seeing so many people's where I just glance into their apartment and I'm like, dang, your place is disorganized, or you know, like you could make it to where you could you know, organize things in a certain way to where your space feels more spacious, you know, like you're
Right.
getting all these huge things that, you know, are not very functional and making your whole apartment really small. And I'm just like noticing this with everybody, and I'm like, dang, my place is actually probably going to be like the most beautiful place here.
Which is wonderful, because you want to be living in opulence as much as you possibly
Oh
can,
yeah.
because it's
No,
close
that's
to
where
what
it's
you
fucking
created.
hilarious.
Yeah.
There's some baseboards here where they literally don't have wooden baseboards. They replace the wooden ones with these little plastic, you know, baseboards. These like, no, not even plastic. They're like rubber baseboards. And they're like these rubber plastic baseboards, but they're gray. And they painted them over with white. And they didn't even properly completely cover the gray with white. There's literally, you know, white paint street marks over gray plastic baseboards.
Yeah.
I'm
Someone
like,
half-heartedly painted. That's what they did.
Or they hired a toddler. They got some free child labor.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Or men that don't wear pants. Nothing more than a fucking man that doesn't wear pants.
I
Jesus
think if,
Christ.
if they're a man that doesn't wear pants and they're painting that bad, the paint's probably all in their pants or their shorts or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck they have.
Everyone laughs when I say that, but Jesus, I mean, I've never ever met a man who wore shorts that had
Yeah,
any brains
shorts. Yeah.
between his ears and act like an adult. I'm sorry, but I have never seen it yet.
Well, you met the first one because I pretty much own nothing but shorts because and even though I fucking hate shorts, I hate shorts because the only shorts I like are ones that go over my knees and don't expose my knees when I bend my legs. I hate my knees showing. They're not ugly knees. I just don't like my knees showing.
Right.
And
There's certain issues why you don't want certain things, and not everybody understands it, but I understand it because I'm like that. Like, I
yeah.
want to go to a dunk tank, but I certainly don't want an audience. And I want to have total discretion as to who, what, when, where, and why, because that's just who Hazel is.
Oh, I know what you mean. I've always wanted to do the exact same thing. That's so funny. I've always wanted to do one of those dunk tanks as well, but it's the same thing. I'm not trying to be some fucking human clown in some, human zoo, to get laughed at and pointed at, I'm trying to have fun and just be part of the fucking culture community.
I just am not a outie. I'm just a person who's not an outie. I'm not an out person. I'm an
Hmm.
in person, and that's nothing wrong with that.
I don't even think it's just introvert versus extrovert, though. I think it's also how you process emotions. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, do you like or do you dislike comedy roasts?
I like them. I've never had any issue with watching them.
Oh, that's funny. I was thinking that you were going to be the opposite because I really don't like comedy roasts.
I
I'm
don't
like,
find too many things funny. Let's just say it that way. I mean, when I do, I'm actually sitting here rolling just about, laughing so hard. It's like George Carlin. Oh my God. I used to think that he was like the ticket. And when he
oh,
passed away,
his stand up is amazing, but I've never seen like a roast of George Carlin. And if there was, I'd probably be
oh,
mad
there's
at
no
all the
way
comedians
possible that
making fun
anyone
of
could have
him.
gotten away with that. There's no way anyone would have roasted him. But boy,
That's
that
what I'm
would have been.
saying, though. I just don't like roasts. They feel like they're in bad faith. It's like I get where they're coming from, and they probably could technically do a roast that was just a little bit more fine tuned and a little bit more respectful, but
I've
still
seen some
raunchy and
quality
brutal.
ones. I've not.
But it's
Some of them are pretty roasty. Let's just
yeah,
say.
yeah, they're just all too raunchy and brutal for me. It's like you can't be
Yeah,
a respectful dick. You just have to be a
yeah.
full on asshole. I'm like, be a respectful dick. Don't be a full on asshole.
Now, back in the day when they used to have black and white TV, I used to watch those. Those were fun because I knew that they couldn't overly criticize because they weren't allowed to on public air.
Mm.
Those are
Yep.
ones you listen to now because then you don't have to worry about, anyone trying to. Because now, see, they make the TV so it's got like I think it's a 5 or a 10-second delay so they can
Okay.
catch people saying things inappropriately and not let them
Oh,
air.
I know what you're saying
And
now.
back then, it was a free for all.
Yeah, you're saying live was actually live back then.
Yeah, exactly. And it
I
was
know exactly what you're
hilarious
saying
because it
because
was more real
the
because it was
lives
in the
on
moment.
YouTube piss me off. They're always like, "Oh, this is live," and it says, "Oh, it streamed 24 hours ago." Then it's not fucking live. Take the live
Exactly.
thing off of it. Like say X live. It used to be live, but it's an X live now. You can't even say it's X live. It's just this is all live. It's like none of it is fucking live.
No, it's like a DNW. He can't sit there and tell us that his show is live when it's not. We had that show yesterday.
Oh well, even that. Okay, DNW's on in frickin' London. You can't tell me it takes a few microseconds at the bare minimum for this information to get across overseas for us to be able to communicate. There is a definite time lag. We are not talking at the exact same second. Even now, you're on the East Coast. I'm on the West Coast. It sounds like we're talking at the exact same time. We can hear each other, but in reality, there is definitely a delay.
There has to be because it doesn't make sense that it could go any other way.
That's what
in
I'm
order for
saying. The
everything to
speed
be
of light does not exceed quantum physics.
correct.
Quantum physics limits the speed of light, limits the speed of electrons, that our technology, we just cannot do that. That's where, when you're talking to people, like if there was somebody on Mars, there's supposed to be like I think it's like a 24-hour time delay or something. Like it literally is like every time you're talking to somebody that's on Mars, if they were on Mars, there's gonna always be this huge time delay.
Yeah, I guess at one point we had a community on Mars and lived there, but something went back asswards, and
Huh.
somehow we've messed up that particular place, and I think that's why this one became engaged in, because we wanted to, I guess we wanted to prove that we could do what was asked and not destroy the planet at the same exact time.
Yeah.
Well, that's when Mother Nature was involved and she was allowed to do her work, and we don't have to do anything that would help or hinder her, because she knows what she's got to do in order to make the repairs that, if something we did would, need correction. Let's just say it that way. So it's amazing to me how they're putting on everybody that, oh, we've got to make sure we do this and we got to do that, because if we do this and we got to do that, then we don't have to worry about this happening. It's like, excuse me, but motherfucking nature can do a whole hell of a lot better if we don't stick our fucking noses into it. That's for sure.
Oh my God, I just got ADHD about my ADHD and had an epiphany all at the same time.
How do you do that?
I was laughing. I'm like, I love how YouTube titles are absolutely fucking meaningless. They're all clickbait. Look at how much we diverged from the train of topic. We are not really talking about the end of the world right now, especially between you and me, but are not those kind of people.
Well, we also have to remember too, we're not live anymore, right?
No, it's still showing this live.
Oh my fucking word, are you kidding?
No, why?
When he jumped off and it was just you and me, it should have been shut down.
That's where it was confusing me, because one time it did do that, and then DNW said it wasn't him, that he didn't end it. It was YouTube itself, because we hit the time limit. But now it's just he's just handing the reins over to me the second he gets tired, and it's a little confusing.
Oh my goodness.
Like, I know I can go click the bottom right of my screen and end this right now, but I know it's also
Right.
live right now. There's one person watching us, and we're talking and having a fun time.
So who is that person?
Who's watching us?
Yeah.
They're the anonymous. They don't show who's watching on the StreamYard. It just shows the little eye icon with the one next to it,
Okay, now
signifying that one person is watching us.
think about it. The whole time I thought we were off when Jay popped off. I thought we were ending it at that point. I had no
Oh, you
idea
thought
we
we
were still
were
going to
on
go
the
live.
after show?
Yeah, and here you and I have
Yeah.
been talking and whatever. If you're not confused by it, that's okay.
That's the world, man. Everybody freaks
Let's.
out about surveillance. I'm like, fuck off with the freaking out about the
No, I'm
surveillance.
not
Just freak out about
No,
the.
I'm not talking about surveillance. I'm talking about certain subjects being talked about.
Oh, I
You
was just
know,
talking about that AI is ingesting all
no
this stuff
fucking
that we're
the
talking
whole world
about.
doesn't need to know everybody's
It's like
situation,
you
but
you think we're not live, and AI meanwhile is digesting everything you say. That's what I'm saying about surveillance. I'm just saying that like there's this uber like hive mind surveillance thing that's happening, and so few people are aware of this new reality that's being created, where literally everything in the world is going to get monitored at some point. They're going to have AI systems. Oh, you picked up a bottle of cooking oil. Now you put this down. Like everything's going to be fucking like seen in the future. And it's like that fucking terrifies people. But to me, it's like, no, the thing that's terrifying isn't the being watched. It's the being judged. It's like, okay, if some nudists are living in their house, like nobody's gonna bat an eye. That's not a problem. But you get some Christians trying to fucking, burn them out of their home because they're living in their own home nude, and you're watching them nude in their own home as Christians, and you're freaking the fuck out. That's a bit of a problem. So it's like, it's not the surveillance is the problem, it's the censorship and the judgments, it's all
No,
the ego and power involved with it.
none of this is what I was concerned about. Okay, take a deep breath and think about it. All the different subjects we've talked about in this little bit of time we've had.
Yeah.
What part of any of that did you need to be public?
It doesn't matter to me. That's what I'm saying. It
Oh,
doesn't matter
okay.
if something is public or
Okay.
private to me.
As long as you're not concerned about it,
I'm
then
being
I won't be.
authentic. I'm being authentic as I am in person or offline. Either way, I'm being my true self. And if you judge me in person or you judge me online, then you're just a judgmental, person with narrow-minded views or a myopic outlook on life, And
Okay.
I'm not going to let that affect me unless it's threatening my safety.
Right. All righty. I just wanted to make sure because I was unaware is what I'm saying. And I think that if next time that happens, you might want to tell people, hello, we're still live.
All right. Yeah, no, for sure. I do appreciate the little guidance. I do appreciate that. And I'm sorry if that
because
caused you
I
any
think that's
concern or distress.
Well, it's kind of like when someone, how like when someone calls you.
Yep.
And this is how I operate as far as I'm concerned. When I'm on my phone and I'm in a circumstances where I can answer the phone, I will answer it. So I press the button, I press the, speakerphone, and I never have ever in my whole life since I've owned a phone, ever put it up to my ear. I don't do it.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Because we still do not know the long-term effects of having a fucking cell phone.
Yep.
So why am I going to participate in their fucking experiment?
No,
Excuse
I know what
me?
you're saying.
No,
I know
I'm not.
exactly what you're saying. I don't put my fucking head up to a glass of the microwave to look at what's getting cooked. I make sure to stay a
I
few
do
feet
that
away from
sometimes
it.
when I'm making cookies.
I will only do that for a few seconds if I get close to the microwave. I will never stand there for a few minutes, though. I'm like, even if you have this little mesh in the glass, it's supposed to block all the fucking microwaves, I still don't fucking
do
need to
it.
get that close. That's just not fucking needed.
It's like, when are my cookies going to be done? Dang it. I'm waiting.
I'm really confused now. You're saying you cook cookies in the microwave?
Yes, you can.
What the fuck? What the hell? When they just
I
come
am
out
a
all
master
gooey?
cook, dude. I am a master cook.
Wouldn't they just come out like gooey and hot?
Nope.
How the hell do you cook my things in the what the? I'm so confused. I have literally never heard of anybody
Okay,
baking
now you have
anything
to
in a
remember,
microwave.
it's a circumstantial thing. I'm in a circumstance where my stove is in the front room because I need floors to be done. So what I did was I emptied the kitchen and the living room totally out to the bare walls. And I'm in a room, stuffed in a room that where I sleep anyways. It's a big room, but you're still stuffed there because of all the stuff that's in the other rooms. Like, in other words, all of my things that were in the kitchen are now in the dining room. And everything that was in the living room is now in the downstairs office. And so I'm in a small room where I actually have to sleep because winter is going to come because I can't be upstairs because the temperature upstairs is almost 20 or 30 degrees warmer or colder at any given point. Now I've got a whole setup in this room beside the bedroom that has the kitchenette, where I would call it a kitchenette. The only thing that's missing is my dishwasher. And I just go into the kitchen and throw a load of everything into the dishwasher because I'll be a cold day in hell going through this and I'm going to wash fucking dishes. Okay. So if there's one crotchety ass thing that I never want to do, and I think every woman in this world should have a dishwasher. And if I'm ever the president someday, I'm going to demand every apartment, every condo, every home is going to have a fucking dishwasher.
Right.
Because I'm so against enslaving women in any way. So,
I'm more about the laundry machine, the washing machines than the
oh, that's in the
dishwashers.
bathroom, off the bathroom,
Like when
in
I
its
was
own
looking around for
space.
apartments here, this was literally the only apartment in my entire city that I found that had a washing machine.
Thank God.
And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like all these places don't have washing machines. They expect you to go to public laundromats, or they have an actual laundromat in their fucking building. And it's like, oh my God, like because apparently nobody in this fucking planet has OCD, and everybody can just wash all their dirty shit together in filthy fucking water and just in filthy machines. And it's like, oh, I'm like, no wonder everybody smells in this country nowadays.
I always sterilize everything I use. Like you would not believe the
Oh, I
craziness.
do too. I fucking bleached
Oh,
my fucking washing machine the second I moved in. I'm like, I
it
already
takes
know they
me,
cleaned it before I moved in, but I'm gonna clean it again.
like if I'm going on vacation, like, oh, I have to give you an instance. Like when Clint would want to go on vacation in Canada, what I would do is I would pack all my things in my suitcase and get everything ready. And then I would pack an extra suitcase that had pillows, blankets, sheets, and then a top sheet that could go over all of that. And I would bring that with us. And so when I would get to the room, I would instantly take the pillows off the bed, put them away from us, and I would have gloves on, of course. Yeah, it was pretty bad. And I would remove the pillows and the blankets and all that foolishness, away from me. And then I would proceed to put on our clean sheets and so forth and so on. After I put the cover on it, I mean, I would make the bed like it was at my home. And Clint would always wonder why he slept so good. And he never even figured it out because I didn't tell him I did it. He would be gone, or he'd be walking somewhere or taking a walk or going to get ice or whatever like that. He wasn't involved in that. He wasn't involved in knowing how goofy I was about it until one day he said, "What is this extra suitcase?" And I says, "What extra suitcase? This is how many I always bring, hon." And he goes, "But I only see this one open every single time we go to a room." And I'm going, "Oh, I had to tell him what I've been doing." So I said, "Well, I can't sleep when I go away. You know that." And he goes, "Yeah." I go, "Well, in order for me to be able to sleep as much as I do, I have to make pretend like I'm in my own home." And he goes, "So what are you doing?" And I'm going, "I'm bringing my own sheets and my own pillows and my own blankies." And he goes, "Oh." I'm like, "Yeah, that's the only way you could have dragged me out of my home to go to another place to sleep where I don't sleep at home. I'm certainly not going to sleep in a strange place any better."
Yeah.
And he would laugh. He
Oh,
goes,
that's
"I
where it
never
just
knew." And then I would take this essential oil and put on a separate pair of gloves and wipe everything down in the room. Everything. Then I would tell the cleaning lady not to bother us until we checked out. And when we checked out, she would come in behind us, like she has to do her job, and she'd shake her head like, "This place is already spotless, bitch. What the hell? The only thing I didn't have was the vacuum cleaner." And it's a good goddamn thing she didn't bring it in, because I would have probably done the vacuuming for her and she wouldn't even have had to clean that room. They come out and they've got a tip sitting there like they've been there all week. I treat them just like they've been there all week, just for not coming into the room. You get tipped for not coming into the room. Clint would laugh. He'd go, "Man, I never knew why you just, I said, "Yeah, I had to do it that way in order to justify even going in the first place, because I don't see the point of you dragging out of our house, bring us hundreds of miles away from where we live, where I don't sleep, to a place where you think I can sleep, and you actually think I can. There's no way. I can't. There's no way. I don't feel safe here. Anywhere. It doesn't matter where it is. I never felt safe."
enough to sleep.
I sort of know what you're talking about with that because I cannot sleep with any strangers out about with me around me.
I can't be near any noise machines, so no ice machine. I
Like,
can't
I
be where
remember.
there's an extra amount of water running or music playing, or I have to have a mask over my face. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's
I
like
didn't
I
know that
wish
you
God
had
would just come up
OCD as
and
well, Hazel.
I do. Oh, great.
Isn't it?
This is
You said
what
you did.
God would go, boom, here you go, bitch, knocking you out for the night. Do you know how long ago it's been? I'm going on my 3rd day of not sleeping.
Are you really?
Yes.
Jeez.
And
Oh
guess
yeah,
what?
you're starting to get the fun loopy energy then, aren't you?
Am I?
I
Am I
don't know.
making
I'm
sense at
asking
all?
you. I just know that
Well,
like when I went through that period when I was young and had an ear infection, I couldn't sleep for 3 days. That's when I started getting loopy, man. That's when I was starting to have some fun with the fucking energy, man. It was getting a little weird.
all I know is when I had ear infections when I was a kid and my mother never wanted to bring me to a doctor to write them around, I'd be up for hours crying.
No,
That
ear
was the most
infections are the
painful time in
worst.
my life. They are the worst because it's almost like someone's taking a drill to your ear and no one gives a shit but you.
For reals, I swear to God, ear infections are way worse than tooth infections. Like
Oh, major.
tooth infections will cause more damage to your body and they're harder long term. But short term, ear infection is so much fucking worse. The pain that you experience, the discomfort. Holy shit!
And you know why I was having it?
What?
I was having pain in my ears because I was hearing things that everyone else was not justifying.
Oh my goodness, Hazel, you got my eyes watering talking about that.
Yeah, I was telling people what was going on and what I was hearing, and they wouldn't listen to me. So
That's funny.
the pain was so bad, it was almost like my ears were trying to bleed because no one would
Ugh.
listen to me. It was
That's
awful.
always been a weird thing that happens with my sister and me. When we're around people that talk about anything about the ear, nose, eyes, throat, that kind of thing, our eyes start watering up. Like there's no
Yeah,
way in
because you
hell we
can
could be
feel
an
the
eye
pain all over
doctor.
again. It's crazy how you can feel the pain all over again through someone else.
It's just weird. Well, it's also just weird. Like you're talking to ears, my eyes are watering. Like, why are my eyes watering? I'm not thinking about eyes. That I'm not getting all. It's just weird. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time when someone tells me their stories. It's like,
Huh.
oh my gracious sakes. It's almost like you're in such an empathy mode that it just is an automatic. You don't even realize, that you're in that mode, but you are because that's who you are.
Oh yeah.
Your essence is always in that.
No, that's what I was
Divineness is
saying.
what?
Trying to explain to people
Whoop.
about being an empath and to being a hyper visual. Being able to really visualize things because I've literally been able to experience a person's pain or their experience before I personally experienced it in my life. And then when I go through that situation in life, I'm like, this is exactly the way I envisioned it. I knew it would be like this. This literally is exactly the way it was. I thought it would be.
Exactly. I love
That's
it
the
when you can do
weirdest
that.
thing. And
It's like
that's
you're
what I was
actually
saying about
creating
you,
it before
though.
you
The,
did it.
the fact that you research about hallucinogens for people that have actually had these experiences, I think that if you actually did choose to partake of one in the future, you would get that sort of energy, that instinctual drive, that organic flow, you know?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm hoping for. I mean, now I'm trying not to control what's happening or the actual, whatever it is that you go through when you're doing it, but I don't want to control it. Okay, so this is my problem. And I'm now realizing more and more and more what my niche really is. And that is, I don't, I don't have an issue with controlling other people's lives, manipulating other people's lives, being narcissistic in anybody else's lives. But I'm a very control freak when it comes to my own personal life. And I
Oh,
don't want
I'm
to
the exact
control
same way.
I don't want to control what happens to me under that circumstances, but I don't want to happen during that circumstances. And that's why the hesitation. I don't know if that's something that can be
right it around or fixed, or maybe a mechanic can right it around. I don't know what you do in that shit. I have no idea. All I know is, boy, when I go to the other side, I'm gonna need to put my fucking feet up because, dude, I've been on the fucking ground doing the fucking work, and I'm working through issues, and I'm trying my best, and I stay awake at night so I can help the earth heal, and I can have people wake up from their fucking head in the sand, and it would be so nice to not give a fuck anymore. Okay, so when I walk into a restroom, a ladies' restroom, and if it's dirty, the first thing I do is I grab all the implements to try to clean it up as best possible I can. Why?
Yeah.
Because if this was my building, I always wanted to represent being a clean building.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I took my back patch off me today and walked into one of the cleanest bathrooms there were this side of the United States because I know the person who cleans it. I took my back patch off, set it on the corner of the sink, which it wasn't the corner of the sink, actually. It was the corner of the counter that the sink was into. And proceeded to do my business. Went to go put the backpack back on, my back patch back on, and it was wet. And I went fucking through the fucking roof. I wrapped it up in paper towels because I wasn't going to put a back patch back on me without knowing what that water was and whether it was really water or what it was. Oh, you should have seen me. I didn't make a scene or anything like that, but I was sitting there to myself, you know better. You know better. When you usually come into a bathroom, you usually wipe down everything and then you start your process. Why didn't you do that? Because, you were going to give yourself one fucking minute of a break, but good. Look at this. You didn't give yourself a break. You made more headache because now you can't put your back patch on. So then I had to go all the way home. I had to go all the way home and got the whole new wrappings for my back patch because it was making me cringe thinking that I could ever possibly put this near my skin. I mean, how am I ever going to have a boyfriend? I'm just so fucking, I don't know. I'm so, ew. You know what I mean?
That is my fucking life right now with the toilet situation because every time you flush, water shoots out of the toilet bowl and all over the rim. So
my grossness.
I'm like, I literally have a stockpile of fucking Clorox wipes, and I have to use them every time I flush the damn toilet. I'm like, I need to get set a bill and send it to HUD. Here's the bill since you couldn't get the toilets fixed on time, and blah 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 blah. It's like. This is where I go from that perspective of people should start billing these companies and organizations, like flip the power dynamic. If they are fucking doing this shit, like do it to them.
You've got to hear the rest of the story.
All right, go for it.
So I have Mary in the car, and she's one of my clients, and she's going to like a food market, which is an organic little situation in front of a little church, and everyone goes there to pick up organic food. She says, "Oh, well, the church bathroom's there." And Spirit said, "Absolutely not." And I said, "Okay." And I says, "No, I would prefer going into the public bathroom down the road who I know who cleans it and everything will be fine." Well, then I got out of that bathroom with all that extra foolishness happening and me having to go home and everything. And I'm like, I wonder if that was because of the comment that I made about the bathroom. You just sit there and you think of things like, I'm like, wow, I wonder if everything got wet because I said that about the the church bathroom.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
I don't know. My mind doesn't normally go in that.
Went the wrong way. You went from manifesting into chaos magic by accident.
Well, I never really think of things like that. I just make my decisions and it's based upon my decisions because it's my fucking life and I don't think about shit like that. I just make sure things go the way I want them to go. So it just takes a little bit of effort, but normally it goes that way. But I'm sitting there, just a side thought on the side. I went, wow, I wonder if I created that on some sort of level, what the heck am I thinking about that for?
Right.
And I didn't, all of a sudden I had to snap out of it because I'm like, that doesn't even freaking make sense if you think about it. It's my choice where I go to the ladies' room. There's no law. God doesn't give no fucking law as to which way you go.
Oh my gosh, that is the more I'm hearing women, like-minded women, talk about bathroom situations with me, the more I'm like, yeah, and this is why God made me a man, because I would not be able to handle that shit, man. I am too much fucking crazy energy in me.
I don't know. I just
Whether it's
think that it's,
neuroticism or the chaos of my trans-dualistic ontology, we may never know. But I got a little bit too much of that in me to be running life that way. I don't think I would have been able to handle it.
I don't know. You know what I do? Sometimes I'll sit there and scream in the middle of my field and tell God how he should have did it. That's probably not too smart either, but I do it. Now, who has a dissertation with God? Hello, Myrna. I'm out there going, hello. It's like, excuse me, but why do men get a chance to write their names in the snow and we don't get a chance to do that? Why do we have extra paperwork? Excuse me.
Oh, I never even thought about the fact that we can literally articulate to that extent.
Oh
Wow,
my
you are
God,
right,
you
spot
wouldn't
on with
believe
that.
what I do. I'm right out
I
there going,
guarantee you,
excuse me.
I don't even think if you were a woman with one of those little female like urinal things you put over your area, I don't even think if you were a woman using one of those little funnels, you could probably like, yeah, I don't know. That's yeah, I don't think you would. Not enough pressure, too much volume. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to spell. You're right. You can't spell as a woman. You know,
No,
it's
you
not even that
can't.
you just can't aim. You can't spell either. Even if you could aim, you couldn't spell.
Exactly.
Fuck.
And why is it that
That
we
is
have to use
fucked.
paper every single time? Why didn't we have, hello, supposed to be the creator of all that is. You couldn't figure out some other way? And why do we even have to eliminate in the first place? Wasn't there just some way where it could have just evaporated? Oh, I was just giving him a holy hell time. It was hilarious.
There's probably some environmentalist, Christian fundamentalist, misogynistic man out there going, it's because women were made to hate trees.
Are you kidding? I hug every tree I've got.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. That's some
There isn't
funny
a
shit,
tree out there
man.
in my property that has not sit there and had me sit there and try to learn as much as I can about this life from a tree, because guess what? Not a whole hell of a lot of people that are any smarter than my damn trees, that's for sure.
Fuck, man. Look at I was just realizing too, isn't there like a Buddha story about like isn't like Buddha the only figure that actually like fucking tried to learn from a tree? I think that's
I'm not aware of that,
I
but
think, yeah,
I'd be interested in learning
I
it.
think that I heard that. I think I recently. I'm gonna have to dive back into that and fine tune my knowledge. You know, my little knowledge bank up. You know, my memories. Because not, I remember hearing this story about like the Buddha literally meditated under a tree. You know, and like that he it was like there was a relationship with the tree and his enlightenment process. That it was like he actually learned through the tree, and it's
How
like
much do you know about trees and what they actually do when they're here?
not as much as I want to. That's one thing I will always be upfront about, that, I am a little bit of a hypocrite when it comes to that. Like spiritually, I'm all into trees, but I am into science, but I've yet to get into ethnobotany and all the, wonders of, the phytoms and the geniuses and all that stuff, like,
Someday,
because
when you have a moment and
I
you've
honestly though I
you
think it might be because God sort of like my I'm in touch with my own logos enough to nowadays to know that I need to be it's almost like I need to spiritually mature even more before I do that, because basically what I think I'm getting at is that I am totally one to go mad scientist with plants. As much as I am spiritual with them, I am also like, I want to make some mutant apple orange thing. I want to make all these crazy things. Like, ooh, yes to GMOs. I want to make everything an even crazier. Like, and that's where maybe God's trying to like keep me humble, like don't be going hypocrite and being fucked up with your power, don't be playing God with the things that you practically worship.
Okay, the most amazing time I've ever had was having plenty of time and not being on any time schedule. And you actually sit down and lean against a tree. And you lean against it in such a way where you're so comfortable that you kind of can. You're not actually doing the freaking cross-leg pose and your little fingers together, but you're just sitting there and you're relaxing and you're enjoying the moment. You have no phones around to distract you, and you just lean up against the tree. And the knowledge that that tree will give you is so profound. It is amazing. One of the most interesting experiences.
Hey, and at the very least, an apple might fall down and knock you on your stubborn head and make you think about something smart, even if you still haven't fixed out your spiritual
Yeah, I guess if you're
qualms.
leaning against an apple tree, but if you're leaning against an
Oh,
oak
that was
tree, you're
just
going
a
to get more
reference to
different
that
knowledge.
was just a reference to Newton. That was just a reference to Newton. Isaac Newton and how that apple fell on his head or whatever, and the
Well
whole
aware of it. I've
gravity.
got an apple orchard here on the property.
Yeah, no, that's just where that was coming from. It was just a little reference to that. I was just contrasting the Buddha story to the
They say that
Isaac Newton.
they
We
say
got
that
the
every
secular
tree on the
Newton with
earth
the
is connected
yeah,
to the all the others all over the world.
right.
So you're not going to get just what you would get if you're sitting underneath a tree here in Maine. You would get everything that this one tree is talking to every other tree because their roots are connected
Well, it's even more
underneath
than
the
that.
ground.
There's also the mycorrhizome, all those fungi, the hyphalia little connections of the mycorrhizome, the mushroom network that connects to the tree network, and they all work together. It's crazy. Did you hear about that largest fungal species found, and how they found like this mycorrhizome patch like covering miles of like forest? It was like crazy. It's literally like the world's largest mushroom. Like it doesn't really have any like fruiting body, like no mushroom on the top that you see, but it's literally just this massive underground network of miles of mushroom little mushroom roots, basically, the little mushroom things that connect to each other and can talk to each other, and all the forest and all the mushrooms, they all connect to each other. I mean, this is some like Avatar shit, you know.
Have you ever
Fuck.
walked down a sidewalk and there's no rain and hasn't been any rain in weeks, and all of a sudden a drop of water will land on your forehead?
Yep.
And don't you find that amazing?
Yep.
I just think that is like the most amazing thing. I just think
I
it's
don't
like,
know. I've never honestly been in a spot where it's like completely all desert when that's happened or something, where there's always been some area where there's like a bush over there, and my brain always processes it as oh, there's another drop somewhere. I just don't see it. I'm not like processing it like, oh, there's only one drop and it only hit me.
I don't know. I just get all like, this is pretty cool shit
I just
going
like
on.
the rain in general. No, when the rain starts though, like
I
I don't
love
care about it
rain.
hitting me or not. Like I don't care if I get wet or not from the rain. What I care about is just the process itself of it starting to rain, and feeling the just the sound and the smells. That freaking that rain on the freaking ground smell is so goddamn amazing. That's like one of the best smells on the planet. Like it probably is the best smell on the planet.
Are
Pretty much.
you going to be privy to seeing the meteor shower this evening or no? Because of your location?
Uh, I don't know. Like it's freaking the light pollution's gotten really fucking bad over the years.
Oh,
Yeah,
bummer,
it's really fucking cloudy and there's a lot of light pollution. It's
bummer.
it's starting to look like LA or Vegas or something, but not quite there yet. You can still see some detailed clouds within clouds, you can still see some level of contrast, but no, it's getting a little sad.
That's too bad.
No, it is
Yep.
really sad because you just drive a freaking few miles and stuff, and out, and there actually is an area just a few miles outside of town, and it's so fucking beautiful out there. You know, when I was living in my fucking RV, I would pretty much go out every night and just stare at the fucking stars because I can actually see the entire fucking stars, all of it. It was incredible.
It is. It's really amazing when you have a wide open space and nothing
Yep.
hinders the
No, that's where it's
the
been funny
glow
about
of
moving into
all of
this
it.
place. It's been really lovely moving into this place because I was telling my mom, like, you know, I had to explain it to her so she understood where I was coming from. But I was going like, holy shit, after moving in this place, I know one thing for damn sure. I'm never living in a 1-bedroom apartment again. I would rather fucking be homeless or in an RV, any situation, than living in one of those fucking 1-bedroom apartments again. And it's like, I'm not trying to fucking, you know, that's where people get all fucking issuey about their issues, you know, and their situations in life and their egos, you know, and they want to make a statement, like I said, like that, like a huge issue. But it's like from my experience with I'm at, you know, my autistic brain, I can't fucking filter out visual information the right way in a 1-bedroom apartment. Everything just blends together. There's no way to organize anything. It just becomes a fucking chaotic mess. And you know, it was just a fucking nightmare. And now that I'm living in here, it's like I'm pacing and walking around on the while I'm talking on the phone, you know, talking to all you people, and you know, I'm getting my blood moving, and oh my goodness, at least I'm getting some level of activity, and you know, like I'm not just sitting on my ass all fucking day, and just, you know, I got all this
Did
room
you
to
know that back in
organize
the
and
day they
clean
would not
things
allow
up.
that?
What was that?
Back in the day they would not allow that.
Not allow
I
what?
saw they would not allow 2 bedrooms to be allotted to one person.
Oh, I know. I've heard of all
Had
these
to be,
types of
yeah,
things
it had to
lately.
be two
Yeah.
different people having their own bedroom. It didn't matter if
Yep.
they were the same sex or not. They had to have their
Yep.
own bedroom.
No, I've
And
been
one
hearing.
person couldn't have 2 bedrooms
No, that's where one
because
of
a
the
lot of the
places I was
clients that I
looking
took
at
care of
too.
were
It
on
was
those.
one of the places I
Yeah,
was looking at was just like that sort of. But they didn't even explain anything on anything. It was crazy. I'm like, how can you not fucking explain this shit on the lease and shit? Like, this is fucking insane. I thank fucking God I didn't go move there. That would have been a fucking nightmare because
yeah. I
no,
don't think you would
I
have been
went
near
to
as
this.
happy.
There was this place I was looking at that, you know, is about the same size as this place, but it had 4 bedrooms instead of 2. And it was at the right by the university, and it had access to all these fucking things and stuff. And it was super fucking cheap. It was like fucking like $800 a month for a 4 bedroom. And I'm like, what the fucking hell? Like, this makes no fucking sense. Like, you know, and like, this is awesome. Like, it comes fully furnished and everything, TV, beds, everything. And it was like fucking awesome. But then I realized that, holy shit, this is for a 1 bedroom in a 4 bedroom. You're paying for a 4 bedroom, but in reality, you're getting 1 bedroom that doesn't even have a door lock, and you're having other fucking people, you know, you have to pay extra for a door lock for your bedroom. I'm like, what the fucking hell? I'm like, you live with all these people and they don't even tell you that on your fucking lease or anything? I'm like, holy fucking shit. I'm
Oh
like,
my
that would have.
God.
I'm like, these people are fucking insane, idiotic retards. I'm like, if they put me in there, they would have faced the biggest fucking lawsuit they've ever seen in their fucking life. Because I am a fucking autistic, you know, transgender philosopher that, you know, if I can take magic mushrooms for my mental and spiritual health, and I fucking go do it in the buff. You know, you really think that any roommates are gonna be tolerable about that kind of shit? Like, you really need to have communication before you just put random strangers together.
That what a nightmare that would have been. I'll never
I'm
forget.
like, I'm
When
like
I
literally going like, I wouldn't be surprised if I hear some horror story about that place in the near future. Some, you know, a
mm,
serial killer preying after young college women or some shit. It's like, that is fucking terrifying. I'm like, what the fuck?
when my sons got to the point where they were going off to college and going off to work, I couldn't justify continuing to keep the 7-room apartment. And I was being directed to go up to Bangor, Maine, which is an hour away from where I actually lived. And
I could justify it because I just put everything in storage. So I go up there and I have to find a place to be so that I can start taking care of elderly people because that's my gig. I've been doing that for a long time now. And so I was just trying to put everything in the process of trying to get all that together. Well, I found this place that the place that I was going to be working for had available, and that you could stay there. You could just rent the room, and you were supposed to have a shared kitchen. It grossed me out so bad that every single night that I would come home, I would cry because I was grossed out by being there. I wouldn't go out into the space where everybody was because I was not used to doing it. And I'm like, man, am I glad I didn't do college? I would have been a fucking chocolate mess. There's no way. I would have probably died before I ever would have went into a dorm room with other people. No way. It just would have grossed me out. Especially if I lived with someone who was a fucking pig.
Mhm.
Oh my God, I would have been a mess. And that's probably why all those things never happened for me, because there was some way I was being protected because, oh my. Well, I'm sitting there, and one day, this lady, when it was going on vacation, and she asked if I would come and take her place, taking care of this elderly woman. And I said, yeah, like, how many days you on vacation? She goes, oh, I'm going to just take one day. And I'm like, oh, okay, just a little mini vacation. She goes, yeah. I said, all right, I can come in and do that. So I go in, and there's this 80-something-year-old woman sitting there, and she's full of piss and vinegar. And you can tell that she just wants to, get up and rip it up, and she's been hindered and not allowed to do that. We had to stay there because it was only a one-day gig. She was not my client, and I had to treat her like, she was not my client. So I sit there going, how can I make this person happy? I said, I can organize her place for her. So I took her cupboards apart in the bathroom where her sheets and pillowcases and blankets were all kept, and her towels and everything. And I took apart that space for her, and I put it back, kind of like what Martha Stewart would put it back. Like she just was overwhelmed with how beautiful it looked after. And she's just amazed. She says, you can't sit still, can you? I says, no, and I'm not really sure why in this moment. I says, as long as I've got the vigor and the vim, let's take advantage of it. I'll get it done for you. So I got it all done before, the allotted time for me to leave and the other person to come back. But just before the person came back, she says to me, I want the answer instantly. I'm like, you never asked the question. She goes, I'm ready to ask the question now, but I want the answer instantly.
Oh
Do you
boy.
want to work for me or not? And I said, if you can get me out of the contract that I just signed, I'll work for you. And she goes, okay. She made one phone call to her lawyer, CPA. They made one phone call, and I was off the contract in little minutes. She says, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. I want you to start working for me. And I looked at her and I said, are you an answer to my prayer? And she says, what do you mean? I says, ever since I've walked in here, I felt like I knew you. I felt like we had a past life together, and that I was here to help your life so that you wouldn't be sitting there being bored and just sitting around. And she goes, probably. She says, because I felt like I knew you when you walked in. And it says, all I know is that you are an answer to my particular prayer, because I did not want to live where I'm living right now. She goes, that's the other thing I forgot almost to tell you. She says, I want you to make sure you move in lock, stock, and barrel. I don't want anyone else doing the work. I want you here 24/7. I said, okay, I'm responsible to do all the things that I would be responsible for if you were, like, say, my grandmother or something. She goes, yes. And I said, okay. I said, so you have to agree to something. And she says, what? I says, we're going to have a gentleman's agreement. And the gentleman's agreement is that you are going to pay me to keep you out of a nursing home. Are you on board? Because she hates nursing homes. And that's why she had people coming into her home, because
She went into a nursing home and didn't like it. So she came home and then started hiring out because she didn't like the nursing home. I says, you pay me to keep you out of a nursing home, but you do have to listen to some of the things that I suggest, because, you know I can do so if you give me a little bit of, power to pull it off. And she goes, yeah. She says, okay, we'll agree to that. So I moved in lock, stock, and barrel that night. And so I only had to stay in that place for like 3 or 4 days. And I'm sitting there going, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't stand it another minute. It was creeping me out. I didn't have my own space. I didn't have my own kitchen. I didn't have any of my own. I didn't dare to take a bath. I didn't dare to take a shower. I didn't know where all these people were. It was hilarious. I was a mess. So I move in there and I'm taking care of everything. She loves my work ethic. She loves the ideas I have. I throw her in the car. We go places. We do things. We have so much fun. She's never had so much fun in her entire life. She's not sitting around. She's not ruminating as far as, geez, I can't do anything. I can't go. No, we went everywhere. And it was so much fun. So her end of life, quality of life was absolutely fun and spectacular. Like when the holidays came, I wasn't allowing her to sit there and all by herself. I said, no, if we need to, we'll get you down to where I live, and boom, you will hang around the front fire and you will enjoy the fire crackling and making everybody laugh. And I said, you will just love it there. It's beautiful. She walked into my home and she was just so tickled, and she had the cutest giggle when she would be happy. It was just so much fun making her day and all of her times so spectacular towards the end of her life. Well,
Aw.
towards the end, I was on my way to Vermont to pick up a healing instrument. And when I did, I got rear-ended really bad by this great big
Oh,
truck.
is
And
that the Subaru? Oh, it's the truck, not the Subaru.
yeah. And so that kind of hindered everything. So I had to hire workers in to take different shifts. I could take third shift because I didn't have to lift her as much. They bought a wheelchair. And I told her I would never put a wheelchair in the back of my car to wheel her anyway. And she said, why? And I says, because your legs work. When God gives you legs, you use them. I said, the only time you belong in a wheelchair is if you had a surgery or if your legs really don't work. I says, but if your legs work, you have to use them. Because
Yep.
there's no point in that. You're just going to be putting yourself in a nursing home at that point.
Yeah, you don't want to atrophy those muscles.
Exactly. Well, they bought her a wheelchair when I was at the hospital taking care of my back and my shoulders and my neck. I pull in to do my shift, and there's a wheelchair in the corner. And I said, well, looks like we're packing it in tonight. So the whole time I was there, while she was sleeping, I packed everything into my car, stripped the bed, made it up nice and clean and fresh, took the ones that I put in the wash, all nice and clean, dry, folded them up and put them away. And then I met her in her room when she woke up the next morning, and she looks at me and she goes, good morning. I said, good morning to you. How are you? And she goes, I'm fine. What were we up to today? And I said, not too much. And she goes, what do you mean? I'm like, well, and she goes, oh my God, you're leaving, aren't you? And I says, yes, ma'am. I says, I can't steal your money. There's no way. I says, what, you're not even going against the agreement that we made? I says, there's no way I can take your money consciously. And she says, this is a lot of money you're giving up. I says, remember, it was never about the money for me. It was about keeping you out of a nursing home.
Right.
And she said, oh, shoot. And I said, yeah. I said, I told you. Well, the other girls took over and I left. And I don't think it was 3 months later, she was in a nursing home. And she died right after that.
Yeah.
They just rushed her there. It wasn't even, they
Jeez.
weren't even thinking, oh my gosh, I'm ruining my job security by getting her a freaking wheelchair.
Right.
it was just hilarious, their thought process.
It is
And
so
I was
weird,
just,
just the Western culture and how we fucking deal with this shit. It's like that we need some kind of education so people don't act so freaking ridiculous. It's
well, they
so.
weren't as trained as they should have been, or they claimed they were, because otherwise than that, I wouldn't have had the circumstances. They wouldn't have done that.
Oh, I don't even
So,
just mean the professionals. I mean the families as well. There needs to be some level of more education. It's like that we only teach the kids and then they grow up into adults and nobody taught the adults anything more, you know? So we're still running on kid logic. You know what I'm
and guess
saying?
what? Her family lived in Florida. They wanted nothing to do with her. They
Yep.
pretty much like thrown her out the window, basically, and whoever could catch her got her.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's
It
horrible.
was
It's really
awful.
sad.
It's like I can't
You
even
know,
imagine
I saw
having a whole family that
this
wants nothing to
video.
do with me.
I saw this video of these Westerners introducing these video clips of different things to these tribal people that have never been to civilization, and they were showing me like clips of like the Olympics and these different things. But one of the clips they were showing was these nursing homes in France, and these tribal people were just like you could see their soul being crushed. Like they were like, oh my God, how could humans do that to each other? Like that's so sad. Like we treat our elderly dying people with respect, and love. We don't push them off into a corner, out of sight, out of mind. Like that's horrible.
I told both of my sons, I said, absolutely not. You will never get away with putting me in there. I says, I've already signed the paperwork and you'll never get away with it.
The
I
funny
said,
thing is, my dad's biggest fear is being put in a nursing home, and he's a narcissist that has never learned any of his shit. And he says his biggest goal in life, his spiritual name is Black Horse, and his biggest goal in life is to learn empathy. Well, dude, like you're literally creating your nightmare. Like you don't have any real family anymore, and like it's that's crazy.
yeah, it's almost like he doesn't want to be the family member that he wants. If
Right?
he can't be that family member that he wants, then how does he expect anyone else to fulfill that role?
That's what I'm saying on just like how people
Mm.
think karma is like some external force, but it's such an internal force often. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's almost like it works with your thought process rather than against what you're
That's what
thinking.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
He's
it's like,
creating his own fucking like because he's an angry person nowadays, and he's just getting angry and angrier every year, and it's like, dude, you're creating your own situation. You're creating this melting pot to fucking boil up and stew in and with your rage, and of course you're not your anger isn't going anywhere healthy. Like I'm somebody that has a really hard time healthily processing anger. It's the hardest emotion for me to struggle with. But even I know that, don't fucking have a pity party with anger. That is, pity parties are one thing, but don't do that with anger. That will not lead you anywhere good.
yeah, it comes and rears its ugly head until you actually resolve it to such a fine degree that it's almost like you're over controlling your whole life anyways,
Right?
as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's funny. The littlest, I sit there and I watch others, and I'll like be in observation mode and I'll just watch what triggers them, and it's such a petty thing that triggers them into that anger mode. It's
Yep.
not, there's not even anything that justifies the level of anger they go to.
Oh no, I
So
know what you're talking about. Like I experienced that when my dad did his hardcore genocide denial, saying all the Palestinians were animals and not humans and needed to be eradicated. Like he got so fucking angry over Islam, and it's like you have no actual experience with like you've never even met a single Islamic person in your fucking life. Like why are you so angry over something you have no experience of? It was
yeah,
just
not just that,
crazy.
but they're people too, and they think the
Yeah, well,
same
it was
way we
actually sort
do.
of funny because I didn't have the same level of articulate language I do now, and I'm still developing it. But I basically likened his, mentality to that of the KKK, and he got so fucking offended. It was hilarious. It was like you could tell
Yeah,
that
he didn't
that
understand the connection you were trying to make.
No, I think he did understand, and that's why he got angry. I think that his ego, like maybe if his intellect couldn't process it, his ego could process it, and he knew that he was being two-faced, and that that maybe that's what I was driving the driving factor of. It wasn't like the racism and hate of the KKK; it was the fact that they are also hypocrites. Saying if you look at the KKK, their holy text, their Bible is literally called the Quran. They literally altered the name of the Islamic holy text with a K. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like you couldn't come up with a single book title. You just stole some religion that you hate and altered the word by one letter. It's like, that's crazy.
That was a direct shot to undermine. It was like, I don't know. I don't know what that term would be when you almost know what's gonna. It's like poking the bear, dude. You know what they're not gonna like, so you do it anyway, just to see the reaction.
I think that's the mode I run in nowadays. I'm like, if he has to be in my life in any way, shape, or form, he's gonna turn it into the punching bag. Because it will be
Well, I guess you
rightfully
have to feel
directed
it in order to stop
anger.
doing it.
It's like I'm not throwing anger at the wrong person, some, innocent, loving person. I'm throwing it at the actual hateful hypocrite. It's like, dude, you say you want to learn, then fucking learn. You've been throwing your emotional fucking punches at me your whole life. Fucking learn to take a fucking few punches yourself before you start yelling at every living person to, well, just rub some dirt in it and keep moving along. It's like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah, buck up, baby.
For reals.
Everything will be fine.
No, that's something I was also just noticed in middle-aged men generally lately. I'm noticing that so many of them push their stoicism and, push their whole the dirt in it philosophy, but then they'll be bitching about the fucking, oh my God, I just tweaked my back out doing this tiny little thing. I opened up a fucking peanut jar and, oh God, I need to lay down. Oh God, I can't keep helping you. I'm sorry. It's like,
Oh my
holy
goodness.
shit.
All right, so I'm in the parking lot waiting for my client to come out of the grocery store. There is a man, and he gets out of his car with I'm assuming his wife. He had no shirt on. You can't go into a store in Maine without a shirt on.
Right?
And personally, you probably shouldn't even be driving your car with no shirt on,
For reals.
especially when you're very offensive to look at. And
Okay.
I was like, and I know it sounds judgmental, and I'm trying not to be, but I do not understand the mentality of men who think they're so gorgeous with their shirts off, and they've got that fucking I'm 9 months pregnant look.
Oh my God. Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about like fucking fucking Trailer Park Boys, man. You're talking the big old
I
beer
don't know.
belly. You're talking the big old beer belly with no shirt on, like strutting it
That is
around
the
like you're
most, I
fucking.
don't know. If I were to say there's something so thoroughly disgusting, it is
I
that.
literally think that it's some ego thing where it's like my dick is so small, but my belly's so big, so my belly is now my dick.
Or something. I don't know, but
I
it's
really
disgusting.
think
Do
it's
they
something
know
like
how
that.
disgusting they are? Do they know what they really, really, really look like? And does his wife really love him? Does she love him enough to tell him, honey, you probably should drive with a shirt on? What if there was a car accident and you have to be hauled away? You're not even covered. It's
More.
I was like so grossed out.
That's when you like want the church wife, like, hun, you can wear a shirt or inside or in the bedroom you can take it off, but outside you need to wear a corsage. You don't just or a girdle or whatever the fuck they call them for men, because it's like you just
Okay,
aren't
now you have
given a
to
good
remember,
image
I
with
was
me.
spoiled. My sweetheart did not have a beer belly. Okay, he didn't look like that. And I'm telling you, this man never went in public in a t-shirt ever. He always had a dress up shirt,
Oh,
a button
jeez.
up shirt. He was a gentleman's farmer,
Huh.
and he walked his talk.
And he never wore things like that. I never wore anything but dresses back then. We weren't affiliated with any certain churches or anything like that. It was just our demeanor.
Yep.
I dressed feminine, he dressed masculine. Do you know that there's many people who have experimented with this, and I'm going to do it again this year, is I'm going to wear a dress for a year. Except in certain circumstances, like if it's snowing or something, I'm not going to go out in a dress. I'm not that stupid. I'll wear pants. But I don't suppose I'll be going out in the snow a whole heck of a lot because I'm not a fan of going out in public in the snow anyway. So it's just an experiment in the different way that you're treated if you wear a dress. Every time I go out in a dress, I am treated with honor and respect.
Huh.
It's different. It's totally different. People look at me different. They react to me different. They're more friendly.
I've noticed that with people when I wear primary colors. If I wear bold primary colors, people often are really approachable with me, like even more so than normal.
Yeah, I just think it's a wonderful
A lot of
thing
people
that,
say I really look good in primary colors too. I'm starting to catch on to this. So I'm going, maybe I should start getting like I don't like graphic shirts anyway, and the type of shirts I like fucking are starting to get ridiculous online. They're getting low quality or they're getting expensive, and it's like I don't want to fucking deal with either of that shit. So maybe I just start wearing some primary colors because I'm not fucking wearing no bullshit graphics with some, culturally some culture bullshit or some advertisement for some brand. I hate all that crap,
yeah, I'm not a
like
walk-in advertisement, Bill. No, I
for
don't do that.
reals. If I'm gonna wear a Coke
It's
shirt,
like,
you better be paying me, motherfucker.
exactly.
For
Like
reals.
I don't even buy anything at LL Bean because it has an outside label.
Yep.
That's all they advertise is who they are, right?
Yep. No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't
I would
advertise
really be
for anyone.
interested.
Even if
I'd
it
really
was
be.
just Louis Vuitton, I would not advertise for him either.
I'd
So,
really be interested in getting into some unbranded shoes if all shoes weren't made like crap nowadays. You
you
know?
know what? I had the most wonderful pair of shoes. They were a leather loafer made in Italian leather loafers. Oh my
Oh,
God,
no
they were
wonder
so
those would last for a
comfortable.
while too. Those would be
Oh, yeah,
freaking durable.
they
That's what I'm
are.
saying.
They
You don't
lasted
find
for
any durable
decades.
shoes. All shoes now you find are fast fashion bullshit. Shoes that decay in a fucking few months. It's bad.
No, I don't buy shoes like that. I
No, that's
value
why
my feet and my
I
posture
want to
too much
find
to do
stuff
that.
like that. Like what I really am discovering big time, I'm about to fucking throw away all my fucking socks and if I can find some new socks because socks are holy shit. I'm like, socks are like the most fucking environmental like disasters that nobody talks about because they're all made out of plastic and they're made like shit. If you walk on any rough floors, they just fall apart in a matter of 3 hours or less. And like literally you can have a pair of socks that you just bought and put your feet in them or wash them and put your feet in them, and the second you take your feet out there's all this fucking disgusting lint all over your feet, and it's like it's all plastic microfibers that's getting into your fucking skin cells and your blood and into fucking like everything. It's getting in your water supply. Like this shit is so fucking nasty. And you know what pisses me off about that in particular is that washing machines used to have a outlet filter. So the water going out of washing machines used to have like a little lint filter kind of thing to trap the really big nasty stuff, coming out of the washing machine so it wouldn't get into the public water supply, or not even just the big
Yeah, we
nasty
have
stuff,
one of
just,
those because we're out in the country.
yeah, and it's like apparently like none of them have those nowadays. Like apparently in France they're trying to start to like in like the next year there's supposedly all the washing machines being made. It's by law or then be required to have those, but it's still like one of these things where it's like why the fuck don't all washing machines have those? Like that is a huge thing.
Oh, yeah, that's wild. Why they don't have them.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I need to find some kind of socks, like freaking like cotton is. It seems like it's pretty much impossible to find cotton shit anywhere nowadays. And
I'm allergic to
wool,
elastic, so I have no
wool gets
choice.
too
I have to
fucking
find cotton.
wool gets too fucking like stinky or hot or whatever, it has its own problems. So it's like I need to find some like, oh, I just thought of one that they might make. Holy shit, that would be brilliant. Oh, they probably make bamboo fiber socks. Those would probably last for a while, and those would probably be good because
I
like
don't
holy
know.
shit,
I
like
think you need to look that up a little bit more and spend a little bit more time researching that, because I think bamboo is not any better than, some other things like 100% cotton socks that has no
uh-huh.
elastic in them. I have to wear 100% cotton socks that has no elastic because I'm allergic.
Huh. You're allergic to
So
elastic?
elastic, yep, and latex and plastic and
Oh, that's sad. I love me latex. Latex is like the like I literally have a 3-inch latex topper on my bed. I fucking love latex.
no, I just allergic to all of that stuff,
I
so I
love the
can't have it
smell of
around.
it, and I love the springiness of it. It's like so fun. I love latex.
No, not allowed to be anywhere near it. And
Ah,
it's
yeah.
crazy. Yeah, and I'll never forget one time I was at the hospital for probably one of my freaking knee surgeries. That's probably what it was. And they
So
weren't
you're
paying any
allergic
attention.
to the protein in latex because that's what allergies from latex are. Is there's a protein in latex that causes some people's allergies and just their immune systems to go fucking haywire.
Yeah,
And
that's what mine does. Absolutely off the
wow,
charts.
my body loves protein too much. I think it's like
Yeah,
who do I care if it's some latex? It's protein. I'm not gonna eat it because that's a little weird. But yeah, who cares?
yeah, it was ridiculous. Anyways, they weren't paying attention. Next thing I know, I'm getting all itchy, and
Yep.
I had to call into the nurse. I said, something's going on here. And she says, what do you mean? I says, I am itching like crazy. Someone has dropped the ball on what it is I'm allergic to. And she looked into it and she found the source. And it was like a nightmare to try to correct it. They had to give me some sort of something to counteract what had been compromised. And then there was these extra charts on the door and, a lot more analness that needed to be had, and they never paid attention initially, and it's
Yeah,
like,
that
oh
is
my
funny. They that sounds like they were like, "Oh, we fucked up. Now we need to suck up and do it like extra hardcore." It was
yeah.
like
And then it was like, oh, in your face kind of sort of thing
for
every minute,
reals. It's
like,
like at this point, you're not
you
being a
damn
doctor.
bitch,
You're
you
being
had
a
to break
creep.
out. Yeah, it's like, oh, you damn bitch, you had to break out. Blah,
I
blah, blah.
swear, I'm like a doctor's worst nightmare on regard to that shit now. I don't take no fucking shit, man. I would say it straight up. I'm like, you're starting to border on, doctor ethics on the creep factor. Like, like maybe you should stop. You did your liability bullshit, but now you're getting into other liability aspects. Like, calm your shit. Be professional.
Exactly. Like, I'll never forget, I had to go to a PCP. I had a PCP, and then
What's that? I'm
I
not
did.
familiar with the acronyms very well.
Oh, okay. It's a primary care physician.
Oh, okay, yeah, just your doctor.
And
Okay, yep.
and I had one. I found one, and I was going to them. They were in Newport, which is about 40 minutes from here. And I thought I was all hooked up. It didn't matter what situation I was having. I could just call them, and they, have me come in, or they do my referrals or whatever, right? Because I hadn't seen them in a year, they dropped me as a patient, but never informed me. Well, I needed
Hmm.
to have a surgery that
Yeah.
needed to have a PCP's okay before it could happen, that I was healthy enough to have the surgery.
Yeah.
And because of what they did, I had to rush around to find a fucking surgeon that would okay me for the surgery I just had.
Oh,
Oh, I was
geez.
so mad.
For reals, that
So
is not
finally,
fun to be dealing with when you're already dealing with surgery and shit.
yeah.
That's fun.
So I linked into this lady, not too far away from me, about 15 minutes away from me. And so we're sitting there and we're having the appointment, and she says, do you want this? And I said, no. She says, do you want that? I said, no. I says, all I need is a referral for the surgery I'm having on my left knee. And she said, okay. She says, so you don't want any blood work? You don't need any of it? I says, no. I says, I'm a perfectly healthy person. I'm just having arthroscopic surgery on the left knee. And when that gets righted around, everything will be fine. I said, and I need to ask a question. And she says, what? I says, if I'm a perfectly healthy person, do you want to see me anyways? And she said, why? I says, well, the last people threw me out the window with the bathwater because I wasn't going in on a regular basis, but I was leaving the spot open for someone who genuinely is sick. Why would I take up your valuable time, talking to me for like 15 or 20 minutes when you could be actually talking to people who actually need to talk to you? And she goes, no, she said, you have to come in at least once a year because otherwise than that, they won't cover whatever is the situation if you have a situation. And I'm like, oh my fuck. So I have my annual yearly appointment tomorrow. Okay.
Jeez.
I look forward to it like I like eating sauerkraut. Okay. I hate sauerkraut. I don't even understand it. So I
That's
have to
funny.
go in.
I've fallen in love with sauerkraut, but that stuff is impossible to find good stuff nowadays. It's all fucking old as shit and super fucking soggy. It's like, I want some snap, some crunch to my sauerkraut. Put it on some freaking pretzel dogs or something.
Okay.
Holy crap, that's
Do you
good.
have internet access?
Yeah, I have internet access. What are you talking about? I'm talking to
Okay.
you right now.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking. So you go on the internet. You go on the internet and you put in Morris's sauerkraut, and you will get the best sauerkraut from Maine delivered to you, fresh.
Huh?
Yeah,
Huh.
it's amazing. Everyone talks about it.
I might try it one of these days, but at this point, I'm honestly just gonna make some myself because
Oh
freaking
yeah, that's an excellent idea because you get to make it the way you enjoy it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying because I've really
It's a
discovered how
nice
I am
gift
with
to
certain
send to someone if
things.
you want to send something that's edible and
Oh,
unique.
I really want to get into making sourdough. That's what I really want to get
Oh
into.
yeah, when you
But
start making that bitch, you better make me some.
oh, when I get into sourdough, I guarantee you somebody's gonna be trying to invest with me and make me actually start up a fucking company out of it because I'm gonna be doing real science to be fucking making the sourdough I like because it's gonna be like fucking wine science. You know, like how wine only goes up to like 14% before you have to like start distilling to get stuff higher. You know what I
Right?
mean? It's
Oh yeah.
like it's going to be the same kind of thing because I like my sourdough super fucking sour. Like, and it's like basically I found out it's really hard for them to actually make it that way, and that's why you don't really ever see extra sour sourdough. Like you might see one brand sell it occasionally, but it's like pretty much across the board, sourdough is just sourdough.
There's
And
this
it's like,
wonderful bakery here in Maine, and they make sourdough bread with anything that you want added to it. And I usually get the Kalamata olives.
huh?
And it is the best, hands down, sour bread I've ever had. And it's wicked sour. It's really so good. And it's from
Ooh,
a
yummy.
company here in Maine. Oh my gracious sakes. Every time I think about it, my mouth waters. It's so
Yeah,
good.
that
So,
literally
so
made
good.
my mouth water. That sounds fucking delicious. I'm not a fan of green olives, and I'm
No,
only a
these are
fan of
black.
black olives by themselves.
No, these are black olives, and they're
Yeah,
from Greece.
they
They're
might be good on sourdough. Now I think about it, I've never tried it. I've never
oh,
really.
have
I
you ever
should
made
try.
your own
Now that I
tapenade?
think about it, I should try being a little bit more experimental with olives because I grew up with them, just eating them out of the jar. The black olives, and me and my sister love them like that. But that's pretty much the only way we can pretty much eat them. We hate them on like pizza. We fucking hate olives on pizza. We hate them on fucking Subway type of the submarine sandwiches, whatever the fuck you
No,
call
I'm
those
not
shit.
talking about those cheesy ass black fucking olives um that
You're
the
not talking about
sub.
regular black olives. I
No,
thought
I'm not talking about
Greek
those
olives were
goddamn
green.
stupid, goofy ones that you know. What's them places called? Subway has or whatever. I'm not talking about those cheesy ass ones.
Yeah.
I'm talking about real Kalamata olives, fresh from the land where they're made.
So were they like sold in like a jar or like a
No,
can
you
or
can
what?
usually get them on salad bars.
if there's a salad bar in your grocery store, in your Whole Food store or whatever, they have like they'll have a bar and it'll be just olives, and you'll have
No, I
like
was just
seasoned
confused because the
olives.
only Kalamata olives from Greek or whatever I've ever seen are green. I've seen those fresh ones that they sell at the
No,
store. I
these
know
are
what you're
black.
talking about,
These are
but
black,
that's really it's just interesting because from my
and they're better
understanding,
than the green ones, is what I'm saying. That's why I only eat the black ones, because they're so
yeah, you
much
don't eat the
better.
green ones. I only eat the black ones pretty much too because
The green
green
ones, I
ones
think, are
are
from Spain, and the
no,
ones from
basically. What it is,
and
it's not about the location. It's actually about the age. Green olives are unripe olives. Black olives are ripe olives.
all I know is when you mix it with a mixture of sourdough bread,
Yeah.
it's spectacular. So you
God, I love
toast the
food
bread.
science. I love cooking
You
food.
you toast the bread in any way you want to,
Yeah.
and it's already got the Kalamata olives in it, and then you put real butter on it. And I usually put real Kerrygold butter from Ireland on it.
Yeah.
Ah, heavenly. Absolutely heavenly.
That's
It's the
some good
best taste in
stuff.
the world.
I love the German butter. That's the stuff I love the most. The German butter's fucking incredible.
Okay, so I would probably find that in one of our specialty stores, because I'm not sure. Well, unless I went to Whole Foods,
They just
which
have
is
it at my
all the way
local
down in Portland.
Safeway. That's where I get it.
No, we don't have Safeways where we are.
Ah. Yeah, it's Fondo Foods German butter.
Oh, I'll have to figure that out.
Yep.
So we do have a butter that's from our family. It's called Cabot butter.
Oh, the German butter I get, it's fucking the yellowest butter I get. Like you know how a lot of the processed butter is super fucking white,
Yep.
like but you get that grass fed butter and actually has that yellow tint to it. The German butter is really rich in that golden color. It's not like some fake ass, like they added coloring and it looks all yellow. No, it is all natural, just a vibrant golden color. It's beautiful. And it
Nice.
tastes delicious.
I'll have to check it out.
Oh yeah. It's the way
Definitely.
I remember butter tasting like growing up because I think we just had better butter selection growing up or something. I don't know.
Well,
But
it was a simple process back then. Now they make it all freaking complicated, right?
that's what I'm saying. I love food science, but I hate the way the food industry uses food science. They fuck it all up.
They've been doing that since oh gosh,
I
early
was
early
laughing my ass
40s,
off the other
50s.
day because I made this short little video late at night because I just needed a little quick snack and I'm all tired and stoned. And I freaking grabbed this Cliff Bar that I bought the other day and I haven't had them since I was pretty much a kid. And it was a flavor I've never had before. It was like a cookies and cream or something. But I open up the package and the bar is this black color and it's all pressed together. And I'm laughing my ass off because it looks like hash. I'm going, this looks like fucking compressed marijuana, man. Like this looks illegal. And like, or the other way, the other thing I thought it looked like too was I was like, this actually looks like chewing tobacco. That's what it was. It didn't as much look like hash. It looked more like chewing tobacco. I looked like pressed chewing tobacco. Like they, sell it in plugs or they sell it in little bricks. And I'm like, this looks like little pressed tobacco bricks, little squeezed together. And I'm like, they don't have any food coloring. It's all natural food coloring in it. And I'm laughing my ass off because I'm like, okay, they're banning all these artificial food colorings. They're using natural food colorings, but then they're making things look like chewing tobacco. I'm
Well,
like, these people have no fucking clue what to do. I'm just was laughing my ass off about it. I'm like, they can't figure out the color theory side of things and how the color influences the food and how your emotions and what you get out of the meal. They don't understand that, okay, maybe this artificial one's safe, but this artificial one's bad, or like they just have no fucking clue what to do.
you wonder what, the people who create all this stupidness that goes into food or that they put into food that's not even, what do they eat? If they're the ones that are
I'm
tainting our food with all
always
these things,
asking that to myself. I'm
it's like, dude,
always
what are you
asking that to
eating? If
myself.
you know what the effects of all this crap
I
is.
swear that's like my biggest conspiracy theory in life. It's that exact question. I'm like, what the hell are they eating? Because you can't tell me that a lot of these rich people don't have smart doctors. They're not smart and they're not getting some special care. They're just as sick as the rest of us. But then other ones probably really do have some like really intelligent doctor and stuff that tells them exactly what to do. And it's like, well, what percentages are at what? Is it 50-50? Or most of the rich people have smart doctors? Do most of the rich people have dumb doctors? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. They'll work for these
No,
companies doing
it's
atrocious
really
thing to food,
confusing.
but what are you eating in all this process? I mean, when
For reals.
you're sitting there poisoning everybody else in the United States of America, what is it that you're eating that makes you special?
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying, man. Like I got these freaking protein bars recently that I was laughing my ass off because the only reason I get them is because they have an absolute fuck ton of fiber in them, and fiber is super hard to get in the American diet. Like the RDA is so absurdly low, it doesn't make sense. Like we need to get a lot more fiber in our diets to stay healthy. And so I get these bars and I just eat them occasionally, if I feel like I need to get extra fiber in my diet on a particular day. But I was laughing my ass off because I was looking at it and I was like, oh, what's one of the first ingredients? Glycerin. This bar is almost entirely made out of soap. I'm eating a soap bar. And I'm
They have
laughing my
edible
ass off
glycerin,
about
Goofy.
what?
They have edible glycerin.
I know it's edible glycerin, but it's still glycerin, and I'm just laughing my ass off that that it's glycerin, that almost the whole bar is made out of glycerin. It's soap food,
Yeah,
it's
they're
food, but
hoping
it's
it will
also
do its
soap.
job before you even get the first bite down, I guess.
I was just laughing my ass off. I'm like, I know enough about, chemistry in my body to not be like super anal or paranoid about it. It's like everything in moderation, blah, 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 but at the same time, I can't help but just get a laugh at the absurdity. I'm like, this is the modern world where we're eating soap food.
Yeah, it sounds pretty gross. Think about it. And, some of the other countries
That's why I hate
don't
food in
even have.
general, though. I'm like, I've always hated food, but I've always loved cooking. And that's the funny thing about me. Like, I love cooking. I love the chemistry. I love the food science. I love cooking, but I hate eating. I've always been of that perspective of, like, well, why do we have to breathe? Why do we have to eat? Why do we have to poop? I don't like any of this stuff. I just want us the only thing in the human body that should be able to move is the spine, the neck, the arms and the legs. We don't need anything else to really move, We just need to be able to
Yeah, when
move. We
I'm
don't
not
need
here,
all
I
that
don't have
extra
that
stuff.
issue. Yeah,
What
it's
was that?
crazy. Like, it says, when I'm not here, I don't have any of those issues.
Oh yeah, right. Like if you're in a past life or parallel dimension or some crazy shit, or I think I get what
Or
you're
when I'm on
saying.
my spaceship or whatever.
Yep. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, right? I'm like,
It's
I've
like,
always been
come
that's
on
been one
now.
of I swear to God, having to poop is my number one grudge with God.
Yeah, that's it. Is it? Yeah, I'm not impressed with that part of the life either. It's just like,
I'm like,
seriously,
minus the evil factor, the
whose
poop.
fucking idea was this,
That's what
bitch?
I'm saying. Minus the evil factor, poop is my number one issue with God. Like, why did you have to make this human species and even animals in general have to do this disgusting thing? Like, really?
I don't know. A person who can do anything in the world and have everything go any way they want it, why would they even involve that?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, they say
You
God is
got to be a
perfect,
pretty
and
fucking
why
shitty
poop?
god, an asshole of the year, to be
That's
able to
just
create a person that way. Oh, I've
that's
given
just
him
gonna
hell. He's
become
heard my shit. He's
that's
heard
just gonna
me
become
many,
my new
many
thing.
times.
That's just gonna become my new thing. My defense against Christians. Like God is perfect. Oh yeah, then why poop? That's just gonna become my new fucking
That'll shut
tagline.
them the fuck up, hopefully.
For reals, it's so
Oh,
absurd and childish that, like, how do you come up with an intellectual adult-like response to that?
there's no way you can. All of a sudden,
For
you'd see him melt
reals.
right in front of you. That'd be
Yeah,
hilarious.
I'm That's
I just
awesome.
think it's awesome. That is awesome.
Oh.
Now I got to find Christians to irritate.
Oh, you'll love this. You'll actually love this. There's a huge, huge fucking gathering of Christians coming up to my area soon, and they're going to the park I grew up, going. It's called City Fest. Yeah, they have this thing going on for 2 days, and there's supposed to be like hundreds of thousands of people or something, and like hundreds of priests and like concerts and shit. And I'm like, I am totally going to go down there and just experience what interesting things are going to happen.
Wow.
I'm like, I literally want to go down there with like just like a piece of paper taped to my shirt that just says, like, I'm a open-minded philosopher, theologian, ontologist, blah 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 blah. Ask me questions, just see if they try to kick me out for just doing that and go like, hey, you're violating my religious beliefs, you Christians. I wasn't causing no problem until you said I was causing a problem, and now you're creating a problem that didn't exist.
Wow.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah. I
Yep.
hope that we have the opportunity to get Sanctuary on the live sometime soon, because I love when he gets to talking on occasion.
Right.
Yeah, he just has a interesting perspective that
Oh, I
comes from
talked
the
with him the other
newness.
day. It was fun. We had a good
Yeah,
talk. Yeah.
definitely he's a great talker, but he has an interesting perspective coming from a newer aspect of all of what he's going through and what he's learning and stuff.
Well, I
And the
actually
people,
appreciate the perspective, the aspect of that he is, this straight man that is heavily into, that kind of culture, the all the sports and the MMA and boxing and all that stuff, because it's like, like that's that's pretty much every single man all around me is that exact same kind of man, but just not that spiritual component. And his spiritual component helps him humble himself down to where it's like, it's really interesting to be able to see bridge all the gaps, how we're all different people that have lived different experiences, but when we actually understand each other, miraculous things happen. We start to develop even more and just be able to communicate and function even better.
yeah, he's got a really good attitude about how he wants to be and how he wants to create his life, learning all the things that he knows,
Totally.
and in actually utilizing them in his life as he walks through his life, learning all the things he's learned and trying to apply them in his life as he goes through life, and how to date women the correct way rather than just the obvious way that everyone always has.
Yep.
And every once in a great while he'd call and he'd tap into me about a woman's perspective.
Yeah.
As far as what would women do in certain circumstances. And
I
I
want
don't
to
know,
see one where you, me, a Christian fundamentalist, and Noodles are all together with a sanctuary.
I know I
Because
wouldn't go. If he's involved, I'm not going.
I know you're like, no, 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 but that's why I want to see it.
I just had enough
You
of
would
his
get
shit.
pissed off from Noodles. Sanctuary would get pissed off from the fundamentalist. I would be going, what the fuck? Why is everybody getting pissed off?
It's like I just have no toleration level for people who don't meet people where they're at. Okay, or if they think that they have to have their ego mind stuck in everyone
Well,
else's
that's
business.
where I'm just always curious. I actually like that, not out of like I'm trying to cause chaos or negativity, but I'm trying to, I'm sort of playing God here and enjoying it, because they either learn and they get over some of their shit, or they keep doing their shit and keep button heads. And
Well,
either way,
there
it's entertaining to watch.
there's a low tolerance level for him. Okay, let's just say it that way.
I'm just saying, either
And I'm
way, it's
not the
entertaining
only
to
one who
watch when
has
you're
it.
not
I'm
the
just the
person
only one.
experiencing it.
All I know is I'm not the only person who knows this situation about this situation and has this
Right?
situation about this situation. I'm just the only one who will express the situation. And I don't have a fucking problem telling him where the bear shits in the buckwheat because I don't know. I've never seen one intelligent thing come out of his mouth, not one, that he actually could back up with fact. He always says these crazy things and they don't even match what he's trying to say. And you're sitting there going, well, spit it out, sir. You think you've got the facts, but you don't.
Redirect the chaotic waters, Hazel. You need to learn some water management skills, girl. It's crazy
No,
because that's
I
what
don't have
that's.
to. I
I
don't have
swear
to.
I did that a little bit the other night. Like because I have an interest in music theory, and apparently Noodles is really into music. So he started talking about
He
his
can't even fucking
background in
sing, bitch.
reggae.
He
What?
can't even sing. He can't even sing.
I don't know. I haven't heard any of his music or anything, but
Oh
he was
my
sharing his
God.
interest in music, and has actually some understanding of some of the history and background of some of these things, and it was interesting to listen about. It's like personality wise, we're fucking way different people. We'd probably butt heads if we tried to talk about some of the deeper things. So I just redirected the fucking conversation a little bit, and it was still
It's
fun
because
and
he's always
entertaining.
right and no one is right but him. That's the part. He's got an ego, and when people go into the ego mind, I
Yeah.
ignore them.
Well, that's
I have
what
no
no, that's
desire.
definitely true on regard to the veganism kind of thing. Like I said, I appreciate the fuck out of vegans from the ethical standpoint and from the ecological standpoint. But it's just when their ego gets involved, or especially when they turn it into this religion or pseudo religion. Like don't be doing that. That's not good for nothing. Like fuck, are we
Were
gonna
you
have
there?
are we going to have vegans and Buddhists attacking each other next? Because people always say Buddhists are the one peaceful religion. No, you're wrong. It's Jainists that are the one peaceful religion. Buddhists have the 969 movement, and the Muslims and Buddhists fucking go attacking each other and shit, and it's fucking crazy. But it's where people always get conflated with the things that they think they know. People are running on folk knowledge thinking they're running on actual knowledge, and then people running on knowledge are thinking they're running on wisdom when they're just running on knowledge.
Were
It's
you there
like,
when he chastised Chickpea for um being one way or the other with his animals and stuff? Her animals?
I don't recall. I don't recall. I just know that he's one of those
Oh,
kinds of
he
people
was
that is
relentless
more
with
of
her
those
one day.
spiritual vegans, those people that get a little pushy with their stuff. And it's like, that's the kind that I have a problem with. It's like I
He
said,
was so pushy that day
if you're not
with
pushy with
Chickpea.
your vegans,
Yeah.
and you're just trying to, talk about it from a science perspective of, like, okay, well, this is good for the planet and good for us. And like, then I have no problem you talking about that. I'm like, go for it. I agree with you. But when you're coming across from the ethical standpoint and demonizing other people, then it's like, you're playing this dualism game. Again, it's this dualistic trap, us versus them. And it's like, enough of the separation, okay? We can have differences, but still be unified. Like, that's the
Exactly.
thing that
There's
people
no
have
need for
such a
the
hard
separation.
that's the thing that people have such a hard time understanding. That's the thing that drives me nuts because, like, literally, I study pretty much anything about history, and I'm like, fuck, man. Like Korea is a perfect example. Like, I'm always about the reunification of Korea. I'm like, why haven't they been able to do that? Why are they stuck on this, 6 year plus war where it's a war, but nobody's killing each other? It's just,
A bridge that
dystopians on both
separates you, that doesn't
sides.
make sense.
It's just dystopians on both sides. It's like, yeah, North Korean's a worse dystopia, but you can't tell me, even though South Korea has legitimately good things about it, you can't tell me that South Korea isn't also a dystopia. I mean, fuck, we're all living in a dystopia. Don't say that one country, is a dystopia and one country isn't. We are all currently living in a dystopia. It's our job to make our dystopias better. So these countries and dystopias work better together, so the whole bigger, grander dystopia gets better. It's bringing the heaven down onto this purgatory. That's the thing that people are always getting into too lately, where they're saying that we're in a hell realm, that earth is hell. And I'm like, oh, flabbergasts me how the second that the Catholics got rid of the purgatory, it just escaped our cultural zeitgeist, our cultural memory. Just, everybody doesn't believe in purgatory anymore. Barely anybody believes in it, and there's even pretty much even more people that don't even know that it exists in general, or it's
So
a
what do you
theory
suppose
or
the
an
motivation
idea.
was? What do you suppose the motivation was to throw that out the window like that?
I think that it was something to do with, changing from a modernist church to a postmodernist church. They were switching from a modernist Catholic church to a postmodernist Catholic church. And I think that them trying to evolve with the times, they just, mucked it all up. It was like, yeah, good on you for actually trying to move with the times, but you totally fucked it up. You needed to talk to more people and communicate better and engage more.
Yeah, there
Yep.
had to be more of a motivation than that. Okay, because they don't change church dogma for something to do. They had to have some sort of a motivation.
Well, you have to be
And
careful with that a
I've
little
never,
bit, Divine. That's sort of like saying that Pope Francis was a hardcore conservative Catholic. It's like, well, he influenced the church in his own way because he had radically altered views than the previous popes.
right, but there was something up with it. There's more to it. I'll have to figure it out at some point when I get the time, if I get the time, because now I'm just gonna be like writing like crazy for a minute.
Yep.
So yeah, just there's got to be a reason to it, because they don't do anything for something to do. There's always motivation, and it's not always in everyone's highest and best either. Let's just say it that way.
Yep. Someone just popped in the little
So,
chat here. This red cap goblin. Hey, goblin, if you want to go on the stage, looks like you're already on the stream yard here, so I should be able to add you on the stage if you want to. Up to you.
what do they call themselves again?
Red cap goblin. They just
Boy,
wrote in
that
the
sounds.
chat, I am here. Oh, he just
Um,
wrote no need for me. It looks like he just wants to walk or watch or text in the chat if he wants to. That's fine.
yeah, I don't. I'm not. I'm not into that. I don't. I don't know them.
You're funny, Hazel. Like, did you know me?
Yeah. There's. I. All right. Energetically, there's something off. I'm just saying it that way. Okay.
Oh, okay. All
Okay.
right.
You got
All
me
right.
now.
I feel
You
you.
know me
No,
well enough to
I
know what I'm
I
saying.
feel like I had a slight vibe of that, but not too overly concerning. Like I'm like, but that's where I'm still trying to work on that, like that sensing of energies, because that
It's a
reminds me.
boundary.
No, that reminds me of
It's
an
a
interesting
boundary.
story. It reminds me of an interesting story because, when I was like still when I right before I started going through all my hell and stuff, my best friend I was with me, and he saw me watching this YouTube video because I was watching all these YouTube videos by this girl talking about these drugs. I think she called it they called it the drug classroom at the time or something. And I was watching these videos because I was really getting into the psychedelics and wanting to research everything about them. And my best friend came over, and this is the best friend that recently passed away. So he came over there, and he came over my shoulder and saw that I was watching these videos, and he said, dude, you need to stop watching these videos. Like this girl's bad, dude. Like, just trust me, this girl is a bad person. I'm getting really bad vibes off her. She's a bad person. Just, dude, please stop watching her. And I like didn't understand it at the time and stuff, but I sort of took a little bit of his advice and just started watching some other people that were talking about this stuff and trying to educate people, and steered away from her. And it was crazy because I later found out that this girl basically was is the reason the LSD, the black market LSD supply chain in America is just gone, because she basically fucking went and squealed to the fucking feds on, you know, the guy that she knew that was making all of this LSD for the entire U.S. And so basically she squealed on him, you know, so she wouldn't get in so much trouble or something, you know, the typical fucking, you know, what's it called? The fucking shit
Modern day narc.
yeah, but no, just the you know, the uh not black marketing, what's it called, blackmail. You know, it's like the government was, you know, doing their blackmail shit with their law enforcement. You know, we caught you doing something, you know, squeal on this person, or, you know, or we're giving you a you know, increased sentence, that kind of bullshit, you know, that the Justice Department always does, very injustice like. But, you know, they basically did this on this, you know, girl, this terrible girl that I was watching, and she squealed on the major LSD supply chain dude. But then it gets way worse than this. I found out that she actually kidnapped like some young, like intellectually disabled, like autistic man. She kidnapped him with her boyfriend. They fucking injected hallucinogens into his penis and did all this torturous, horrible shit to him. And they fucking tortured him for like fucking weeks on end. And like fucking, like, because she squealed on that fucking dude about the LSD, she like doesn't get in barely any trouble. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, was my friend right? This girl was fucking Satan herself. Like, this
Yeah.
girl was evil. Evil, evil, evil. You know? And oh, it's okay, Goblin. You know, energy signals can get fucking mixed around. We don't know for sure either way, but no, we weren't trying to push it on you, but sometimes it could be real. Who knows? But anyway,
Should be
back to the
dealt with in
story.
time.
Back to the story. Just that it was fucking wild as shit that he had such an awareness, you know, and that had no awareness of the connection at the time. And now I'm starting to actually get some level of that connection. And that feels amazing on regard to just feeling confident and knowing that, you know, I'm not going to be a fucking smart idiot that ends up getting themselves killed. Oh, I'm a genius, but I don't know how to fucking walk on the street without getting mugged and shot, you know? Like, I'm glad that I'm learning how to adapt and fucking just, you know, evolve.
Yeah. It'll all come around or it won't. That's for sure. When she did that, I mean, she created a nightmare on Elm Street. Boy, that's going to have to be undone in some other situation. Back
Oh
around the
yeah, I
corner,
can't. I
she'll get
can't
looped
even
back
think
to
of
me.
I can't even think of the karma
That
that she
poor
brought
young
upon
man, that's
herself.
sad. That poor young man, oh my God, I just feel so
Oh, I
bad
know.
for
I
him.
feel so bad for him too. I'm like, I can't believe, like, because that's the kind of thing too, where it's almost like, you know, wouldn't the universe be more just and more ethical if somehow she murdered him? Like, because at least, you know, he wouldn't have this lifelong trauma. Because, like, again, how do you fucking do therapy with somebody that's intellectually disabled? You know, how do you go through trauma therapy with
Well,
them?
that's
You
why she
know?
probably did it, because she knew that there wasn't going to be any any recompense from it.
Yeah, in
Nothing was
healing,
going to
she knew
come
how
back on
to.
her because he
Yeah.
couldn't articulate what happened. So
That's
she
what I'm
had her cake
saying.
and eat
I
it
I
too.
truly believe
Mm.
torture is the most evil thing a human being could do to another. I'm like, yes, murder is evil and it should not ever be done, but you know it should never ever 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 be done. That's torture. That's the most evil, vile
Especially
thing a
someone
human
who
being
can't,
could do.
you know, can't fend them for themselves. I
Right?
just, that's,
Oh yeah, it says
that's,
Red Cap says he's agreeing with us that she thought she had the perfect victim.
it's
Yep.
ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, I know. For
I'm
reals.
wondering how he is. I'm going to send him, I'm going to send him, some healing energy. I hope that
Oh,
he's doing okay. It's
me
like,
too. I'm gonna join in on you on that.
yeah, because we don't want him to have a terrible life. He
No
already
crap.
has, you know what? He already has his, crap
Yeah,
to deal with. Let's
let's
just
get
be
some
real.
energy out there too for that he's getting the social support that he deserves, you know, that
Yeah, no doubt.
for
No doubt.
reals. We don't want the system failing on top of him on top of all of that. That's just
Exactly.
Send energy out on both directions for that positive healing for his life and soul. I agree. That's awesome. Let's do that, Hazel.
That works.
Yeah, it's for reals. It works.
And that's what I do at this time of the night.
Right? That's what I do at this time
And
of
the
life.
universe is going, oh, Hazel's at it again.
That is funny. No, the other day there was a full moon, and it was the first time in like fucking months where I fell asleep at like pretty much during the day, nighttime. Like the second it was not dark out, I was yawning like crazy, and I just knocked it with the second I got home. And it was really funny because my mom was driving me back here, and this was the day she stayed the night because we were both just fucking wrecked, and freaking it was so funny because she was going like, "Oh my God, you are tired or more tired than me. Like, what the hell? Like, I haven't seen you yawn this much in like years." And I told her, "Oh, it's because I have those, freaking Watchman hunter genes, And the second the moon comes out, I know that there's going to be other night watchmen guarding the village. So, my role, my shift is I'm off shift now. My duty's done for the night. I can turn in."
Yeah, you were probably going through an energy shift during the full moon situation. You got some extra coding
That
and
is
everything
funny
in
now
you.
you think about that because I saw all these people talking about, I think it was called the 8-8 portal or something. Like, what were they were calling it
Oh, what
something
a bunch of
portal.
bullshit that is. God damn it. I wish people would get together and decide what story they're going to say 1 minute to the next. It's so tiresome. All
That's
the
where I
lies.
have such a fun time getting into this with you
Oh,
because half the time I'm like, I 100% agree with Hazel. The other half of the time I'm like, I love and respect her, and I will be polite and hold my tongue.
holy macaroni and cheese. I mean, really? I don't understand how they can create a lie out of nothing and everyone believes it. Don't you
Yeah.
find it interesting? If you look back in the records, and I'm serious, look back in the records. Did they ever talk about this 20, 30,
No.
40 years
Yeah.
ago?
I
No.
know what you're
If it was
saying. Yeah.
something, it would have always been something. I hate it when New Age creates something out of nothing and everyone believes it. But you present them with the truth and you're a fucking crazy woman.
Mm,
Here I am speaking my truth at all times. I know where I come from, and I'm speaking the truth from that level too. And in order to be an ambassador here on the earth, and boom, no one believes me. But some fucking
right.
8-8 fucking portal from some fucking lion that did whatever he did, whatever. Hello, it's like hello.
Well, you can
I
help
don't know.
keep teaching me and guiding me in the right direction because you got a little bit of a better eye on being able to differentiate the energy, in regard to that kind of thing. Because that's where, like I said, I come from more of the scientific skeptical background, but at the same time, I'm realizing that, hey, those are biases too. And I'm really trying to be open minded about it all and really critical thinking about it all too, the a combination of it all, how to
Some of it's just
really
plain
fine
fucking
tune and
common
balance
sense,
it.
okay? Think
Yep.
about it. Some of it, not all of it, but some of
Yep.
it. I mean, you think of it. How long has this particular instance been in place?
No, I
Oh,
totally get you with that one. I totally get you with that one.
and that's how you come about with what
So it's
everyone would
almost like I
call.
need to look for the new age. The new age is the stuff to stay away from. The new age is the older new age that we've either decided, oh yeah, law of attraction, that's real,
That's
or oh,
fake
this
as
thing,
fuck
that's
too.
bullshit. Law of
That was,
attraction is not real. That's part of
oh
the
my God, it's
manifestation.
so
It's
new
all
age.
semantics of the same. It's all semantics meaning the same thing in my brain.
It's
If you
all new age.
if you
All of
say
that
you're
shit is
manifest, if you say you do manifestation, or if you say you do law of attraction, or you say you do the law of one, you say any of that, it basically all means the same thing to me.
all it is just the same old shit decorated and packaged in another way.
Yeah.
It's just getting really old, okay? It's just getting really old. If you're not
Hmm.
going to speak the truth, get the fuck out of the city.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that.
I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to be part of any lies.
Yep.
I don't want to be
No, I
part of
totally
any
agree with that.
manipulations. If,
No,
in other
that
words, I'm
reminds me
so
of
tired of
one.
being lied to that I
Yeah.
don't even want the fucking world to lie either. Like, stop the fucking shit. If
No,
there was one thing
yeah.
that I could stop in one wish, and God said, "Your wish is granted, bitch. Let's go." Okay. No more lying across the board. Not one lie from anyone's pie hole from this point on. And I'm telling you, the whole world would shift.
No, that's that whole part with me where hypocrites are my number one biggest pet peeve in the reality.
And
I'm like if
it's
I'm like
detestable.
I'd be how much easier it would be handling all this evil. Not that I love it or want it in the reality, but with my trans dualism, I can actually manage to process the problem evil. I can go okay, whether it's God will or it isn't, like it's this way, and I'm dealing with it. I'm fine. Like I'm not
Can
in
you
that
imagine going on
situation.
a
I'm
date
fine.
and not liking the person and just, getting their number anyways and then ghosting them and never calling them again? That's a lie. Can you imagine saying something to someone and always speaking your truth, but not telling someone something someone needed to know? That's a lie. I mean, it's so much more than just what
Damn,
considered what
you're
most
taking
people.
lies to the damn. You just took lies to the ontological like final point. That was
I'm telling you,
you just went
that matters to
hardcore
me.
against the lies. You just
That
basically said
matters
I
to
don't want.
me.
You basically just said I just don't. I don't want just the humans to stop lying. I want God to stop lying. You
Damn
just
fucking
that
right.
damn.
Damn fucking right.
You just
I'm on it.
fuck. You went
I'm
hard there, Hazel. That was beautiful.
I'm not playing the games no more. I'm just there's no one if and you know what? And I'm getting better and better and better at it because you know what I've been doing? I've been saying, okay, I am a truth teller at all times in all moments. And
Ooh,
I
that just
want
made me think of something interesting. So I have a problem with hypocrites, with the humans being hypocrites, but I have no problem with God being a hypocrite because I view God being a hypocrite as his natural state, you know? And
he's an
that's sort of
asshole.
interesting.
It depends on which one you're talking about. You talking about the Bible one, he's an asshole. If you're talking about the regular one, the one that created us all, that's a different story.
Oh, I'm talking about the one that created us all.
Okay. Just checking, chicken.
But that's where I'm like viewing the good God negatively, but skeptically, but honestly, I like all these things at the same time. But when it comes to humans, I'm a little bit more reductionist. I'm like, okay, you can't be that complex unless you're good at being complex. It's like I don't know, it's weird. That
Oh,
is totally me. Don't be complex unless you're fucking good at it.
exactly. And if you're not good at it, shut your pie hole.
For reals. I'm like, if you have all these different disabilities and diseases or whatever, you either better be a fucking genius or you better be the nicest person I've ever fucking met.
That works.
For reals.
And it'd be interesting to meet someone that you actually could connect with that wasn't full of shit.
Oh my God, that's
I
been my
hate it when
thing. That's
you
where
know
I'm
what's the
so
worst
glad I
thing?
found
It's
my
like when you're
faith and gotten
standing there and
healthy because I'm like, the world is so unhealthy that I'm probably going to be alone for a while. And I'm not going to be completely alone. I'm going to meet connections, have, grow and have a better life than I've had. But at the same time, am I going to have that truly deep soul to soul connection that I really want? Like, it's probably not going to be snap of the fingers. It's probably going to be a while if I ever get that. But at the same time, gotta be careful. No nevers with evers, kind of thing.
right. I'll be sitting here sometimes and I'll go, wow, that's not even remotely sexy, Hazel. You're never gonna have a partner. Get over yourself.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I realize that when it comes to my thought process and the way I live my life, because I'm like, I'm so fucking complex and there's so much energy in this complexity that it's like living next to a fucking roller coaster. It's like, I'm not saying that I'm like emotionally unstable or I'd be like, a fucking, mentally ill or I'm freaking out or being negative. It's just literally that imagine okay, there we go. It's not that you're, living in the slums, living in a bad life and you're living next to a wooden roller coaster. No, you're in Disneyland, you're rich as fuck, and you're sleeping right next to your favorite roller coaster. It's sort of like that. And it's like, that even if you lived in Disneyland and were sleeping right next to your favorite roller coaster, you're quickly going to realize that the nostalgia factor does not pay off. The noise and the energy, well, for me, it wouldn't be the noise. I'm not noisy, but for the energy is too much for me, man. Like, I need a break. And that's where I think the biggest thing with me is I'm starting to realize is that I'm probably going to need to meet somebody that's like me in the sense that they want to have deep connections, but they also want their solitude. It's like we're going to definitely gonna have like some fucking teeter totters. It's like, okay, we're living at your house for this weekend. Okay, we're living at your house for this weekend. Sort of back and forth. Hey,
I
Pamela,
watched this
DNW
most
is
wonderful
asleep.
movie. You're reminding me of a long time ago when I watched this movie. It was a girl who had seen some sort of something she shouldn't have been seeing, and she was scarred on her cheek. And there was this boy that had open heart surgery when he was younger. And they both separately could never imagine connecting with anyone in their life that would understand what they had been through. And they met. And it was just such a wonderful little show because they both met. They ended up getting married, and then he dies of heart failure
Oh, geez.
because of incidences that happened throughout the movie. It was
Hmm.
quite a movie. It was just wow.
Huh.
And the one thing that they when they got married, of course, they had a honeymoon and they went, off and was having fun, and they created a daughter. So that was what he left to her and gave to her.
Yeah.
Because her
Wow.
father was concerned that, they were very, very, very young when they decided to get married. I think it might have been based on a true story, because I usually don't watch a movie unless it is based on a true story, because I don't
Ooh,
want to
got to
waste
be
time
careful
watching
with
someone.
that one though. They stretch the definition of that
No, these are,
sometimes.
I researched them to see if they're based on a true story, and they
No,
are.
I'm just saying that
Oh,
some of
you
them
mean the
they'll
governments
adapt the
of,
true
yeah,
story into the screenplay, and when they adapt it into the
yeah,
screenplay, they get rid of all the true parts of the true story, and they just blow it up and make it all dramatic and sensationalized. That's all I was
no,
getting at. You just got to be careful to stay away from those kinds.
yeah, I think I got that
I
one
think
covered,
they
dude.
mainly do that with horror, though. Like I know they
I
did
don't
that with the
watch
Blair
horror.
Witch
There's no
Project.
way I could ever watch horror.
Yeah,
I
they
have
did
not
that with
watched
like the
horror
Fourth
my
Kind.
whole life. I don't
The
even know what this
the
Freddy
Fourth
Krueger
Kind was
thing replaced
actually
me. I don't have any idea of
the
any of
fourth
that
kind
stuff.
they did the fourth kind they did that with, and that was sort of an interesting film because when I watched it at the time, I actually fucking loved it. It was really wild. It was like freaky. It was like, okay, if aliens exist, this is fucking wild, man. Like, this is freaky. I'm not like concerned that they're bad by any means, but at the same time, this is freaky. And like, yeah, there's this movie called the Fourth Kind, and if I remember correctly, and basically it was supposedly about this true story of this woman that got abducted by aliens, and her visit with her therapist, and doing hypnosis and revealing memories she forgotten and stuff. But the film was fucking freaky as fuck, and but they said it was based off a true story, and it was based off a true story, but they made it so much more freaky than the real story was. Like they had it like the Exorcist level, like where she's like doing hypnosis with her therapist, and she's like speaking an alien and shit. It was like fucking freaky.
You know what? Just like there are not so great humans, and I've met a few of them, there are
Mm-hmm.
also not so great people that don't live on this planet.
Right.
And there's been
Oh no,
some
I agree
species
with that on
that
that. That
came
there's
here, and
that.
they really didn't have their finger on the
Yeah,
pulse of what it was that they were trying to create in the moment.
I'm vibing
But
with that. I totally
I've had
feel
a
you.
number I have had a number of interactions with benevolent, non-human people, and I've never had an issue. Now, I'm not
Yep.
sure if that is because I am extremely protected or because I will not allow myself to be used in that manner.
Maybe it's more that you have direction. Maybe it's
The
less about
boundaries, I have
protection and more
extreme
about
boundaries.
direction.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
All I know
saying,
is that when
I think
people
that
say
even
that
us with
that's a
healthy
general blanket
boundaries.
statement, they have to be careful because not every one of them are like that.
Yep. No, I think it's more about direction than protection, because even if you're the most protected person with your boundaries and your level of awareness, if you find yourself heading in the wrong direction, you could meet some entity that can completely override your willpower and your strength and just, send you into really, really bad
No,
directions. But that's where I think
I
it's
don't
about
believe
the
that could happen.
direction more.
And I
You don't think that could
think the
happen?
reason why, no, I don't believe that could happen. And the reason
Well,
why is
that's because
because
you got a
if
guardian angel. When we got the guardian angels, we're protected. But if you didn't have that guardian angel, like, do you think that you would be at risk for that if you weren't, didn't have the right direction? If you went off the road by accident?
I don't know,
That's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
down here
Because
for just
no,
something
I'm
to
coming
do.
from the perspective of the generalized people. When I talk about a lot of my personal philosophical things, I'm thinking about it with such empathy that I'm trying to think about it from a broader perspective, not just my own. I'm trying to go, how would this translate across, the more general public?
I don't think the general public even give a sweet shit.
No, they don't really. They're too unaware and ignorant, but that's where I factor that into the equation often. I go, how does this translate to their ego and their ignorance? Like, can they process this and, and do it in a healthy way, or then they fuck it up completely, or then they, be the ignorant child that stubs their toe but learns how to avoid stubbing their toe, it's a learning process. Yes, they were still a struggle, but they're not moving backwards. They are actually moving forwards. It just might not be as pretty as we'd like it to be, that kind of thing.
Do you remember yesterday when they were trying to have this conversation of how much you love yourself, foolishness?
A little bit. I just remember me talking about my whole future self kind of thing with the love, because that always flabbergasts me. That whole, time materially is moving forward. It's objective fact, but metaphysically time doesn't exist. And, you can tell yourself something about your future self and suddenly it's going back into your present self. It's wild.
Yeah, it was really wild when he was saying that. It was Yvonne. He was saying something about, no, that's not how that goes. I was kind of laughing because normally Yvonne will tell you fact, okay, and it was almost like he was going off the fact track. He just completely
I
forgot.
did sense that a little bit. I think that after he smoked a little bit, I think that the ganja was a little chaotic that night.
I really respect that guy. Man, he's got some knowledge under his belt. Like
Yvonne was a
and you know
crack
what?
up last
Every
night.
time, every time I took a class, it was from.
Talking to Yvonne last night as I have as much fun talking to you. I had a blast last night with him. Whoa. You still there, Divine? We losing you?
What did
What's going
someone
on?
else? Was someone else added?
That was weird. It showed DNW. Like one of his logos dropped and another one came back on, and it was just weird because his little horse logo one's gone now, but his little DNW with the little anonymous little thing like your thing is on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to check. But yeah, it was just hilarious. Every time I took a class up there, the knowledge was different. It was more truthful. It resonated. And they're a lot more spiritually minded. Everything they do is connected to that across the board. And so I'm thinking he's really got a great guidance system.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing guidance system because he just
He sits there and he'll spit the
No,
facts, and it's so truth-telling. It's not funny.
Yvonne
Makes me
cracks
laugh.
me up when he talks about how grounded he is, because my first thought when he says how grounded he is I'm going like, okay, yeah, I'm often using the whole Guy of the Sage, username, and I had that experience with Salvia Divinorum where I fell into the earth, merged with it, and then fell through the earth again, and I'm like laughing. I'm like, yeah, got grounded to the earth, and I just merged with it and fell through it.
Exactly. It just,
Uh,
I don't know, just different people having different opinions of why and how you can learn how to love yourself. It
right?
just kind of struck me funny when he was saying that, because I'm like, now 99% of the time I'll agree with him wholeheartedly, hands down. But I didn't get a chance to talk to him about it because something happened. I guess someone disappeared, or he disappeared out of the chat or something. It was just, I was like, I was going to call him on and ask him a little bit more questions, but I never got a chance.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
he was hilarious. That night he was hilarious, because I'm just sitting there going, wow, I wouldn't have
I'm getting to
expected
the
him to come up
stage
with that.
where I'm starting to enjoy the variation and how people experience things. How one night somebody drinks a beer and they're, all giddy and happy, and the next night they drink a beer and they're getting pissed with themselves. I'm starting to enjoy watching how the ebbs and flows with how people experience these things, because for me it's pretty fucking stable. Like I've figured my shit out, and it just stays the way it's supposed to be. Alcohol is this way, this is this way, that kind of thing. But so many people don't experience that. They smoke weed one time and they're fucking, all a little bit on the crazy train, and another time they smoke weed, they're just a little calmed down, or just it's just funny.
Huh. I would never approach a chat, especially if it was going to be live,
Yep.
in any other circumstances, but totally in a sober, where I want everyone to know what I was saying was me and came
Mm.
directly from me.
See, that's where I'm
I
saying
have,
I figured my shit out enough. I actually just
yeah,
smoked out of my water pipe, like 30 minutes ago, and here I am still talking and functional. I know my limits. I know how to handle my stuff.
yeah, exactly. I mean, you'll get some people who have to announce the fact that they just did that
Right?
in the chat. It's like, what do we give a shit what you're doing in your privacy of your own home? Did we
Oh,
ask you?
exactly. I just muted myself for a second, and while I was listening to you, and I didn't even mention it until 30 minutes later. It's like it's not something that I need to announce. It's not something I need to hide. It's
Exactly.
just
But some
I'm just
people
trying
go
to be
out of their way to
respectful.
make it
I'm just
everyone
trying to be
else's
respectful.
business.
I mute it, so if I start coughing, I'm not fucking coughing over at people talking. I
Yeah,
just try to be aware and respectful.
that's how to handle it. That's how you handle your business in a private manner. I don't know. I just
That's what I'm
don't
saying. I've
I don't
actually
know.
learned how to be a gentleman, and being a gentleman and being a man, like I've learned how to merge the two, and I've learned how to do my shit.
That's a good thing. It's not that, and you're gonna, if you're, depending on, what mood you're in. I don't know if it's a mood
No,
thing or
that's
not,
where it
but
cracked me up with me, because I'm like, there's all these different things factors on things that got rid of pretty much all my gender dysphoria, to things that made me feel completely comfortable in my body. And ironically, one of those things is learning how to be a man actually made me comfortable as a non-binary person. I'm like, yeah, I'm still non-binary, but I feel healthy. I can do what I need to do in any direction I need to. If I need to be more of a man one day, and it makes me feel healthier and happier, then I can do that. If one day it's oh man, it's all cloudy, I need a fucking cup of tea, I need to fucking cuddle up and watch some girly shit, that's fine too. Like I know who I am. I'm comfortable with my stuff. I figured it all out. I'm getting it all moving.
so I'm out there and I have two parts that need to go into the tractor. And my son is also here on the property at this day, but he wanted nothing to do with touching the tractor at all, because he knows that he does not have $25,000-$30,000 to replace it.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to get involved in it. And I'm laughing. So I'm putting in the air filter. It's not rocket science, okay? Let's just be real. It's just such a simple thing to do. You just pay attention to what you're freaking doing and put it back the same way you took it apart. And he was just sitting there watching me, and I'm looking at him and I'm going, "You're gonna wonder if I'm gonna mess this up, right?" And he goes, "Well," and I said, I know what you're thinking." I says, "I know I'm not going to." I says, "I don't know, but I have a confidence in the fact that I can pull this off." And he didn't say anything. So we've had such humid 96, 98 degrees, extremely humid. You can't even breathe. There's no wind. And I refused to go out there and work on it at that time. Well,
Yep.
they're saying tomorrow is supposed to be a spectacular day. What am I freaking doing? Oh, I hate that. The fact that I have to go to that damn appointment knowing that I could be fixing my tractor. Anyways, when I get back from the appointment, I am going to go out there and I am going to change the fuel filter. And I'm going to get that tractor running because he doesn't believe I can do it. And I'm going to do it to prove it to him that I can.
You sure you don't need John Deere's permission to do that?
Excuse me, but I wouldn't use a John Deere if it was the last tractor on earth.
Oh, thank the Lord you have that awareness. My goodness, I can't believe how many people live rural lives and are buying fucking John Deere tractors completely unaware of that bullshit.
No, I wouldn't. No way. Do you know why?
Reals.
Because when you've got a tractor in the woods, the last fucking thing you need is for it to be green. If you're in danger out in the woods on a tractor,
Oh,
you
I see.
need your
I never even
tractor
thought
to
of
be
that perspective.
you need
That's actually
your
a very
tractor to be
valid
bright
perspective.
orange or you need it to be
Yeah,
bright
yellow or
red.
something. Yeah.
You don't get out there in a John Deere green tractor. That's for fucking country music shows and all that shit.
Hell
Ain't got
yeah.
nothing to do with real life. Nothing.
Bring the reality into the picture, Hazel. Hell yes.
Okay, so Myrna, if we have a live tomorrow, I'm going to come on there ranting and raving about how I just fixed my fucking tractor, and you better cheerlead for me, you little
Hell
bitch.
yeah.
Because I'm excited. When I get home from the doctors, I'm
Hey,
stripping
if
off
you
so
fix your
quickly.
tractor, I'm going to be excited for you. Okay?
Oh,
I
I
will
am.
share in your excitement with that for
I am
100%.
so excited to come home and get that thing fixed. Now that I've got the part, I'm like so excited to get out there and get it fixed.
I'm
And
pretty
tomorrow's going to be the
sure.
perfect temperature. It's supposed to be like just like 70s or 80s. I can handle that. I don't believe it's going to be humid. I think there's a potentiality of rain around 2. So that's perfect. It can rain all at once too because I'm inside the garage at that point. So I'm not going to get wet. And even if I did, I wouldn't whine about it anyways because I love the rain. So, I'm going to have so much fun fixing that tractor. And that's my focus. And I am imagining it that I'm going to go in there. I'm going to know right where it is. I'm going to walk through the whole process of taking it apart, putting it back together. I know how to prime it even. Sitting here, never doing it before, I know how to prime it and get it ready for it to start correctly without spittering and sputtering. Because most people don't know that step of it. And when they don't know that step of it, they'll change it and they'll get everything all righted around and everything's wonderful. But when they start it, they think they've done something wrong because all it does is spitter and sputter. Because what you're supposed to do is just turn the key gently to the accessory mode and let all the air come in and out of it. And then you turn the key back and then you do it again. And then you bring the key back and you just keep doing that a few times. And then eventually you let the coils heat up and you try to start it and it starts up like it was brand new. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just like so stoked. Now you have to remember, I was the first woman in Maine to take auto body repair because they would not let me take auto mechanics.
Yeah.
So, this is right up my alley.
That's what's up.
And I can't wait. And I can't wait to say, I'm going to text him. I don't care if he's working or not. I'm going to text him and go, I just fixed the tractor. How you like me now? You should have been here. You could have learned something.
It's so funny. I have this intense awareness of math and numbers despite not having any formal education in it. It's so funny. I'm looking at this thing. I'm like, Okay, we got 4 people watching us right now. We got the red cap in the comment section. We got Pamela and Noodles, and they're Pamela and Noodles are both mods. So we got 2 mods, one person watching, and then another person watching. And I'm just laughing at the ebbs and the flows. You and me will start talking and getting really into our subject, and all of a sudden it'll go from like 4 viewers to 8 viewers, and then all of a sudden we'll tone down a little bit and it'll drop down to like 2 viewers, and it's funny how that this is the algorithm that's at play. That's all fucked up. That is doing evil shit, and it's like people need to look at the numbers and the algorithm and culture jam that shit, man. Okay, I see that that when I'm talking about this really real subject, everybody's leaving. Okay, then let's stop trying to engage the numbers and fake people, and let's start engaging the real people. It's culture jam this fucking evil algorithm machine up so we can make social media social. We actually bring the real element out, instead of all this fake bullshit. It's crazy. I'm probably late to the game with all the AI and fucking chat bots and freaking, bots in general, just, clogging up the dead internet theory. I'm probably a decade too late to be telling people this, but it's still an important thing that should be said and some people should be aware of and trying to actualize, trying to make any level of positive change.
Yeah, it only comes through if you're willing to keep your heart and mind open for that, and you're presenting yourself at face value without all the fakeness that people have this day and age. I'm just getting really tired of the fact that everyone takes it for granted that we're here for something to do, and they don't really know what they're here to do. It's like someone should do something about it and figure it out. Oh, and Spirit just got them knocking me in the right ear and saying he agrees with me. I just think that's so funny when I do that. I'll say something and I get the confirmation that what I'm saying was good.
Oh yeah, I get that too. Yeah, that is fun. Fuck.
I love that.
Yeah,
And when you do that, you're in your divine connection at that
I
point, and
must
you're
be
doing
like
your
in
shit.
I must be in like half logos then, because I'm not like getting that full connection a lot lately, but I'm definitely know I'm in the right, moving in the right direction. It's just I'm not getting that actual confirmation affirmation.
You
That
need
is
to
awesome
actually.
that.
I'm going to be doing some work on that after I do the tractor, I guess, is what I'm going to probably have the time. If I don't get called, no, okay, so another client is supposed to be picking up the phone tomorrow and trying to open up an account with the bank over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, well, why don't you try doing it online? You might have a lot more success. And she says, why you say that? And I says, well, I mean, they expect everyone, or they want everyone to do online banking. So if you want to open up an account, do it online. And she said, oh, okay, I'll think about that. Anyways, if she's not successful, her and I have to jaunt all the way down to Portland to open up a freaking goddamn bank account. Which
No,
means I
I
won't
know
be able.
exactly what you're talking about with that kind of stuff, because that pisses me off really hardcore, in particular on one thing on regard to that switch to digital, because I'm seeing, these First Amendment auditors that, go asking for public records, in these, courthouses and buildings and stuff. And that every one of them is being told, oh, well, you just go online to do that. You can get all that information online. And my first thought is, okay, well, there's poor people that don't have access to the internet, and legally you're required to be able to give this this information available upon request by the public the general public. So you really shouldn't be, just be lazily saying, well, you have this online. And then when they mention that fact, well, you have to have printed copies available somewhere, they often do that, running you down the trail, oh yeah, well, that's at a different office, and it'll take about a week to get that, and then a week later you never hear from them, and you have to harass your public officials just to get a piece of fucking paper because you don't have the fucking internet. And it's like, that's some bullshit, man. Like, don't be doing that with people.
It doesn't matter who
or what, or anytime, anything, no matter what if I'm over here in the conversation, I look at them and I give this little smirk and I go, you know what? Not everyone has internet access. And boy, that shuts them up sometimes. Here, it shuts them up sometimes. It's like, dude, don't automatically assume. Not just that, but if I'm living out in the boondocks, you think my signal's going to be strong?
Right?
No, not as strong as someone who lives in town right beside the freaking tower. So what's all this shit on the screen now?
I think DNW switched something.
Oh, okay.
And it's because unless it was Noodles or freaking what's it Pamela, but I don't see an ability to switch those on even on mine that much. I got the overlay thing right here, newcomer,
No,
and
DNW doesn't give that power to just anybody, so it has to be him.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, well, I don't know if he's giving it to him or not.
I don't
Brother
know.
Marcus
And
might have some
there's
access.
wrenches on the other people there's wrenches next to Noodle's name and Pamela's name, but I don't know if that wrench just means that they're mods on YouTube or if they have mod control on the StreamYard as well.
No, only on his page. Because I'm a
So that's
moderator for about 10 different people, and you're only moderator for YouTube's page, whichever page that is that gives it to you. It doesn't
so
follow
those
you throughout
wrenches are
all of your
just
chat.
okay. All right.
Yeah. So yeah, life is good. And I hope that she actually is able to connect with her bank online and do her banking online, because otherwise than that, it's going to interrupt my tomorrow. And I have to actually support her with this because this involves 36 other people. And I have to show my support by actually getting her down to Portland if it needs to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm just praying that everything goes well for her so I don't have to have my day interrupted. So yeah, I'm having a one-track mind, dude. That tractor's got to be started. And
Get
then
it
once I get it
done.
started, I've got all these limbs that have to be picked up. I have all this wood that's got to be brought down, stacked in the first bay of the garage. Then at the end of the day, I've got to pull that tarp up in the corner, hold it up with this great big long tall pole stick thingy, and put it in the bay that it belongs in, because it's actually parked in my garage where I'm supposed to be parked. And hello, darling, I don't like that. I don't like it at all. It's like if I have to go out there, I don't like it. It has to be where it's supposed to be, because if anything happens and that thing doesn't start again, I don't want to be caught up in the fact that it can't be moved. Winter's going to be here before you can blink your eyes. And next thing you know, I don't have access to it. Are you still there?
Oh, sorry. I muted myself for a second. Opened up a
Oh,
Coke can and forgot. I always
okay.
do that. I always forget when I mute myself.
A lot of people do. It's like, I'm like, well, usually it's my internet access that goes out. So I always have to ask, are you still there? Because normally that's how I get the warning. Someone says something. But I've been the whole time chatting. I am being surveyed. I'm being listened to. But I have my phone sitting on a block of an ice pack that goes inside of a cooler, because if I keep it off the cooler, it burns. It burns my hand.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm not impressed.
I'm not impressed with the phones either.
Yeah, I'm not impressed. Because if they
I'm like,
ever cause,
apparently they're made for bot farms nowadays and not for people. Because in bot farms, it doesn't really matter if they get fucking hot as fuck. But in people's hands, it sort of does.
no, I'm not about it. There's no need
Yeah,
of it.
I really do. I believe that they're making smartphones literally for fucking bot farms nowadays. I think they're purposely making them stronger, with more processing power that people don't need and won't use because they're using that processing power for all this fucking bots and fucking market manipulation and bullshit.
Yeah,
That's why you stay with the phone that you've got, because there's nothing wrong with it. They're just going to make it look and seem like something's wrong with it, so that you'll go and you spend the money to change all the things in it, or
I know,
buy a whole
I
new
know. I've
one.
been going crazy because I've been wanting to get a pre-used phone of the earlier Android I was using for like a freaking year now, but I've just been so busy that we haven't had the time to do it.
Yeah, I used to run, the only phone I ever used to use was, damn, it just went out of my brain. Hello, Myrna. Whatever. The one they discontinued, it was a major label.
I don't know. All the major labels they're discontinuing and shit, like, or at least the models.
BlackBerry. There, that took
Oh
a
yeah,
minute.
I miss Blackberries. Those things were
They were
awesome.
my only phone I would use because they
I
were the most secure phones there were on the earth, and that's why they discontinued them.
Yep, that makes sense. No, I miss Blackberries because I swear to God that people were the healthiest with cell phones when they had Blackberries and Bluetooths.
Yep,
There's a lot of people who would probably disagree. They're like, no, flip phones when people didn't even have the texting and shit, that was healthier. And it's like, yeah, but that
that
was a
was
little bit
healthier, and you
different.
can still get a version of that because I
Yeah.
just bought one.
No, I'm just saying the actual flip phones, that's more like comparing, a house phone to a flip phone. Those are sort of like the same kind of phones if you think about it, and like how you use them, how people use them, like as a
Right.
society,
But a flip phone doesn't have internet, and so you
Yeah.
could actually use it without having the internet access. But
Yeah.
they can still like monitor you and all that other shit that they do because they're stupid. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Oh, well, they're all stupid. You know what always cracks me up? Did you know that old cell phones, you can call 911 on old cell phones, and there's literally no way to GPS them. I'm always going like, how the fuck isn't there a fuck ton of trolls using a shit ton of old cell phones just to jam up the fucking emergency lines? Like
well,
I'm
thanks
amazed
to you, they now
Anonymous or
have all the
something hasn't used
information.
that.
Jeepers.
I'm like, you could basically DDoS your local police station with a whole bunch of old cell phones.
And now you wonder why they monitor us. Hey, Bucksaw. Can't
No
believe it.
shit, I know why they're monitoring me.
Ah,
For reals, it's literally my religion. And my religion has chaos in it. I'm not a chaos worshiper, but chaos is in my religion, and you can see it through my personality. I
that's
hold no
awesome.
bars.
To thine self be true.
Seriously, what are you talking about? We ain't talking about no pussy UFC. We're talking about old school, no hold bards, king of the cage. Man, we're
Darn
talking
right.
midgets and 400-pound muscle men.
Oh, talk about
Fuck.
that. There was a kid that just joined a school. He's 7 feet tall.
Oh
And
wow.
he's not even fully developed yet. And he's 7 feet
Oh
tall.
boy.
And it says,
I
you know what
honestly
that
feel a
is?
little bad for him in certain in many ways.
That is
Like money
evidence of the fact
wise,
that we've always had tall people on the
money
earth.
wise, he's got that going for him. But like actually living wise, like it is not fun being that tall. Like fucking having to
No,
bend
you
down
can't
every
even find
fucking
fucking
door
clothes.
frame. Like
You
fucking
can't find
yeah,
clothes. You're
everything.
never gonna find a girl that fits you.
Fuck, I couldn't even imagine my little 1 foot toilet situation with somebody that's 7+ feet. Fuck.
I think it's hilarious. I mean, he must have grown up in potato country or something.
What, do potatoes make people big? Like, I'm a little confused with that one.
Yeah, well, back in the day, there was like food droughts for some reason, and
Oh,
potatoes are
yeah.
the only things that some people had to eat in order to stay alive.
Meanwhile,
And
my brain was
everything
thinking,
they made was made with potatoes: potato soup,
oh,
potato
yeah,
pie,
very
potato
true.
pancakes, potato blah 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 blah. And they lived on them, and they actually survived the drought because of them, and survived whatever
Oh,
food
yeah. Ireland
shortages
was
and
big
stuff.
on the potatoes with the famine. Yep.
You know?
No,
And
it's just funny.
whenever
My
my
fucking,
stomach's going topsy turvy, the first thing I do is cook up a potato, and I
my
make it
first
more
thought when
interesting
you
by
said
adding onions
potatoes
or
and
whatever.
When you said potatoes and growth, my first thought was, are like there more nuclear power plants next to potato farmings, or like what's going on here? Is like I'm going comic book logic. There must be like some fucking nuclear power stations next to all the areas we farm potatoes, and people are just getting mutations off of eating potatoes, and they're making them really big. People are getting really big off those mutation causing potatoes.
So they had proved we only have like maybe, I would say like maybe 4% of actual sun at certain times of the year.
Yeah.
So they went and they spent all of our money, our tax money, on putting in all of these. I probably have that 4% number wrong. I actually had the figure set in my mind at one point, but I have since then have moved on to other more interesting things. So I don't always remember facts from a past thing that I've researched. But anyways, they put in all of these solar farms all over the state of Maine, and we don't even have enough sun to keep those totally charged.
Huh.
They wasted all of our taxpayer money, put in this shit in, and none of it works.
Jeez,
And then
that's crazy.
our
There's like
governor is
no
such a
fucking
fucking
solar
wingnut.
panels here.
She's such a fucking wingnut that she wants us to go electric. We can't have electric cars here in Maine because we have too much snow. You can't
The
mix
infrastructure
snow.
isn't set up for it.
Yeah, you can't mix snow with water, bitch. I mean, snow with electricity.
You would need fucking tunnels built so that your cars could travel safely in the conditions. You know, you'd have to avoid the snow entirely. You'd have to change the fucking infrastructure. I know what you're saying.
Oh, she's such a fucking dingbat. We can't wait till she's not able to be in office anymore. It's like they won't freaking impeach her for some strange reason, but she needs to go. And it's like, oh man, she doesn't even I don't know, when women are given power like that, it's like they don't rise to the occasion. All of a sudden they look like old hags. They dress like, they get their clothes from, the local.
That's because they're white women. That's because they're white
bins.
women.
What does white have to do with it? What does color have to do with that?
Oh, it's because of the fucking it's the whole double standard thing, you know, like how there's some of those black people in America that act really white and they know how to present themselves on TV to, get the right reception and the right response from the right
You
kind
know
of
what? They
people,
have to study that. They have to actually study that in order to be in that, trying to get into the elite groups like that. I'm talking about women, all women across the board.
I wasn't talking about that level of social motility. I wasn't talking about like getting into old money. No, I was just talking about like, like that, with all these protests going on here, like
what
all the
protests? I don't even know anything about it. I don't watch TV.
Okay, well
I don't listen to the
there's the
news.
whole ICE protest thing, and stuff, and
ICE?
basically ICE protests, the immigration, enforcement. There's the
Oh,
protest in
great.
LA and stuff against ICE. So
Really? Okay.
yeah, no, it's still going on. It's been going on for a few months now. There's a huge protest in LA. It's
You ever
nonstop.
heard the sentence "part of the world, but no part of the world"? That's me.
But anyway, what I was getting at is that a lot of the black community is not really gotten out into these No Kings events or the ICE protests in LA, and a lot of them the reason they're not coming out is they're saying that they've been in black culture, they've have enough history to know that this is Trump's white man game, and if they come out to protest, Trump is going to have police instigate violence against the black people, and then they'll be rioting, and then the media will claim that it was the black people that started it all and not the police shooting at the black people, that
Now,
kind of
who's
thing.
smart? That's they've come a long way to be able to say that they're not going to participate in that
That's
anymore.
what I'm
That's
saying
wonderful.
that's what I was saying about the white women in power. The white women in power have never moved through a system in quite the same manner that, like a black woman would. A black woman moves through the world in a much different way than a white woman does. And that's where I'm
All I
saying that
know
I think that,
and all I was
the
trying
way
to
that
create in that moment when I was saying this is She had the moment to represent all women on the earth in a wonderful manner. And instead, she joined hands with all those freaking old men who want to do things their way and not want to do anything that's good for the earth.
Right.
And she just pisses me off. She
Oh,
just
I know
pisses
what
me
you mean
off.
by that, though. That's where, like, I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris, but I did vote for her,
She's
But
not even a her,
the
she's a he.
okay, I know you've told me that quite a bit. Let me move on. Let me keep going on with train of thought. So there was Kamala, but then there was also Marianne Williamson, and I really like Marianne Williamson. She actually
Marion had potential.
Yeah, she has real potential on regard, like she understands the bigger picture side of things. She would actually make, weigh decisions. She wouldn't just, fucking, roll the gamble, the dice, like Trump does. Trump doesn't think out anything. He would just fucking flip the switch or roll the dice. He doesn't care, But so, between those two women, it was like we had great potential to move forward in this country. And when the election results came in, they certified the election, and Kamala's shaking Trump's hand. I'm like, what the fucking hell, man? You had to lower yourself to play the fucking man game when you were in the debate with him. You'd let him yell at you, and you wouldn't yell at him because you knew that if you yelled at him, you would be labeled the hysterical woman. So you had to fucking play this extra fucking bullshit game that Trump was throwing at you on top of all the fucking debate and politics, and you go there and you shake this fucker's hand. No, you should be joining in with Marianne Williamson. You together should be going as women. We do not fucking accept the results of this election. There's no solidarity between any of these politicians, even in their own parties.
So are you
Like there's
agreeing to
no
disagree?
solidarity. What?
I said, are you agreeing to disagree because you think differently?
Am I agreeing to disagree? I'm really confused. Were we disagreeing on something?
No, when I told you that she was not a she was a he.
Oh, I don't fucking know, and I don't care. Like
Okay, well, it was validated. That's why I said it.
I line on the side of that she's probably a woman because like I don't know, that's just the side I lie on, but I don't fucking care. Like you believe that Kamala's a man, like maybe he is a man. I don't fucking care. Like
Do you actually think the United
transgenderism.
States of America would ever allow a woman to be the president of the United States of America?
I have no
Seriously.
fucking clue. I'm not that old
Seriously.
yet. I'm still a
Think about
baby.
it.
I'm only 32, Hazel. I'm only 32. I'm still a baby, girl. Take it easy on
That's
me.
just a number. That's all it is just a number. Think about it. There's no way
Yeah.
in fucking hell.
No, I know what you mean about the WASP culture. The WASP culture would not fucking really like that. And that's the major culture of America. So I do see where you're coming from, and I do agree. I just don't quite have the same level of experience to see it in quite the same way that you do.
Yeah, well, I don't have any experience at all. My life has been so boring, and it's been about dodging bullets and fists and everything else you can come up with, and anything in around and in between.
Jeez, I thought Nevada was the Wild West. People be
Oh my
shooting at
God.
you over there in Maine?
Yeah,
Fuck.
we got the Wild West right here at my house, that's for sure.
Shit. Okay, maybe what it is you actually had the Wild West over there. We just have the Wild West mentality where we have little men with little balls going to the rodeo every fucking year getting drunk off whiskey.
Wow, what a waste of time, money, and energy.
Oh my God. It always makes me sad because I'm always like the rodeo, there actually is some historical kind of thing and relevant to my life and my history, just all this stuff. And I want to be actually part of that culture, but they don't change the culture in any way that would vibe enough to where I can actually become part of it. It's like I care about animal rights enough to where I want shit changed for the better. I don't like all this toxic masculinity shit. There's just too much I'd want to change to where it wouldn't really work.
Sometime when I have the opportunity to talk to you when it's just you and I have to say something to you.
Yeah. Okie doke.
It's
For
not.
sure.
It's not anything about you. It's not anything about you. I just want you to know that, so that you're not going to be sitting there wondering. You know, when people say stuff and they don't finish the sentence,
I'm
kind of
actually
makes
in a
you
pretty
wonder.
good place at the moment, and if that was in my mind, I'd just give you a call tomorrow to make sure, double check. But
No,
okay, was she being
no.
coming from
I
this
always,
perspective or
if
that?
I didn't like what you were saying, I'd tell you right up straight. I don't play around. I don't.
Right.
I don't play around with that. I don't agree with all this crazy keep your secrets and shit like that. I don't do that shit.
Yeah. I used to not agree with that at all, but it took me the longest time to understand. But I truly do now understand that even though knowledge is deserves to be free and should be free, that there does actually need to be some level of knowledge control because it's fucking crazy. If you don't guide people in the wrong way, shit is just gonna get bad.
Yeah, and the whole thing is it's the only way it can get better is if you change it.
Right.
There's nothing that can change it except change. So, yeah,
Man, I just
crazy.
had a hardcore fucking deja vu kind of shit. That was just like the
Really,
eternal recurrence. Like, I have been here 1,000 times. Like, how the fuck am I in a new apartment? I've been here for 1,000 fucking years kind of moment.
because I'll bet you it could happen.
Whew. Man, that got me like lightheaded. That was like, whew, I just passed through a dimensional barrier of some kind. Fucking the energies are a shifting, Hazel. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the meteorites are going like crazy right now.
Oh, watch the mandala effect start getting extreme in a couple days. I just fucking experienced something trippy right there. Something's interesting's gonna happen.
Yep, I'm gonna get the tractor fixed. I'm telling you, I'm making this happen. You
Good,
know what
maybe
someone said?
what?
My friend and I do all of our energy work at night when everyone else is sleeping. And we do
Uh-huh.
that for a reason because there's less interference.
Oh, that
So
makes a
when we're
shit ton of
trying to
sense.
do healing on people or
Yep.
we're trying to heal an aspect of the earth that needs it or whatever, we do it in the wee hours of the morning. Her
That has never
fiance
fully
called
clicked with
her a
me.
witch.
You just made my nature fully click because that is totally me. I fucking do all my intensely spiritual things late at night. I do not do them in the daytime. It is too fucking noisy and chaotic. And I was even
Yeah.
realizing that too because that's so fucking funny, Hazel, because I've been pushing myself to do hallucinogens more in the daytime instead of the nighttime lately, but it just doesn't ever really happen. It's like by the time I get them on board, the sun just fell down. It's like, wow, the sun came down the second it's starting to get on board in my body, and I'm feeling it. Like the sun's already down. Like maybe if I somehow did this 20 minutes ago, I would at least get 20 minutes of light, but I'm not getting any. Like I just can't fucking do this. And I'm going, maybe it's part of, that it was like I was going against my nature, I was because that makes so much fucking sense. There is so much less interference in the nighttime.
That's when I would prefer to do it as well, because that's when I'm fully on board and willing to, travel to parts unknown wherever they want me to be and do what I'm supposed to be doing whenever that is supposed to be, whatever. I accept my
You just
assignments
made
like
me
I'm supposed to.
happy too with that. You just made me really happy with that too because it's been almost 2 months now since I've been able to take some mushrooms for my mental health, and I'm starting to fucking feel it on just like it's like I'm happy, but I can tell that I'm like fucking tense and I'm like testy. It's like I have a good presence here and stuff, but at the same time I can tell I have this testy energy that other people are probably sensing a little bit. And they I don't want to I don't want my testy energy pushing people away. I don't even want that testy energy. So I'm really glad that I can be doing those soon because partly what you just made me realize too is that I really will not have all these things clogging my life up and keeping me from being able to keep my mental health up because pretty soon the kids are going to be going to school, and once the kids are going to school it's going to be quiet in the daytime as well. Or at least
This
much
is the perfect
quieter.
time. This is the perfect time to go into Staples and get fucking notebooks like you would not believe for like 50 cents.
Ooh, that's a really good idea. A
A
really,
dollar
really good
cent. Oh,
idea,
I
Hazel.
stacked
My
up on
goodness.
so many fucking notebooks tonight. I was like, I am gonna
I
fill these
literally
motherfuckers.
I haven't gone to an office supply store in years, to the
Oh,
point where like I said, I'm trying to marry the artistic half with my philosopher side. So it's really funny because every time I win a book off of like Goodreads, they have these little uh, blank pieces of, copy paper. On one side it's all blank, the other side, is printed out of their printer, saying, thanks for your interest in this book, review it on social media, that kind of thing. So I've been saving up all these papers for all these books I've won because I literally am like, I need to save paper. I don't have paper. Paper's expensive. I need to use it because I'm not yet an artist. I need it to get comfortable being an artist. Initially, once I do art, I'm gonna realize that, like, okay, this is fucking garbage, but that's my ego. Whatever, keep doing it. Oh wow, this is good. And but initially all that stuff is pretty much trash, because it's a growing pain, and I'm like, I don't want to be spending money to on things I'm going to be throwing away for and that will hold no fucking value to me. And now I'm like, just but at the same time I'm also wanting to get into notebooking and writing down notes and my thoughts and journaling or whatever. And I just never even thought that
Notebooks are
that
perfect journals. You don't
I
need
just
one that says journal on the front of it.
yeah, I just never even thought
Ridiculous.
though that, like, I know that you can get cheap notebooks to journal in. I've seen people do that
Oh,
online and on YouTube, but it's been one of those things where I go down to my Walmart and shit, and it's fucking $10 for one of those goddamn things that should
now's
be a
the time to
fucking
get them,
dollar.
dude. They're so cheap right now. I have a stack of notebooks that I've been writing in since I was a kid, and it's almost as tall as me right now. And I'm 5'3".
Whoa,
I'm 5'3". So yeah,
whoa.
quite a stack. And it's not. It's a multi montage of different sorts of thoughts, processes, and ideas, spiritual knowledge,
Did you
and
just say ideas?
yeah, ideas.
Oh.
Because
That
I've
Maine
got deers
accent
in
went
my
a little
driveway
south
right
there all of
now.
a
I
sudden,
just looked
girl.
out and I have deers in my driveway right now. Yep.
I'm like, your main accent slipped a little fucking slippery liquor southern accent there.
I saw that. I saw deers and I said, I'm going to say ideas because there's deers in the driveway. Little shits that love to sleep
Oh my
on
god, that's like the
my
shit. I do that kind of
cows
shit
and
all the
shit.
time when I'm alone. I'll be like, I just had an idea. I'll just be saying shit like that to myself all the time. I'll be
Yep.
coming up with
It's
genius
fun
things and
being
be
me.
sa- and be I'll be making fun of the fact that I just came up with some genius thing by sounding like a complete idiot.
I don't know. All I know is that each and every one of us on this earth is perfect just the way we are. And if we don't love ourselves 110%, you're not going to realize the perfection in who you are in that moment.
Oh, I
And when
totally agree with you. No, that's where
yeah,
that whole loving the future self kind of thing. I find that that's becoming my new obsession. Like this week, I can tell because like I was just watching Smallville
yeah,
earlier,
but
and it
when
was
you're in your future moment, you're not in the present moment. And if you're not in the present moment, you're not creating
there
the
is
divine
only
moment
the
and the
present
connection you need to
moment.
have.
There is only the
Exactly.
present moment. Yeah. No, that's where it was just awesome. I getting some more of that synchronicity with that loving the future self kind of thing. I think it was, spirit telling me I need to spread this message more, so other people can hear it and learn, the wonder of being able to help heal yourself through, that kind of mantra, that kind of, freaking psychological metaphysical magic, because basically I was watching Smallville and it was really funny because people used to ask me, like when I was going through hell, people would ask me, like if you could go talk to your younger self, like what would you say or do? And I was such a hateful person back in the day. I said I would beat my younger self up. And nowadays, I'm like, oh my God, if somebody asked me that question, I would say, I would tell my younger self that you are so much more powerful than you realize, that don't listen to all these people putting you down. You have real power. You have more than you realize. And basically, it was just really ironic in that synchronicity kind of way, the universe speaking to you kind of way, because I was watching Smallville the other day, and freaking there was this episode where Superman had to go into Lex Luthor's head and try to save him, and he meets his subconscious self, and his subconscious self is literally his childhood self, and his childhood self is being tormented and abused by his adult version, his adult self, who hates the younger version because he thinks he makes him weak. And so Superman's in there, and he tells the little young Lex Luthor, the little kid, that you have so much more power than you realize. Like this guy beating you up and putting you down, like he has no real power. You have the power, kind of thing. And it was just so that beautiful synchronicity, and irony, where it's like, okay, this is spirit aligning with logos. This is what's the way the world is supposed to be. This is the way that people are supposed to act. They're supposed to have this level of understanding and awareness and level of being able to heal them ourselves and each other.
Yeah, back in the day, I used to watch
That's why I
Superman.
love Superman. Not because he's strong, not because he's flashy. That's why I love Superman, because of shit like that. Real hardcore shit that you don't get off of some fucking Batman or fucking whatever the fuck you talking about.
Yeah. It just,
Yeah.
I always liked him above all of the rest of them for some reason.
It is
Oops.
sort of funny. I can tell I'm probably going to get more into comic type of things in the future. The second Marvel goes to shit and nobody fucking cares about it and they're not making any more movies, I'm probably going to start getting into fucking all that kind of shit again, because I'm not a huge fan of comic books. It's like I'm huge into a lot of geeky, nerdy things, but I've never been into comic books or superheroes, that kind of thing, that much. But I'm really finding it fascinating because I actually just discovered there's a Marvel superhero character or something that has the exact same, like his superpowers are basically my religious beliefs. I'm like, what the fucking hell? I'm like, it is really trippy and confusing. I'm like, how can a media company that makes some of the worst garbage out there, no artistic value, create some character that aligns with my incredibly rare, incredibly complex spiritual beliefs? I'm like, this is fucking trippy. So it's
Yeah,
like,
they
it's just
listen to live
funny.
chats like this all night, and they got you pegged now.
What was that?
So they listen to live chats like this, and that's how they come. They've got you pegged now.
No, it wasn't me. It was all the other people that's like me, that just haven't fully awakened and fully articulated their transdual awareness. They're transdualistic in practice, but not not linguistically transdualist. They're not able to
Well, isn't
articulate the
that
fact,
noble?
that what?
I said, well, isn't that noble?
No, it's just I see this transdual awakening. I really do see a lot of people awakening to a very similar, spiritual beliefs that I do, where they're starting to recognize that, maybe it's not just light and dark, but light and dark blend together to create contrast, and that's why we have things like gray. That we wouldn't have the color gray or the non-color gray if it wasn't for, the light and the darkness working together. They're not in battle; they're in harmony. Because it's fascinating. I don't know. It's just really wild because I'm seeing that with, like, again, like the legal system. I'm seeing all these people are starting to get disillusioned with the legal system and realizing that we have no justice system. We only have an injustice system. And they're starting to wake up that the reason that the legal system is all fucked up is because it's all dualistic. It's all, the state versus, him, or, this versus them, plaintiff versus, defendants, it's all versus. There's no actual, well, this is the story of their life. This is the situation in which we should judge them for, like, it's like, okay, a mass murderer versus a war criminal, like, say they killed the same amount of people, but the mass murderer grew up in a horrible totalitarian regime, was abused by his parents, versus the serial killer or mass murderer who just, grew up a perfect life and did all these horrible things. It's like, maybe you judge the person that had the perfect life and did all these horrible things more severely than the person that, went through all these complex things in their life that altered their psychology and how they respond to the world.
You know what that reminds me of? The man who, when he was in his early 30s and 40s, he killed a number of women and put them up in the hills of California, all in different locations. Well, they had an idea it was him, so they kept asking him questions. And one day he was 70-something years old and been, they had all those cases were all not solved. And they pull him in to question him about this particular situation. And he talks to them about that situation and kind of skirted the issue on that one. But then, without
You just cut out entirely. I think you might have dropped. Oh, we lost Hazel again. Well, I'll give it a minute or two to see if she comes back. If not, I'll be editing it soon. All right, well, it looks like we lost Hazel, so I think I'm going to call it a night. It's getting late and I need to eat some freaking food, so hope y'all had fun watching over here at the Gnosis channel. Peace out.